39355. The M.D., A Horror Story, by Thomas M. Disch. Copyright 1991 by Thomas M. Disch. All rights reserved. Read by Chuck Benson.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Library of Congress annotation. Young Billy Michaels is visited by a supernatural being who directs him to a twisted stick that his half-brother Ned has formed to look like a caduceus, or physician symbol. Billy can create both harm and good with the caduceus. His first attempts accidentally render Ned paralyzed and wreak havoc upon other family members. Grown, Dr. William Michaels is even more dangerous in the time of a monstrous plague. Strong Language and Violence, 1991. From the Book Jacket. A mesmerizing novel of suspense and supernatural horror, set in the recent past and a near future grislier than anyone could possibly imagine, in which the caduceus, the winged, serpentine emblem of the physician's healing art, becomes the ultimate instrument of corruption and death. In Minneapolis, in the early 70s, a young boy has a vision of Santa Claus on a snowy winter's day. This is Billy Michaels's first glimpse of the forces that will form and deform his life. Santa, as it turns out, is only one of the many guises adopted by Mercury, the ancient god of medical science, who now introduces Billy to the caduceus and its extraordinary powers. We watch, galvanized, as the future M.D. of the title learns to charge this dreadful talisman, renewing its ability to heal by first using it to blight and afflict. His best and worst impulses prove horrendous to boyhood enemies and friends, to the beautiful stepsister he loves, to his own mother. But the lure of the caduceus is irresistible, and Billy inevitably becomes Dr. William Michaels, a man of immense wealth, the director of a research foundation, a national celebrity. Even so, he can maintain his omnipotence only by creating a plague every bit as monstrous as AIDS. And Arvid's, of course, is treatable only with the instrument in his sole possession. Yet after a series of careless mistakes, the skein of Dr. Michaels's cures and curses begins to unravel, and, ripe for retribution, he begins his plummet toward a gruesomely fitting end. With this character, Thomas M. Disch has created a Dr. Frankenstein for the modern age, in a novel crowded with science, myth, and invention. Riveting, intricate, and fiendishly intelligent, the M.D. is an old-fashioned story of suspense that leads to future shock, and a novel that will take its place among the classics of supernatural horror. About the author. Thomas M. Disch was born in Des Moines, Iowa in 1940 and grew up in Minnesota. He was educated at New York University and currently lives in New York City. Other books by Thomas M. Disch. Novels. The Genocides, 1965. The Puppies of Terra, 1966. Echo Round His Bones, 1967. Black Alice, with John Sladek, 1968. Camp Concentration, 1968. 334, 1972. Clara Reeve, as Leonie Hargrave, 1975. On Wings of Song, 1979. Neighboring Lives, with Charles Naylor, 1981. The Businessman, A Tale of Terror, 1984. Short Story Collections. 102 H-Bombs, 1967. Fun with Your New Head, 1968. Getting into Death, 1976. Fundamental Dish, 1980. The Man Who Had No Idea, 1982. Poetry. The Right Way to Figure Plumbing, 1972. ABCDEFG, HIJKLM, NOPQRST, UVWXYZ, 1981. Burn This, 1982. Here I Am, There You Are, Where Were We, 1984. Yes, Let's, New and Selected Poems, 1989. Dark Verses and Light, 1991. Children's Books. The Brave Little Toaster, 1986. The Tale of Dan the Lion, 1986. The Brave Little Toaster Goes to Mars, 1988. Libretti and Plays. The Fall of the House of Usher. Composer Gregory Sandow, 1980. Frankenstein. Composer Gregory Sandow, 1989. Ben-Hur, 1989. The Cardinal Detoxes, 1990. Interactive Software. Amnesia, 1986. For Phil and Betsy Pachota. The young murderer doesn't come from a typical American family. The average American parent doesn't need to fear being murdered. Dr. Elissa P. Benedek, as quoted in Children Who Kill, New York Times, October 11, 1983. Book 1. 1. On the Friday before Christmas vacation, Sister Mary Simferosa informed the kindergarten class at Our Lady of Mercy School that there was no Santa Claus, that the presents you found beside the Christmas tree on Christmas morning were from your parents, and that it was pagan and impious nonsense and a sin against the first commandment to think otherwise. She made the same announcement every year, and at least one of the children could always be counted on to have a temper tantrum or otherwise show defiance. This year it was Billy Michaels, generally such a quiet child, who threw himself on the floor and lay on his back screaming and thrashing about, and generally calling attention to himself. Sister Simferosa looked on, fingering the large wooden crucifix that anchored her rosary beads to her full skirts. She was not particularly alarmed. She even took a professional satisfaction in the boy's hysterical behavior, as an exorcist might in having driven out a devil. She considered this annual ritual of disillusionment a duty imposed upon her as a defender of the faith. Children ought not to be brought up to believe in something they will necessarily discover to be untrue, an experience that can only blight the budding leaves of a true religious faith. The myth of Santa Claus was, as she had just explained to the children, a pagan practice, and therefore sinful, all the more because it had attached itself to a Christian holy day. She walked decisively to the back of the room, hauled the boy up by his shirt collar, and plopped him down into his seat. He let out a final yelp of protest, and she slapped his face soundly. "Enough of that!" He caught his breath and glared at her. Before he could renew his foolishness, Sister Simferosa turned her back on him and continued talking to the children as though nothing unusual had happened. "Now, who can tell me what the first commandment instructs us to do?" No hands went up. Sister Simferosa had shifted gears too fast for them. Everything that she had told them in the last 2 weeks about Moses and the golden calf and the 10 Commandments had vanished from their erratic memories. Hints were of no help. "The first commandment," Sister Simferosa announced, in the tones of another Moses reproaching the tribes of Israel, "is, I am the Lord thy God. Thou shalt have no strange gods before thee." And what is this Santa Claus but a strange god? He can fly all about the world in a magic sleigh with flying reindeer. He is supposed to know if you're good or bad. Billy Michaels produced an audible gurgling sound as though he were being strangled or getting ready to throw another tantrum. "Billy Michaels, be quiet and sit still. Only God, who is omniscient, knows that. Only God knows the secrets we each have in our hearts. God knows that because God knows everything. But Santa Claus can't know anything, because Santa Claus does not exist, and never did, though there was a St. Nicholas once. But he did not live at the North Pole. No one lives there. It is much too cold. The real St. Nicholas lived in a town called Myra, where he was a bishop like our own dear Bishop Fitzgerald, and his feast day is the 6th of December. There was a long silence. Sister Simferosa surveyed the rows and files of wide-eyed faces, searching them for signs of defiance or inattention. They all seemed satisfactorily subdued. "St. Nicholas, she resumed in a cheerier tone, "is the patron saint of children and of storekeepers, and that must be how the legends of Santa Claus got started." She broke off, as she did not want to take the children out of their depth. Enough to smash the idol. She did not need to write its history. "When you go home from school today, children, I want you to tell your parents that you understand that there is no Santa Claus. Tell them that, and then thank them for all the lovely presents they gave you when they were pretending to be Santa. And tell them they don't have to pretend any more. And if you have any little brothers or sisters who believe in Santa Claus, you must tell them too, because it is a sin against the first commandment to worship gods that don't exist. Do you all understand?" Some children nodded, and there were a few whispery "Yes, sisters." But Billy Michaels didn't move a muscle. "Billy," Sister Symphorosa insisted, "do you understand?" The boy gave no sign that he had heard her. "Billy," she said, in a tone of patient instruction, such as one might use in teaching a parrot speech, "I am talking to you. I asked you a question." Reluctantly the boy's eyes turned toward her. There was fear in his look, but defiance still smoldered in his contumacious little heart. She felt an impulse to strike him again, but checked it. An obstinate spirit demands correction, but she must be more judicious in the administration of corporal punishment, since she had twice already been called to task by Sister Fidelis, the principal of OLM, for what the younger nun regarded as excessive severity. Sister Fidelis was too easily cowed by interfering parents. But she was the principal, and Sister Symphorosa was bound by her vow of obedience. Unless the boy offered provocation, she must deal with him tenderly. "And you understand now, don't you, Billy, that there is no Santa Claus?" "I saw him," Billy said. "You saw a picture of him," Sister Symphorosa said. "No, he was alive, and he looked just like he does in his pictures. He was fat, and he had a red suit and a bag full of presents." "Then you saw someone dressed up to look like Santa Claus. Many businesses pay money to bums they find on the streets, so they will pretend to be Santa Claus. But they are only old bums, and that's what you saw." "No," said Billy. "I saw him come down the chimney. He wasn't the Santa's helper at Dayton's. I've seen him, too. This was the real Santa Claus." There was a giggle from the front of the classroom. Many of the children already understood that there was no Santa. Indeed, Sister Symphorosa sometimes speculated that the deceit of Santa Claus was one that children practiced on their parents rather than the other way round, that they all understood the practical impossibility of flying reindeer and of Santa's simultaneous appearance on a global basis, but that they knew they'd get more presents if they went along with the whole charade. This was a possibility she found extremely angering. "William," she said quite sternly, "you must not tell lies." "I'm not lying." Sister Symphorosa bit her lip. In the face of such obstinacy, the only proper course was to administer corporal punishment. But since the boy was now behaving sedately, she must restrain herself. Let Sister Fidelis solve the problem, if she could, with her liberal principles. Sister Symphorosa wrote out a note to Sister Fidelis, folded it, and handed it to the Michaels boy. "I want you to take this note to the principal. Do you know where her office is?" The boy nodded. "You tell Sister Fidelis what you told me, and if she agrees that you saw Santa Claus come down the chimney, then she will give you a note to me saying that you are not a liar. But if she does not, then you will have to apologize to me and to the entire class for wasting our time with such ridiculous nonsense. And you will not be allowed back into my class without either that note or an apology, because I cannot tolerate liars." When he was out of the room, Sister Symphorosa, as a kind of reward to the rest of the class, told them the true story of St. Nicholas, Bishop of Myra, how he'd miraculously brought back to life 3 rich youths whom a wicked innkeeper had murdered, dismembered, and hidden in a salting tub. "And that," Sister Symphorosa said, rounding off the wonderful tale with a lesson, "is why St. Nicholas is the patron saint of children. and why we still pray to him to be protected from robbers and thieves. But he is not Santa Claus. I hope that is clear. Now, are there any questions? The burden girl raised her hand. Yes, Sally? Sister, what is a salting tub? A salting tub, Sally, is what butchers used to use in the olden days to keep meat from turning bad. When meat isn't properly preserved, it rots and gets worms in it. But if we put meat into a tub of salty water, it won't go bad. Of course, that was in the days before refrigerators and deep freezes. If St. Nicholas had lived today, he would very likely have found the bodies of the 3 rich youths in a deep freeze. Are there any other questions? There were no more questions, so Sister Symphosa used the rest of the afternoon to teach the children to sing Christmas carols. They sang, O Come All Ye Faithful, and then Adeste Fideles, Silent Night, and We 3 Kings of Orient Are. Then she let them make requests. One of them asked for Jingle Bells, but no one suggested a song about Santa Claus. She dismissed the class with the sense that she had done a good day's work. Then she remembered the Michaels boy. He had not yet returned from the principal's office. It would not do to go running after him. That would only make him feel more self-important. She took her rosary from the drawer of her desk, kissed the silver crucifix, and made the sign of the cross. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. Amen. Then she pondered the first joyful mystery, which is the Annunciation. 2. At a little after 4 o'clock, just as General Hospital had come to its suspenseful Friday afternoon climax, the smoke alarm in the kitchen went off, and then, before old Mrs. Obstschmecker had quite figured out what was happening, the phone started ringing. She picked up the phone, said, "Hello," and only then realized that the alarm was still ringing and that there was black smoke coming out of the doorway to the kitchen. "I'm sorry," she said. "I can't talk now. Something is burning." She set the receiver down on a stack of clothes to be ironed on the dining-room table and hurried into the kitchen where, as she'd already guessed, the percolator on the back coil was giving off a steady stream of smoke. It was also producing a stench of burning bake-light. But old Mrs. Obstschmecker had a poor sense of smell, which is how the burning coffee-pot had gone so long undetected. "Oh, dear," she fretted aloud as she plunged the semi-molten bottom of the pot into a pan of rinse water to spectacular effect. "Madge is going to be furious." For a variety of reasons, real and imagined, Mrs. Obstschmecker lived in terror of her daughter Madge and did not want to give her cause for anger or even complaint. Madge was sure to interpret the ruined coffee-pot as another sign of her mother's slipping memory, and Mrs. Obstschmecker was certain that all such signs were being set down in some mental ledger book Madge kept against the day that Mrs. Obstschmecker was to be shipped off to some nursing home. Madge had worked at nursing homes, and she knew what they were like, and even so she was beginning to throw out hints. A nursing home. Mrs. Obstschmecker would as soon have gone to prison. Open the windows. That's what she must do. Open the windows and air out the room. She got 2 of the kitchen windows open, but the third stuck. All the while the smoke alarm went on ringing, making it impossible to concentrate on anything else. Mrs. Obstschmecker did not want to risk standing on a chair, so she took a copy of the Pioneer Press from the kitchen table and used it as a fan to fan away the smoke from around the alarm. As her arms rose and fell, the dewlaps pendant from her upper arms waggled, and her well-buoyed bosom heaved. "Stop it!" she commanded the alarm. "Stop it right now!" And it did. The very instant she told it to, the alarm stopped ringing. "Well," she said, "thank goodness." She noticed the back coil of the stove still glowing red and realized she hadn't turned it off. She did that now. There were blobs and dribbles of the melted coffee pot sticking to the red-hot coil. It was going to be impossible to clean the coffee pot. She would have to buy a new one and hope Madge wouldn't notice. Ned could go out and buy it for her when he got home from school, which he should be already. Both children were always home by the end of General Hospital. Unless Ned had to stay for choir practice. And on the last day before Christmas vacation, that was possible. But Billy should have got home by now. "Billy," she called out. She went into the dining room and called again, and then again at the foot of the stairs. Mrs. Obst-Schmecker felt more exasperated than worried. The child knew his way home from school, and if he'd stopped at a friend's house after school to watch the cartoons he was forbidden to watch here at home, they seemed to give him nightmares, at least according to Madge. So much the better. It meant that he had such a thing as a friend. Such an impossible child. Mrs. Obst-Schmecker hadn't been at all surprised when the sister had called up a month ago to complain to Madge that the boy refused to take a nap at the prescribed kindergarten nap time of 2 o'clock. "I believe," the sister had said, "that this boy is possessed by a devil." Madge didn't know, and had not thought to ask, whether she'd meant it literally or just as a way of talking. Madge wasn't very religious. Mrs. Obst-Schmecker believed that too much religion was bad for teaching discipline, since when children started thinking too much about what was right and what was wrong, they tended to get rebellious and to question the rules their parents laid down for them. Now, though, she had to wonder whether it might not have been a better idea to bring Madge up a really solid Catholic, like Mrs. Wolfgren's daughter Karen, who was such a model of devotion to her poor bedridden mother. You couldn't help envying someone with a daughter like Karen. Mrs. Obst-Schmecker returned to the kitchen to see if the air had cleared enough to close the windows. The second window proved balky, and before she could get it unstuck, the doorbell rang. As she passed through the dining room to answer it, she noticed the phone receiver lying on the ironing. She picked it up and said, "I'm sorry, I can't talk to you now," and returned it to its cradle. The doorbell rang again. I'm coming, hold your horses." She tugged the heavy wooden door open, and seeing the visitor to be a woman, unlatched the storm door of aluminum and hazily transparent plastic. She opened the outer door and gaped. "Sandra," she said with belated recognition. "Is Billy home?" Sandra asked. Sandra was now Sandra Winkelmeyer, but once she'd been Sandra Michaels. She was Billy's mother. "What? No, not yet." "Has the school called?" "What? No, no one's called." "I tried to call," Sandra said, pushing her way past Mrs. Obst-Schmecker into the hall. "But the line's been busy for the last half-hour." "I've been here," Mrs. Obst-Schmecker said defensively, "every minute." She noticed, closing the door, that there was a fine dusting of new snow on the steps up to the porch and on the sidewalk beyond. It was so nearly dark that the streetlights were on, those gruesome yellow phosphorus lights that had replaced the nice old-fashioned kind up and down the entire length of Calumet. "Do you know where Billy is?" Sandra insisted. She'd already taken off her coat and thrown it over the platform rocker. The collar of the coat was silver fox. "No, but he must be on his way home by now." "And Edward?" "Edward? Oh, you mean Ned. He's probably at choir practice. He'll be singing a solo in the nativity pageant this year. Is there something wrong?" "That's what I'm here to find out. If your phone is working, I'd like to call the school and find out if they've found him yet." "Why are you so sure that he's lost? Children often dawdle on the way home from school. He might have stopped at a friend's or gone into a store." "What the principal told me," Sandra explained, "is that he was sent down to her office with a note, but that he never went there, and he's nowhere in the school building, though his coat is still in the cloakroom. They tried calling here, but your line was busy, so then they called me." "You mean Billy is out in this weather without a coat?" "Apparently. Where is the phone?" Mrs. Obst-Schmecker, feeling resentful of the invasion, but with no grounds for protest, showed Sandra to the phone, and Sandra dialed the school's number, which was busy. Then she dialed her own home in Willowville, and her stepdaughter Judith answered and said there'd been no new phone calls. "Where is Madge? When will she be home?" Sandra wanted to know. "She should be here any minute now." "Meaning an hour, half an hour?" "Meaning any minute now." "What smells so funny?" Sandra asked, turning her head from side to side and sniffing. Her brown hair was frosted a silver gray to match the collar of her coat, and her clothes, a skirt of heavy brown wool and a bulky pumpkin-colored sweater with a velvety surface, looked like they'd cost a bundle. "The coffee pot, probably. It boiled over. But you don't mean to say that Billy's out in this weather without a coat?" "It's starting to snow. It's freezing out." That is why the principal is concerned, obviously. Why would Billy do such a thing? Apparently his kindergarten teacher, who has some ridiculous name I can never remember. Symphorosa. That one, yes. She told her kindergarten class that there is no Santa Claus, and Billy got upset. The principal didn't go into any more details than that. There was a sound of footsteps on the wooden porch, then a louder tromping sound, which Mrs. Obstschmecker knew to be her son-in-law cleaning off his shoes on the doormat. "Sandra," Henry said, coming into the house. "Henry, do you know where Billy is?" Talking to Mrs. Obstschmecker, Sandra had spoken brusquely, her voice pitched low like someone in charge. Speaking to her ex-husband, her voice rose to a whine. "God damn it, you mean he's still not home? They called me at the hotel, and I kept trying to call here, but the line was always busy." He looked accusingly at Mrs. Obstschmecker. "I haven't talked to anyone all afternoon," Mrs. Obstschmecker said, half-truthfully. "Has anyone thought to look upstairs?" Sandra suggested. "Perhaps he came home and went to his room without saying anything." "Why would he do a thing like that?" Mrs. Obstschmecker demanded indignantly. "Afraid of being punished, perhaps. Anyhow, you should look." "You're right," said Henry. "Meanwhile," Sandra said, "I've got my car outside, so I'll drive around the neighborhood. Do you have any idea where he's likely to have gone? Where would he usually go to be by himself?" "He wouldn't," said Mrs. Obstschmecker. "All children have somewhere to go, a hiding place, a tree house, somewhere private." "I'll check out the attic and the basement," Henry said. "Oh, he wouldn't go into the attic," said Mrs. Obstschmecker. "He's afraid of it." "Do you have another jacket I can bring with me in case I do find him?" Sandra asked. "We got him a new jacket for Christmas, but it's wrapped up as a present." "Well, unwrap it." "Right." While Henry looked through the upstairs rooms, Sandra phoned the school again. This time the line wasn't busy, but the nun she talked to had nothing more to tell her about Billy. Henry came downstairs with one of Ned's old winter jackets and gave it to Sandra, who set off to look for Billy in her car, while Henry went on foot along Calumet, looking into the various stores. Collapsing into the platform rocker, Mrs. Obstschmecker felt a brief flickering of friendship for her daughter's stepson, who, by running off this way, would deflect attention from the melted coffee pot. But it was only a flicker, and soon was replaced by Mrs. Obstschmecker's inveterate dislike. A dislike based not just on the natural resentment anyone would feel who had to treat a stranger as a member of her own family, but also on the undeniable fact that the boy was peculiar. While the light in the old house thickened to night, she rocked in the creaking platform rocker and thought of punishments and disciplines that she might suggest to Madge when Madge found out what had happened and started to fume. 3. Just as it started to get dark, the snow began to fall. Every time he saw a car go by beyond the stone fence enclosing Brosner Park, Billy would scrunch down inside his sweater like a turtle trying to disappear inside its shell. It was so cold that for a while he'd been crying from the sheer misery of it. But now, except for his fingers, which were so stiff inside his pants pockets that he couldn't move them, the cold didn't bother him much at all. This part of the park, Nabisco Hill, was almost always deserted except when there was enough snow for sledding. Sometimes a dog, off its leash, would come zigzagging up to the top of the hill, snuffling at the dry grass, but the dog's owners usually didn't follow them here. In the whole neighborhood, Nabisco Hill was the best place to come to be by yourself. But it was cold. There wasn't even a tree trunk to lean against to keep out of the wind. Last summer they'd cut down lots of the trees when they got Dutch elm disease. Trees could get sick the same as people, but when they did, they were cut down. Of course, you couldn't very well send a tree to the hospital. That was a funny idea, a hospital for trees, the sort of idea his brother would have liked, or else made fun of Billy for having. Billy could never tell which way Ned would swing. Sometimes he was as nice as the people on TV, but other times he was so mean that Billy would have liked to bash him over the head, like Cain in the story of Cain and Abel. In fact, it wasn't Cain who got bashed, it was Cain who did the bashing. But he should have got bashed, and Billy's memory had a way of remembering things the way they should have been. It wasn't really lying. He had seen Santa Claus, only it was a different way of seeing. Billy could only see things this other way when it was night, and there were no lights on close by, and he was by himself. He could have done it now if he'd wanted to, just by looking at the snow, and then into the snow, using his eyes like little drill bits digging into wood. At first the snow wasn't any color in particular. Not white like people always said, but not like any other ordinary color that you could find in a box of Crayolas. At night, when you looked into it, the snow came to have all kinds of swirls and speckles, like the TV when it wasn't working. And the deeper you looked, the brighter everything got, and the more details there were, until the dots made a real picture. They were doing that now, in the little doily of snow spread on a big rock. The colors whirled in a melty way, and then got hard until they made a definite shape, a shining ball like a Christmas tree bulb. The glitter in the snow became icicles, and then slowly a whole Christmas tree took shape, with tiny bright winking lights. It was as clear as a picture on TV. The one funny thing about it was it didn't have any size. It was both big and little at the same time, and Billy felt the same himself, dimensionless. But the tree was real as the snow it was inside of. Billy was not pretending. He could see it. Sometimes, though not as often, you could hear things, too. A squeaky sound like someone whistling, only not very well. Ned whistled the same way, but you could only hear that when everything else was completely quiet. Here on the hill there was another sound that got in the way, a sort of low whoosh, like a ceiling fan that never stopped, as though the whole city were one big car running on neutral. And then, above that whoosh, he could hear it, a far-away, high-pitched wailing like an ambulance in another part of town, but coming nearer. The lights on the tree started to blink faster, and then there was a kind of purple flash, and there was Santa, there in the snow, looking at Billy and smiling. His beard, instead of being pure white, was the same fizzy pink and purple as the snow, but otherwise he looked just the way he should. "Hi there, Billy," he said in a rumbly voice. "What are you doing out so late? You must be cold." "I am." "Well, then, maybe it's time you headed for home. I'll bet your mother is worried." "Sister Symphorosa," Billy began, feeling he had to explain everything from the beginning for Santa's benefit. But Santa waved away his explanations, and the smoke from the pipe in his hand made long snaky S's in the air. "Never mind, Sister Symphorosa. That's no reason for you to freeze to death in the park." "Then you're not angry with me?" "Oh ho! You're worried about your Christmas presents, are you?" He shook his head. "She said that you—" He couldn't put it into words. Santa smiled. The smoke from his pipe made a kind of halo around his head. "She said that I'm not real, I suppose." "And she tried to make me say so, too. She said you were like a pagan god." "Well, I suppose I am in many ways. They had their good points, some of them." "She said that no one can live at the North Pole because it's too cold." "That shows how little she knows about the North Pole. The best thing to do with people like that is just ignore them." "I tried, but she wrote out a note to the principal and sent me to her office, and the note said I couldn't come back to her class, even after the Christmas holiday, unless I said—" Billy's voice trailed off desolately. It didn't seem worth trying to explain things, even to Santa. "That I don't exist? Well, you should have just lied and said what she wanted you to say." "But lying's wrong." "Not to someone like Sister Symphorosa. Lying is only wrong with someone you trust. If you lied to me, that would be wrong. But enough of this talk. You've got to get home, or you'll get an even worse cold than you've got already." "I'd rather be here, with you." "You can't always get what you want, but don't worry about Christmas. I've already got you most of what you asked for." "If I go home now, will you come and talk to me again, later?" "No bargains, Billy. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. It all depends. I like you. You know that." "I'll probably get a spanking if I go home now." Santa Claus looked at his wristwatch. "No," he said, "I don't think so. It's too late. They're worried. But when you do go home, you mustn't tell them about talking with me. They won't like that, you know, and telling them would only cause more trouble." "No bargains," said Billy with a sly smile. Santa laughed, and his stomach, inside the tight-fitting red snowsuit, actually did shake like a bowl of Jell-O, just the way it said on the record. "I'll tell you what. You keep our talk a secret, and later I'll tell you a better secret. How's that?" "What better secret?" Billy demanded. "I'll tell you where your brother has hidden his poison stick." "Promise?" "Promise. And our secret?" "I won't tell anyone. But that doesn't mean I have to say what Sister Symphorosa says I have to say." "Oh, I don't care what you do with her. So now you'll go home?" "Okay." "Then close your eyes." Billy closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, Santa was gone, and the snow was just ordinary cold, blank snow. The ground was entirely covered, and it was coming down harder than ever. He stood up and rubbed at his cold cheeks with his cold fingers. Then he set off down Nabisco Hill in the direction of Calumet, slipping and sliding on the snow-slicked grass. It was terribly cold, and he had a 10-block walk home. But that scarcely seemed to matter compared to the secret that glowed like a charcoal briquette in his heart. 4. Sandra Winklemeyer stood at the foot of Nabisco Hill in Brosner Park, feeling a bittersweet affection for the worn-out old neighborhood. She'd grown up only 5 blocks from here, and the duplex they'd lived in when Billy was a baby wasn't much farther off. She'd wheeled the old dinosaur of a baby buggy back and forth between these wooden benches and the duplex practically every day during the summer of 1967. She wondered if the park had been this run down back then, or if it was just seeing it at this time of year that made it look so drab and awful, the trees bare and the grass dead and the trash barrels overflowing with cans and bottles and newspapers. Affection curdled to loathing, not just for Brosner Park, but the whole blighted neighborhood. It had become a slum, there was no other word for it, and poor Billy had to grow up here and go to a school that was more than half-colored and wear his stepbrother's old clothes and eat fat Mrs. Obstschmecker's dreadful cooking. It was as though he'd been kidnapped, only there was no way to pay a ransom to the kidnappers. And Sandra had only herself to blame, since if she'd played her cards right, she'd still have Billy and everything would be squared away. "Billy!" she shouted into the darkness of the park. "Billy, if you're hiding somewhere, come out! Billy!" There was no answer. From the foot of the hill it was possible to see only a small section of the park, but from the top she'd be able to see pretty well all of it. It didn't seem likely that Billy would be in the park with a snowstorm starting and having no warm clothes, but having come this far, she might as well be thorough. Using the jacket she'd brought for Billy as a muff, she trudged up the path to the top of the hill. Whatever had that nun done to make Billy run off in such weather? They would probably never get a straight answer to that question. On the last school day before Christmas, to be telling the children there was no Santa Claus. Children still in kindergarten. Sandra couldn't fathom it. "Billy!" she called out as she got near the top of the hill. She stopped to catch her breath and called again, feeling futile and ridiculous making such a commotion in the empty park. The jacket wrapped about her hands came undone, and the wind slipped through its armholes and made the arms billow out like wind socks. Sandra concentrated on her footing, and so, as she reached the top of the hill, she noticed a large rock. Sandra was not ordinarily one to pay attention to the details of natural landscapes. Rocks and trees and even flowers were all generic entities to her uninquiring eye. And yet something in the conformation of this particular rock made her bend down and look at it closely. There was no snow on it. That was the odd thing about it. Instead, a thin sheet of crackly ice covered the irregular convexities of its surface like a crystalline pie crust. And for a moment she was quite certain she could make out, in the swirls and crackles of the ice, the smiling face of Santa Claus. She blinked, but the face was still there in the ice, almost as clear as if it had been printed on a greeting card, smiling and seeming to wink at her, and yet not really friendly, but somehow threatening. She touched the ice with one gloved finger, and at once the icy mirage disintegrated. A shudder passed through her, as though the cold of the snowy hill had invaded every tissue of her body. Talk about the power of suggestion, she thought, making a deliberate effort to regard the apparition as a joke and so dismiss it. Sandra returned to where she'd parked the Buick by the entrance to the park. The vinyl seat was already stiff from the cold as she got behind the wheel. It suddenly got to her. This was serious. The kid could freeze to death. But no, really, that was impossible. Someone would see him out in the cold and take him home and call the police. This wasn't the damned wilderness. This was the city of St. Paul, Minnesota. And children didn't get lost in blizzards on the city streets and die of exposure, for Christ's sake. Reassured by her denial of such a possibility, Sandra started up the engine and headed back to 1350 Calumet. Coming to the first traffic light, she stopped and scanned the sidewalk and shop fronts hopefully. A gigantic faux-color head of Santa Claus had been scotch-taped to the window of the Rexall drugstore on the corner. His eyes seemed to glint with malicious pleasure. Jesus, she thought, I am cracking up. 5. After spending most of the early afternoon with an elderly parishioner dying of cancer, Father Vendakyevachova returned to the parish church of Our Lady of Mercy to hear the confessions of 42 third and fourth graders. To hear them whispering their little sins through the screen of the confessional was almost as restorative as a cold bottle of beer. Or better yet, given the state of the weather, a shot of peppermint schnapps. By the time the last penance of 10 Our Fathers and 10 Hail Marys had been meted out, Father Vendakyevachova felt ready to face even Joan Zerby's deathbed repinings and recriminations. Though what he was more likely to have to face was a frozen tuna noodle casserole, since Mrs. Hickey, the rectory's housekeeper, had taken off for the week before Christmas to visit her sister in St. Cloud, leaving a freezer full of neatly labeled and mingily portioned dinners. No sooner had he got back to the rectory and hung his overcoat on the hook in the hallway than the phone rang. He waited 4 rings, hoping Father Youngerman would be on hand to answer it. Then, with a certain conviction that he was letting himself in for more trouble, he picked up the receiver and said, Our Lady of Mercy. Could I speak to Father Vendakyevachova, please? A woman's voice demanded. Speaking. Father, this is Madge Michaels. Father Vendakyevachova flipped through the Rolodex of his memory. Ah, Mrs. Michaels, yes. Your husband has been helping run our bingo nights. What can I do for you? Mrs. Michaels had a very clear idea of what he could do for her, an idea that Father Vendakyevachova regarded with blank disbelief. Mrs. Michaels, he protested, when she'd finished laying out her demands. I couldn't possibly undertake to do what you ask. For one thing, Sister Simferosa is entitled to conduct her class in whatever way she thinks fit. Even if that means driving my child out into a snowstorm without his winter clothes, and slapping him in the face when he was already in a state near hysteria? Sister Simferosa is an experienced teacher, and I'm sure she wouldn't have. I am an experienced nurse, Father, and my son may have to be hospitalized because of that woman. I sympathize with your distress, Mrs. Michaels, but I sympathize with your distress, Father, when the story is published in the newspaper. Now, Mrs. Michaels, that would be entirely unnecessary. I hope so, Father, and if Billy hears from Sister Simferosa by his bedtime, which is 8 o'clock, you have my word that I won't make any waves, no matter how sick the boy may get. And I would also like to have someone bring Billy's coat home. I'll see that is done this evening, Mrs. Michaels, but as to being able to persuade Sister— The line went dead. He had been hung up on. Obviously, he was going to have to try to mollify Mrs. Michaels. He had no doubt at all as to the essential accuracy of what the woman had told him. Sister Simferosa's enmity to Santa Claus had more than once aroused parental indignation, and while she could scarcely be blamed for the boy's running off half-dressed into the snowstorm, it undoubtedly did look bad. The pioneer press was generally well disposed toward the church, but in this case the attraction of the human interest might prove too great. He would have to pull rank. But not before he had his allotted before-dinner 2 ounces of schnapps, which he drank directly from the glass measuring cup, by way of avoiding extra dishwashing. He rinsed and dried the measuring cup and returned it to its place on the second cupboard shelf. Then he bundled into his overcoat and walked the 2 blocks to the convent through the thick falling snow. The cold and glitter of the winter night seemed to mingle with the lingering bite of the schnapps to produce a sensation of briskness and vigor. By the time he'd reached the convent door, he was almost looking forward to confronting Sister Symphorosa, since it was a conflict from which, in its nature, he must emerge as victor. Nuns, finally, must do as they're told. 6. When Billy got home, there was no one there but Grandma Obstschmecker, who wasn't his grandmother, but had to be called Grandma Obstschmecker anyway, and his brother Ned, who was actually his stepbrother. As soon as he saw Billy, red-faced and shivering, Ned said, "Boy, are you in trouble?" Then he ran out of the house to look for Billy's parents. That left Billy by himself with Grandma Obstschmecker, who didn't seem at all angry, even when she found out he'd gone to the bathroom in his pants. She promised to put his pants in the washing machine in the basement and wash and dry them herself and not tell Madge. Billy was more worried about the disgrace of messing up his pants than about anything else. Grandma O made him promise to take a hot bath right away, which he did, and which started him shivering worse than he'd been shivering when he first came in the house. He was out of the bathtub and in his pajamas by the time Ned got back with his father. His father came tromping up the stairs so loud that Grandma Obstschmecker had to shout out, "Henry, please!" Then the two of them whispered outside the door to the bedroom, and while they were whispering, Madge came home, and so Billy was left for the time being to himself while the grown-ups argued in the living room. Billy could have heard the whole argument by going out to the heat transom in the upstairs hallway, but he was feeling strange and wanted nothing but just to lie there under the 2 extra blankets Grandma Obstschmecker had spread over him and drift off to sleep. But for some reason he wasn't able to now. It was probably too long before bedtime, or else it was part of the pneumonia that Grandma Obstschmecker said he would get when she was drying him off after his bath. He'd been sick for a long time when he was 5, and one of the things he still remembered about it was lying in the bed and not being able to sleep. That was when he'd learned how to see things on the ceiling when it was dark. The argument downstairs ended, and his mother came up to sit beside him for a while, and that was nice, even if he couldn't smell her hair the way he usually could, and then Madge came up with the thermometer. While Billy warmed the thermometer under his tongue, Madge said, "Well, I talked to him." And Billy's mother said, "What did he say?" And Madge said there was no telling, they'd just have to wait. A while later, after his mother had kissed him goodbye and gone back to Willowville, the phone rang. Billy knew right away that this was what Madge had said they'd have to wait for, and sure enough, a little later, Ned came upstairs to tell him to come down. There was a phone call for him. From who? Billy wanted to know. "You'll find out," Ned told him ominously. When he went to the phone, which had been placed at the end of the dining-room table, where Grandma Obstschmecker usually sat, the whole family was hovering round just the way they would have been for an important TV program, only instead of the TV, it was Billy they were watching. Madge was in the doorway to the kitchen with rubber scouring gloves on, and Ned was sitting at the other end of the table, pretending to do his homework. Grandma Obstschmecker was in her platform rocker, which had been turned from facing the TV to face into the dining room instead. Billy's father was sitting in the bay window with all the potted geraniums, fingering a copy of TV Guide. Billy looked at the phone mistrustfully, and then at Madge, who pursed her lips in a grim, thin smile. "It's for you, Billy. It's Sister Symphorosa." His heart sank, but he picked up the receiver and said, "Hello?" "Good evening, Billy. This is Sister Symphorosa." He nodded. There was a long pause, and then she said, "We've all been very concerned for you here at the convent, Billy. Quite a few of the sisters have been out looking for you as far off as McCarran's Boulevard." Billy didn't know where McCarran's Boulevard was, but just from the sound of Sister Symphorosa's voice, he knew it must have been quite a ways. Her voice had the sort of trembling sound it got just before she exploded and hit someone. He was glad she was on the phone and not in the same room, since he didn't know what he was supposed to say to her. He said he was sorry. That was usually a safe bet with grown-ups. "Well," said the sister in the same trembly voice, "we'll deal with all that when school resumes again after the holidays. But tonight I just wanted to say that I was mistaken in telling you there is no Santa Claus." Father Vindikyevachova has come to the convent this evening. He is here with me right now to inform me that there is a Santa Claus, and that he is— how did you put it, Father?" There was a short pause filled with a mumbling sound, and the sister resumed, in a tone of barely restrained fury. "He is the Spirit of Love incarnate. So I hope you find that information reassuring." Billy didn't know what to say, and said nothing. "Do you have any questions about Santa Claus, Billy?" Billy almost didn't have the nerve, but finally did ask, "Does he really come down chimneys?" "Just a moment. I'll ask Father Vindikyevachova. He's the expert here on Santa Claus. Father, Billy wants to know if Santa Claus really comes down chimneys." Another pause. "Yes, Billy, he really does. Any other questions?" Billy shook his head. "If you have no more questions, I should like to remind you, with Father Vindikyevachova's permission, that we also celebrate the birth of the Christ child at Christmas. I hope you remember some of what I told your classmates about how Jesus came to be born in Bethlehem?" "Yes, sister." "He was born so that we might be saved from our sins." She really sounded like she would explode any moment. Billy was glad he wasn't Father Vindikyevachova, though of course being a priest, and a grown-up, meant that Sister Symphosa wouldn't explode at him. She would wait till Billy was back at school and then get him. "Billy, are you listening to me?" "Yes, sister." "I wonder if you could tell all of us, where you went when I sent you down to the principal's office." Billy could feel his face and hands starting to sweat. He stared at the little holes drilled into the telephone mouthpiece as hard as he could, so he wouldn't have to meet the collective gaze of his family, who were all looking at him and straining to hear the other end of the conversation. Then a strange thing happened. Without his trying, he was able to see Sister Symphosa. Her pale blue eyes had a funny glow inside them, like the glow of the night lamp that burned all night inside the bathroom, and there were beads of sweat all over her forehead, just as there were, he realized, on his own forehead, and her hands were gripping the phone receiver like the handle of an axe. She was furious, with him and with Father Vindikyevachova, and even, Billy realized, with Santa Claus. At first he thought she'd been lying to him, that she didn't believe in Santa Claus, but was only saying it because she had to. But seeing her like this, he knew that she really did believe in Santa Claus. You can't hate something the way she hated Santa if you don't believe in it. Billy's long silence, though not intended as simple obstinacy, finally accomplished the same purpose. Sister Symphosa finally retreated to a more easily answered question. "How are you feeling?" "Okay," he said noncommittally. "Mrs. Michaels was worried that you might come down with a bad cold as a result of your going out with no snowsuit." Billy looked at the tiny face in the mouthpiece of the telephone, squinting and blinking to try to make it go away. He knew from the way she was biting her lip and from the way the blue wormy thing wiggled on the back of her hand, which was, Billy knew, one of the veins that squirt the blood to every part of the body, that what she really wanted to say was that she hoped he would get a bad cold. "I'm fine," he insisted, and thought, "I hope you get the cold instead of me. I hope you get pneumonia." "Well, good night, Billy," she said in a softer voice, as though she'd suddenly given up being angry. "Have a Merry Christmas." "Good night, sister." She held on to the phone a little while longer, as though she were waiting to see if he'd wish her a Merry Christmas in return, but he wouldn't, and finally she hung up. When she did, he stopped being able to see her face in the mouthpiece of the phone. "Well?" Grandma Obst Schmecker demanded. "What did she have to say?" "She said—" Something funny was happening to the light in the dining room, as though little by little it were leaking out into the snowy night. He tilted his head back to see if that would make things better. "She said there really is a Santa Claus." He smiled triumphantly, and then his eyes rolled up and his knees caved in and the lights went out completely. "What a little actor he is," Grandma Obstschmecker commented acidly. Madge bent down over her stepson and felt his forehead and his pulse and made a professional tisk of concern. "He isn't acting, Mother. He's fainted." She grasped Billy under his armpits and lifted him into a seated position. "Henry," she ordered her husband, "help me carry him up to the bedroom." 7. It was Sunday night, the night before Christmas, and the kids had been put to bed. Madge had gone off to work. She'd been on the night shift for the past 3 months. It paid more. And Henry Michaels and his mother-in-law were sitting at the dining-room table wrapping Christmas presents. Or rather, Henry was. Mrs. Obstschmecker, having been unable to find proper to and from cards in the box of last year's leftover wrapping supplies, had taken on the more congenial tasks of supervision and advice. Henry's style of wrapping presents was inventive but not very neat, and this gave Mrs. Obstschmecker plenty of opportunity for constructive criticism. Henry nodded at each of her suggestions and then went right on wrapping the presents his way. Mrs. Obstschmecker turned to politics. "I can't believe that they are seriously talking about impeaching the president. The president." Henry, who had been enjoying every minute of Watergate, smiled. "Who else could they impeach, Grandma Obstschmecker? Impeachments are reserved specially for presidents. Ordinary people just go to jail." "I wish you wouldn't call me Grandma, Henry. I'm Ned's grandma, but I don't think I'm old enough to be yours." "Sure, whatever you say. But you see my point about impeachment, don't you? That's the only way they've got to nail him." "He is not a criminal. Nothing's been proven. Aren't people supposed to be innocent until proven guilty?" This was an argument she had employed several times in discussions of Watergate, and she'd never known it not to produce at least grudging assent. But Henry just went on as though she hadn't said anything worth considering, without even looking up from his wrapping. "Nothing's been proven," Henry said, "'cause he's sitting on those tapes and won't budge." "The tapes are full of national security secrets," Mrs. Obstschmecker pleaded. "Yes, and then some," said Henry. "You're as bad as all the rest. You just want to drive him out of office, and you don't care how you do it. I think it's a sin the way that poor man is being made to suffer." Mrs. Obstschmecker regarded her son-in-law balefully. She didn't understand how he could be so disagreeable all the time without ever actually quarreling. Whenever she had disagreed with Mr. Obstschmecker, dead now these past 3 years, they'd ended up screaming and yelling. They didn't just make a lot of nasty little jokes the way Henry Michaels did. She would never understand why her daughter had wanted to marry the man, unless it was the way he looked. He looked like JFK, except that his hair was more reddish than JFK's, and his body more spindly, and his ears, despite his haircut, stuck out from his head, and there were dark crescents in the loose flesh under his eyes, as a result, he claimed, of his job, which he'd just lost, as assistant manager of the Leif Erikson Hotel. Aside from those details, he looked, in his mother-in-law's eyes, exactly the same. While to many people such a resemblance, if they had seen it, would have counted in his favor, to Mrs. Obstschmecker it represented everything intolerable in her son-in-law. Long hair, a lot of holier-than-thou liberal ideas, he was against the war and in favor of sex education, and a general sense that he was laughing up his sleeve at ordinary people such as herself. "Pass me the scissors," he said. Not, "Please pass me the scissors," just, "Pass me the scissors." Typical. "They're right in front of you," she said. Henry sliced off a section of blue and silver Christmas bells wrapping large enough for the recording of comedian Poppy Mueller narrating fairy tales the world over. "Well, I still believe in him," Mrs. Obstschmecker declared. Henry looked up with the sly grin he used to sweeten his insults. "That makes 2 of you." "What?" She narrowed her eyes, trying to figure out his remark. "If you mean to say no one else believes in the president but me and the president himself, you're quite wrong. Billy Graham was on the news just tonight saying that he has every confidence in the president's integrity. And that's a quote. He said he may have made some errors of judgment, but that he's a man of integrity. And Billy Graham wouldn't say that if he didn't believe in the president. That's very loyal of Billy Graham, but it's not what I meant. What did you mean then? I meant we've got two true believers right here in the family. You believing in Nixon, and Billy upstairs believing in Santa Claus. Mrs. Obstschmecker emitted a little sneeze of laughter, but she felt no better for it. Laughing at Henry's jokes was like being tricked into agreeing with him. She changed the subject to something certain to be unwelcome. What's happening at the hotel? Today they closed down the coffee shop. And that beautiful restaurant with the big chandelier? That was closed down the day they made the announcement, 2 weeks ago. I just can't understand it. Such a fine old building. Where will people stay when they come to St. Paul if there's no hotel? They won't come here. They don't already. That was the problem. That's why we're closing. The downtown is a ghost town after dark. I still remember when Mr. Obstschmecker's cousin Gladys had her marriage reception in that ballroom. That was almost 30 years ago. Mr. Obstschmecker was still wearing his uniform. My goodness, it doesn't seem that long ago. Henry had finished scotch-taping the Poppy Mueller LP's wrappings and was measuring a cellophane package of underpants against a remnant of glossy red paper salvaged from last Christmas. There was just barely enough, which gave Henry a ping of mathematical satisfaction. Mrs. Obstschmecker had begun a reconstruction of her husband's cousin's wedding reception at the Leif Erikson Hotel in 1945, or possibly 1944, when she was interrupted by loud cries that seemed to come from the ceiling directly overhead. She looked up at the heat transom fearfully. "It's Ned," Henry said matter-of-factly, putting down the package of underpants and getting up from the table. "He's having one of his nightmares." Henry went up to Ned's bedroom, a huge dark cave with its own private sun porch that faced north and so never received any direct sunlight. He switched on the single 60-watt overhead bulb, summoning dim forms from the darkness. Ned was lying rigid in the middle of a big brass-framed bed, one of the Obstschmecker heirlooms, staring up with blank-eyed terror at the peeling paint on the high ceiling and shouting out over and over, "I didn't see it. I wasn't there." Sometimes he'd throw in, "You've got to believe me. I didn't see anything." I believe you, Henry said, shaking the boy's shoulder. "Now come on, wake up." It was never easy to wake Ned when he was in the grip of his night terrors. Madge had asked a woman doctor in the psychiatric ward about Ned's problem, and the doctor had explained that it was clinically different from ordinary nightmares, but nothing to worry about. He would outgrow them. Henry pulled the boy into a sitting position and shouted at him, "Ned, wake up! It's only a dream!" "I didn't see it," Ned screamed in reply, twisting his body to break out of Henry's grip. "I wasn't there." It was as though he were defying a torturer who was trying to get him to confess. But to what crime, imagined or real, Ned would probably not be able to say once he was awakened. For unlike dreams, these night terrors seemed to vanish without a trace at the moment of waking. All Ned had ever been able to say about them was that they involved someone with a squeaky voice, and that the scariest thing about them was a feeling of being crushed beneath a slowly moving weight. The boy shook his head back and forth, whipping his sweat-curled hair from side to side. "I didn't see it," he shouted one last time, and then awoke. The eyes that had been trapped, open but sightless, in the nightmare regarded Henry with recognition, and the lips still flecked with spittle offered him a tired smile. "Hi, I guess I was dreaming again." Henry nodded. "I'm sorry. I hope I didn't wake everyone up. Is it late?" "It's not even 11 yet." "Mom's still at work?" Henry nodded. "And I'm downstairs wrapping presents with Grandma Obstschmecker." Ned wiped the spittle from his mouth. "What are you doing wrapping presents? I thought they all came from Santa Claus." "Okay, smart guy, we're not wrapping presents. We're discussing politics. You want to come down and discuss politics with your grandmother?" "No, thanks. I think I'd rather have another nightmare." "No more nightmares tonight. Doctor's orders." He gave the boy a hug and eased his still tense body back against the damp pillow. "You can read for a while if you want to." Ned shook his head. "See you in the morning," Henry said, switching off the light. There was no response from the darkness. Henry made sure that Billy was sleeping soundly. For a wonder, the boy hadn't come down with a cold as a penalty for his adventure of 2 days ago. Then he took a piss in the bathroom sink and returned downstairs to finish wrapping presents. 8. It was the day after Christmas, and Ned had the house all to himself. His mother, who had Thursdays off, and Henry, now officially unemployed, had gone to an early matinee of a brand-new and supposedly very gross horror movie called The Exorcist, while Grandma Obstschmecker had taken Billy to a free puppet show version of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, leaving Ned at liberty to use the phone or plunder the icebox or play with any of Billy's Christmas presents without Billy's knowing. Instead, he had spread open his 3-ring binder on the dining-room table to do some extra credit homework for Miss Brophy's core curriculum class. The caduceus. He wrote across the top of a sheet of the wide-lined paper where the title was supposed to go, and then on the next line, Symbol of Medical Science. He skipped 2 lines and began. Mercury was a deity worshipped by the ancient Romans. He was the god of roads and messengers. Statues and pictures of Mercury show him wearing winged shoes and a winged cap, symbols of his speedy delivery of messages. In the encyclopedia article Ned was copying, from his own edition of the Junior Universe of Knowledge Encyclopedia, the wording was slightly different, and there was some dull stuff about modern words, commerce, merchandise, and merchant, that were related to Mercury's name. Ned didn't bother copying those parts. He is also shown holding a winged wand or staff called a caduceus. His caduceus had 2 serpents twisted around it to protect him as he journeyed through heaven and earth. In later times, Mercury became the god of magic and science, and so his caduceus is now a symbol of the science of medicine. Among the Orinoco Indians of South America, similar winged witch sticks are used in ceremonies of healing as well as in rituals of black magic. This was, in fact, a little stronger than what the Junior Universe had to say about the subject. In particular, the information about the Orinoco Indians had come from a comic book column, Stranger Than Fiction, in the February 1972 issue of The Green Magician, where there had been a drawing of an Orinoco witch stick that had made a strong impression on Ned, due to the fact that he possessed something that looked almost exactly like what the artist had drawn. However, Ned's witch stick, or caduceus, or whatever it was, hadn't come from South America or ancient Greece. He'd made it himself by tying the dried corpse of some kind of sparrow to the end of a strange, twisty, doubled-up stick. The way the 2 pieces of wood had twined around each other really did make them look like a pair of snakes. Ned hadn't had any particular idea in mind when he'd made the thing, except that it looked kind of neat in a spooky sort of way. For a while just after he'd made it, Ned had used the crucified dead sparrow to terrorize his little brother. He would hold it out in front of him and wave it back and forth, and intone in his solemnest tone of threat, "Watch out! I'm going to touch you with the poison stick. Watch out!" And Billy, who was wonderfully terrorizable, would run off in a state of panic and just about wet his pants from fear of what he imagined the stick would do. It was dumb, but it was fun, and teasing, according to what Father Vindakyevachova had told Ned in confession, was generally only a venial sin, so long as it didn't involve physical abuse. The Roman gods were not like our God, Ned continued down the page. They were not always virtuous. Mercury was famed not only as a messenger and a healer, but as a thief. Criminals prayed to him as their protector. One of the planets is named for him, as well as the element mercury, which is found in every thermometer. By a strange irony, mercury poisoning is one of the deadliest diseases known to man. Its symptoms include sore mouth and gums, loose teeth, intestinal disorders, and often death. The caduceus of the god Mercury may be a symbol of medical science, but the element Mercury is just the opposite. The page was almost filled, and Ned wrote his name and homeroom number in the corner, and then in the opposite corner, for extra credit. He smiled with the satisfaction of closure. The school did not have a copy of the Junior Universe, nor did the local library branch, and so even if Miss Brophy suspected that his paper had been copied from a book, there was no way she could prove it. The encyclopedia had come as a present from his real father, Lance Hill, who lived in Canada and sold the Junior Universe of Knowledge Encyclopedia for a living. Or at least that's what he'd been doing for a living last year when he'd sent the set to Ned for a Christmas present. Since then, Ned's father had dropped out of sight, except for a postcard in July from White Horse in the Yukon Territory. The Northern Lights are really something. And a letter to Madge a couple of weeks later asking for money. Ned wasn't supposed to have read the letter, but like the god Mercury, he was sneaky and knew all of his mother's hiding places. Ned felt sorry for his father, who hated Canada and couldn't find any kind of good job there, but had to live there because he was a draft dodger. But he didn't really miss him, since Lance had fled across the border way back in 1967, when the war was just getting into high gear and when Ned was only 5. Even before that, Lance and Madge had not been living together, and so Ned had few clear memories of the hippie, as Grandma Obstschmecker referred to him. The clearest was of a picnic in someone's backyard where there was a horseshoe game. All through a long summer afternoon, as Ned recalled, his father had tried to throw a horseshoe that would go around the stake in the ground and make the wonderful ringing sound that announced to the other picnickers that a point had been scored. But he never did. His throws kept getting wilder and wilder, and there was a fight around the car when it was time to drive home about who would do the driving. Lance lost, and Madge drove. Now, what kind of father was that? On the whole, Ned felt he was a lot better off with Henry for a father, even if it did mean explaining to everyone he met why his last name was Hill when his parents' last name was Michaels. Billy and Grandma Obstschmecker got home a little after 4, and Ned, who had been mastering the art of taking apart and putting together a puzzle consisting of 4 bent nails, settled down at the kitchen table with a glass of milk and a wedge of lardy slice, an Obstschmecker holiday specialty, to listen to Billy's breathless retelling of the story of Snow White. Grandma Obstschmecker, meanwhile, went to take a nap in her room on the first floor. When Billy reached the high point of the story, the witch's presentation of the poisoned apple, he detoured from strict narrative sequence to ask Ned, "There really aren't witches like that, are there?" Grandma said it's all just make-believe, all the stuff about princes and magic and dwarfs. Ned considered the flakes of lardy slice sprinkled over the marble-patterned Formica tabletop. "Well, no, I wouldn't say so. I mean, there really are dwarfs. I've seen photographs, and I've seen them in movies. And there are princes in England and places like that. And there used to be witches all over the place, and people were so scared of what they could do, they used to burn them alive." "How?" Billy wanted to know. "Well, first they'd tie them to a stake, a really big piece of wood, and then they'd build a bonfire around their feet, and people would come and watch it happen." "Why don't they do it any more?" "Not everyone believes in witches anymore. Not here in America, anyway. They do in Haiti, though. They have voodoo there. And in South America there are the Orinoco Indians." Billy, who had already been informed about the practices and powers of the Orinoco Indians, nodded gravely. "They're the ones with the sticks. But why don't the people who believe in witches burn them any more?" "I guess because the government won't let them." Billy still wasn't satisfied. "But suppose there was a witch who does bad things like kill people, or put them to sleep, like the witch did to Snow White. What about that?" Ned took a judicious sip of milk while he considered the problem, then delivered his verdict. "I guess with witches, what you've got to do is fight back with witches, but with good witches." The idea that witches might be good was new to Billy. "What do good witches do?" Off the top of his head, Ned had no answer to that. Then he had a flash of inspiration. The good witches are like saints, or priests, like the priest in the movie Mom and Dad went off to see, The Exorcist. That's about the kid who gets the devil inside of her and says all the dirty words? This had been Grandma Obstschmecker's synopsis of the movie when she'd turned down the opportunity, offered earlier that day, to go downtown and see The Exorcist with Madge and Henry. Ned nodded. And you remember the other night on TV when there was that priest on the talk show explaining that there really are devils that do that, get inside of people and make them act crazy? And what a priest can do is he can drive out the devil, and that's what an exorcist is, someone who does that. So I guess what a good witch would do would be to reverse what the bad witch was doing. Like if the bad witch was making people sick, the good witch could make them better again. Billy thought that over carefully, and the more he thought about it, the more it seemed to make sense. Ned, meanwhile, had to fight against the temptation to feel angry because he hadn't been allowed to see The Exorcist. He felt he was mature enough to see a movie that had dirty words in it. Things had probably been different in the past, when his parents had grown up. Back then, kids probably never heard those words. But now they used them, even at a Catholic school, even at Our Lady of Mercy. Ned had read The Exorcist from cover to cover, having snitched it from Henry's mound of coverless paperbacks in a box in the attic. He thought it was a terrific story, and he'd have loved to see all the scary parts done really believably in a movie. But Madge had said no, absolutely not, and Henry had backed her up. And so now Ned would never see the movie, since it was rated R, and Ned wouldn't be allowed in the theater without a grown-up with him. It was so unfair, especially considering the fact that Ned had a vocation to the priesthood, and that The Exorcist was a movie with the priest as the hero. But getting angry about it was a sin, specifically a sin against the fourth commandment, honor thy father and mother. 9. And how is the king of Bowling Pin Kingdom? Henry asked, entering his son's bedroom after a pro forma rap on the door. The bowling pins of the kingdom in question were deployed in various significant combinations throughout the room, some promenading in open sight, others skulking under the bed or peering out from the mouths of V-shaped caverns formed by spread-open books. The larger bowling pins were grown-ups, the smaller were children, but politically the pins were organized into two factions that did not respect the generation gap. These were the Greens, led by Dundor, the large green bowling pin, and his concubine Fluff, the large yellow bowling pin, and the Reds, led by the witch Ixie and her son Reinhardt, the large and small red bowling pins. Ixie had once murdered Dundor's only son, Hans, and Dundor had made a vow to conquer the old red witch and all her people, who had been forced to retreat, after a long series of battles, to the caverns of Ho Chi Minh Mountain in the darkest corner of the bedroom. The victorious Greens, by contrast, enjoyed a luxurious life among the coleuses and prayer plants that form the hanging gardens of Wyomia, in front of the double window and on its sills. Billy looked after these descendants of the downstairs houseplants himself, or rather Dundor's chancellor did, as part of his duty in running the kingdom's vast irrigation project. The chancellor's official name was Cardinal Richelieu, but he also had a secret name, known only to himself and to Ixie, the Red Witch. It was because she had this power over Dundor's most trusted servant that the Reds had been able to survive so long the invasions of the Greens. But now, as a result of Santa Claus's major Christmas present to Billy, things were getting desperate. Santa had given Billy a toy train that ran on steel tracks, and Dundor had laid the tracks from Wyomia westward to the foothills of Ho Chi Minh Mountain. Once the holiday truce expired, Dundor would move his troops and supplies by train to the heart of his enemy's territory and bomb them back to the Stone Ages. At least that was what he was threatening to do on his nightly television broadcast to his subjects. Needless to say, Billy could not explain all of this to his father. Not because Henry wouldn't have been interested. He would probably have been too interested, being himself a great teller and welder together of stories. But the long struggle between the Greens and the Reds was Billy's private property, and he didn't want anyone else coming in and telling any of the bowling pins what to do, not his father and not Ned, and certainly not Grandma Obstschmecker, who was always asking questions about them in the hope Billy would provide further proof for her contention that his hours with the bowling pins represented an unhealthy interest, and therefore should be taken away from him. Instead of answering his father's question, Billy parried with one of his own. "What time is it?" "Time for bed." "You said you'd read me a story tonight." "That's what I'm here for. Have you picked out a book?" "I will now." While Billy went to Ho Chi Minh Mountain to select his bedtime story, Henry sat down on the edge of the large, lumpy bed. Just as though he'd eased into a hot bath, he could feel the tensions in his back and shoulders and neck easing away. He loved the rituals of bedtime as much as Billy did, and even had a theory, which he'd never told anyone, not even Madge, that the time he spent spinning tales for Billy had a therapeutic value equal at least to Tylenol or Bengay. Billy returned with a picture book called The Night Before Christmas. "Read this." Henry wrinkled his forehead into a question. "This? Are you sure? Tonight is the night after Christmas. Santa Claus is down at the South Pole taking a vacation." "I know, but I like the way it sounds. 'Twas the night before Christmas, and all through the house not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse." "That's called rhyming, when two words make the same sound. There's lots of other stories that rhyme, not just The Night Before Christmas." "I know, but I like this one." "Your brother says that you're able to read it by yourself. Has your reading really got that good?" "But that's not the same as when you read it. You read better than I do." "Well, I'm glad to hear that I'm still employable somewhere. Okay, we'll read The Night Before Christmas one more time. But that'll be it with Santa Claus till next year, okay?" "Okay," Billy conceded reluctantly. Billy was lifted up onto his father's lap, and Henry began to read the poem. Alerted by the warning that this must be his farewell to Santa Claus, Billy gave the words his total attention, and he was able to pose any number of relevant questions by way of drawing out the story. "What are sugar plums? Why did they wear hats to bed? How does the snow have a breast? If Santa rides in a miniature sleigh and is able to come down through a chimney, what is his actual size? Why was he called an elf? Had he really been the Bishop of Myra, like Sister Symphorosa said? Or was that someone else?" "Now, Billy, I'm not the world's leading authority on Santa Claus, or St. Nicholas, or the Bishop of Myra. In fact, Billy, we should probably have a serious discussion about this. I promised your mother we would clear up any confusion before you went back to school. So maybe this would be the right moment." "Aren't you going to finish reading the book?" Billy asked with alarm. "All right, we'll finish reading it, and then we'll have a serious discussion." Henry looked down at the page that showed a close-up of Santa smoking a pipe and winking. "He was chubby and plump," he read for a second time, "a right jolly old elf, and I laughed when I saw him in spite of myself. A wink of his eye and a twist of his head soon gave me to know I had nothing to dread. He spoke not a word." "What's dread?" Henry laughed. "It's the same as being afraid." "Why should anyone be afraid of Santa Claus?" "They shouldn't. That's what the poem is saying. When Santa winks at the man in the poem, he knows he has nothing to dread." "But he must have been worried before he saw Santa wink at him, or he wouldn't be thinking that, would he?" "I never thought about it before, but that seems to make sense. Well, it must be because Santa's got magical powers. He's got flying reindeer, and he can change his size to get down chimneys. And if he can do things like that, who knows what else he might be able to do, if he wanted." "Is he like the good witches?" Henry cocked his head to the side and checked the beginning of a grin. "What and who are good witches?" "Like in the movie you went to see today." "The Exorcist? Has Ned been talking to you about that?" "There was a witch in Snow White, so we were talking about witches, and he said there are good witches and bad witches, and the good witches use their magic to make people better." "Well, Billy, in my experience, witches have always been women. When a man uses magic, good or bad, he's called a wizard, or maybe a sorcerer, and I've never heard Santa Claus referred to by either of those terms. The poem calls him an elf, and I think all elves know some magic. He looks just like a person, though, except he's fat, but he doesn't have pointy ears. Like Mr. Spock? Like elves do, Billy explained impatiently. Who's to say exactly what elves look like? It all depends on who's telling the story about them. They may have pointy ears, they may not. They're only make-believe, after all. But you said— What? You said Santa is an elf. Henry nodded. Right. But Santa isn't make-believe. Sister Symphosa telephoned. Billy, she did that because your mother asked her to. She did it to be nice, and so you wouldn't be upset at Christmas time. And there's a way in which it's true to say there is a Santa Claus. But what about my train? Billy demanded, aghast at this unexpected betrayal. What about it? Where did it come from? From us? From a store? Henry nodded. From Kmart. You just paid money for it? No, actually, we charged it. Someday, hopefully, we'll pay money for it. Billy looked at the picture book with dismay. He tried to slide down from his father's lap, but Henry scissored his legs together and trapped him. Hey, don't you want to hear the end of the poem? Billy shook his head, but avoided meeting his father's eye. He tried to press his legs apart, and Henry, feeling sorry for him, let him loose. He stood beside the bed in his pajamas, looking balefully at the toy train that had been bought at Kmart, mute. Is he angry with me? Henry asked himself. He wouldn't have blamed him if he was. The kid obviously had a thing about Santa Claus that went beyond the usual simple ploy of believing in Santa so you could ask for more expensive presents than your parents could afford. Well, I want to hear the rest of it, and you can listen or not listen, just as you like. Henry turned to a new page that showed Santa loading up the stocking hung by the chimney and read, He spoke not a word, but went straight to his work, and filled all the stockings, then turned like a jerk. Henry glanced sideways to see if this violation of the familiar text would provoke some protest from Billy, but he just stood there looking stricken. And laying his finger aside of his nose and giving a nod, up the chimney he rose. He sprang to his sleigh, to his team gave a whistle, and away they all flew like the down of a thistle. But I heard him exclaim, ere he drove out of sight. Henry paused, as he always did, for Billy to join him in a choral rendition of Santa's farewell cry, but Billy would have none of it. Henry closed the book with a sigh and got up from the bed. Listen, Billy, I'm sorry I had to be the one to tell you, but your mother and I decided— She's not my mother, Billy said, in an even, colorless tone. We decided, Henry went on, that as soon as Christmas was past, we'd better tell you. Maybe we were wrong. You'd have figured it out yourself as soon as you started thinking about it. Billy walked over to the light switch beside the door. I want to go to bed now, he said, with his hand poised over the switch. Right, said his father. He put the picture book on top of the chest of drawers. In the doorway he turned round to ask, What about a good-night kiss? He hunkered down invitingly. Billy shook his head and turned off the light. I'm too old for that now, he explained, with just a tremble of bitterness in his voice. He closed the door. 10. That very night Ixie the witch dispatched her raven Karn to the secret tinker-toy-built office of Cardinal Richelieu between the dresser and the closet door. Karn told the aged chancellor that the time had come when he must help Ixie defeat Dundor, or else she would reveal his, Richelieu's, secret name and coloration, for Cardinal Richelieu was actually pink and had been painted over with green finger paint at the time he had joined the Green faction, back in September when Dundor's son Hans was murdered and the war began. Richelieu was very upset, but he agreed to obey Ixie's command to derail the troop trains bound for Ho Chi Minh Mountain. Then, as Karn was returning to the Reds' territory, the darkness of the bedroom started to shimmer, and the wind of the raven's wings made a strange whistling sound. and Billy caught his breath, knowing that the story was no longer for him to make up, that whatever was going to happen now would happen without Billy's say-so. Karn flew higher and higher, and Billy felt himself being drawn upward after the powerful raven, like a car at the end of a tow line. Then at a certain height the raven lighted on the branch of a tree, and Billy found himself beneath the tree, face to face with a young man in a short white dress of a type to be seen here and there in the pages of his brother's Junior Universe of Knowledge. The man's eyes were black as the raven's feathers, and his lips were so red he looked like he'd put on lipstick. Billy felt strange being there under the tree in his pajamas, meeting with such a weird person. But underneath the strangeness there was a new kind of excitement he'd never felt before. "Hi there, Billy," said the red-lipped stranger in a rumbly voice, just like the voice of Santa Claus, though clearly he was too young to be Santa Claus. "We meet again." "You're not Santa Claus?" The red lips curled in superior grown-up smile. "Indeed, I am not Santa Claus." "Who are you?" "That's for me to know and you to find out." "You're a pagan god." The stranger laughed. It was a warm, good-humored laugh, and Billy remembered the line from the poem, "I laughed when I saw him in spite of myself." The stranger winked and twisted his head to the side. "That's quite warm, but which pagan god? Can you guess that?" Billy shook his head. "Have you ever heard of a god called Mercury?" "Mercury?" Billy echoed. "There's mercury in a thermometer." "Yes, and there's a planet called Mercury, too. But before those things were, I was a god, the god of thieves and criminals, but also the god of doctors and of businessmen. Surely you knew that, though. Didn't you read the paper your brother wrote for extra credit in Miss Brophy's class?" "That's right," said Billy. "I forgot about that." "Did you forget? Or were you lying, eh?" The red lips pursed in a smile of mild amusement. "Mind you," he went on, "there's nothing wrong with lying, so long as you're not caught. But what is wiser than a lie is a partial truth. I received my staff from Jupiter on condition that I never tell a downright lie. Yet some say I received it from my brother Apollo, who is actually my half-brother. And I can't remember which is the truth, for I was your age at the time of the transaction." "You mean the caduceus?" Billy asked in a whisper. Mercury nodded. "You have read your brother's paper, and so you know the secret name of my staff. But you do not know where it is hidden, and you do not know how to use it." "Tell me," Billy insisted. "And why should I do that?" Billy had to think. Then, "Because you promised. You said if I kept our talk a secret, you'd tell me where it was." The young god ruffled the feathers of his winged helmet as though deliberating. "Wasn't it Santa Claus who made that promise?" he countered at last. Billy shook his head vigorously. "It was you." "Why do you think that?" "Because there isn't any Santa Claus." "But I do exist." "Yes." "Again, why do you think that?" "If the poison stick is where you say it is, that's why." The god began to disappear, not by fading away into the blackness all around, but by shrinking into a smaller and smaller size. When he had shrunk almost as small as Billy, Billy remembered something he had said and called out, "Wait." "Yes," said Mercury, while he went on shrinking. "You said you'd teach me how to use it." "No, what I actually said was that you didn't know how to use it, and so you don't. But I made no promise. I only promised I would help you find it. And I will. It is in the garage." "Where in the garage?" "Where Karn might find it, if he looked." "And when I've got it, will you show me?" Mercury lifted his hand, and though he was now no taller from head to toe than one of the larger bowling pins, the gesture silenced Billy at once. "Do what I tell you, and I will tell you what else you want to know." "What must I do? Tell me, and I'll do it tonight." "Bomb Dundor's railway. Destroy it utterly. Let the Greens be overwhelmed, and the people of Wyomia enslaved. Do this, and all the power of the caduceus will be yours." "Swear," Billy insisted. "By the beard of Jupiter, I swear. By the tits of my mother Maya, I swear, and by my staff." Suddenly, just as he vanished into a pinpoint of brightness, the caduceus appeared in Mercury's hand, a twisted stick to which were affixed the desiccated wings of a dead bird. "I swear." For a long time Billy went on staring at the ceiling of his bedroom. Then, when he was sure that everyone else in the house was asleep, he put on his fuzzy bunny slippers and went downstairs to find the hidden caduceus and to carry out the god's instructions. 11. The note had been put where Henry would have to find it when he sat down for breakfast at 9:45, beside the cereal bowl Madge had set out when she got home from the night shift. It was written, not printed, in pencil on lined paper torn from a spiral notebook, and so at first glance Henry supposed it must have been from Ned. Reading it, he realized it was from Billy, and he didn't know which was more amazing, what the kid had written, or the fact that he was writing in script almost as clearly as Ned, who was in 6th grade. Dear Dad, I am sorry about last night. I was acting like a little kid. Why be angry with you, when you got me such swell presents for Christmas? I should say thank you very much. You are a wonderful dad. Here is a big kiss. I hope you get another job soon. Your sincere son, William Michaels. Henry started crying. Admittedly, he was an easy cry. On Christmas Day, when he'd been watching The Wizard of Oz for the umpteenth time, while the women supervised the turkey and its trimmings, and the kids test-drove their toys, Henry had cried at regular intervals from the opening credits all the way to Dorothy's return to Kansas and her family. He'd even been torn up by one or two of the commercials. Anything that smacked of doomed hopes, cheerful suffering, obdurate loyalty, or grand illusions could get to Henry right where he lived and unloose either a trickle or a torrent, depending on the levels of his emotional reservoir. This morning those levels were low, and the pleasure of crying soon gave way to practical considerations. If the kid had really written the note himself, and not got his brother to do it for him, then he was wasting his time in kindergarten. Henry was already worried about sending Billy back to Sister Symphorosa's classroom. Henry called Ned downstairs and asked him if he'd written the note. Ned said he hadn't. How did he learn to write so well? Have you been helping him? No, but sometimes he stands looking over my shoulder while I do my homework. And yeah, one time, maybe a year ago, he wanted me to show just how I held the pencil in my hand. But I thought that was for drawing. He writes okay, doesn't he? I mean, for being only 6. Is his reading just as precocious? I don't know. He's sort of secretive about it. I guess 'cause he likes to get read, too. He probably figures if we knew how well he could read things himself, we wouldn't want to read to him. But he does watch Sesame Street like a hawk, and I've seen him when he didn't think I was watching, reading books that didn't have any pictures. Or, anyhow, not very interesting pictures. Like my encyclopedia. Why didn't you tell me before? Ned shrugged. What's there to tell? I could read when I was in kindergarten. I couldn't write, but I could read. Lots of kids can. It's nothing special. It occurred to Henry that his stepson might not be as pleased to discern unusual talents in Billy as he was. Till now Ned had been a real overachiever at school, bringing home report cards with long strings of A's and B+s, even in categories like conduct and physical education. Ned might not enjoy the competition of a brighter younger brother. Where is Billy right now? He asked Ned. He went out with his sled. To the park, I suppose. By himself? Probably with Ronnie Tuttle. I don't know. I'm not my brother's keeper. What I'd like to know is where he got his paper from. He doesn't have a 3-ring notebook. He must have got it from my notebook. Oh, Ned, don't be petty. What's a single piece of paper? It's not the paper. It's a matter of privacy. You wouldn't want someone messing around in your desk, would you? Henry smiled appreciatively. He was always pleased to see either of the kids score debating points. Each one represented a step onward along the road to law school, which was the ambition he secretly cherished on behalf of both boys. Madge, he knew, wanted Ned to become a doctor. Ned went off with a sense of having scored a point against Henry, and Henry, who believed in following his impulses without a whole lot of pondering, looked up the number of the rectory of Our Lady of Mercy and telephoned. By a stroke of good luck, it was Father Youngerman who answered, not Father Vendakyevachova. Father Youngerman agreed to see Henry at 11:30 in the rectory if he was free to drive over to the rectory. Henry said he was, which was not strictly true, since Henry couldn't drive anywhere legally, his license having been revoked after a bad drunk driving accident in '69, the same accident that had landed him in the hospital where he'd met Madge and courted her from the inside of a plaster cast. Henry walked to the rectory and explained the situation to Father Youngerman, who agreed that Henry's idea sounded good, but said the decision really belonged in the hands of the school's new principal, Sister Fidelis. Father Youngerman phoned the nun, who agreed to see Henry briefly at the convent of Our Lady of Mercy 2 blocks away, beyond the school and the parking lot. Sister Fidelis turned out to be a young woman with a pretty face and a full figure that her habit could not entirely neutralize. She was the kind of nun you saw only in Hollywood movies, played by Ingrid Bergman or Julie Andrews or Sally Field. Henry explained the situation and his concern about Billy's returning to Sister Symphorosa's classroom, and Sister Fidelis nodded and made sympathetic noises all the while, and even volunteered some commentary of her own on the subject of Sister Symphorosa. Without Henry's having to make a suggestion, she proposed that if Billy could indeed read and write as well as the note he'd left at the breakfast table indicated, and if he could do simple addition and subtraction besides, or learn to with just a little private tutoring, then he would be bumped ahead to 2nd grade, skipping 1st grade altogether. Henry was surprised at how little resistance he encountered, and said so as he was leaving the convent. "Oh, we believe in pushing our children to excel," Sister Fidelis said, with an earnest smile. "It's all very different now from when we were in school. How old are you, Mr. Michaels? About 35? Henry winced. Women usually guessed him to be younger than he was. "Close enough," he said, 33. "Well, when we went to grade school, it was unheard of to let children skip grades, no matter how bright they might have been. The reason usually given was that somehow one would not be properly socialized if one were not in a classroom with one's precise contemporaries. But that's nonsense. The real reason was simply that few teachers were willing to face the challenge they represented. It is easier simply to deny that the gifted have special needs, but I think it only fair that if we expect more from the gifted, then we must be prepared to give them more, especially when they are as young as your son and cannot simply plunder libraries. Oh, dear, I'm afraid I've got on my hobby horse again. You must excuse me." "Excuse you," Henry answered, taking up her style of somewhat breathless candor, as a tenor joining the soprano in a duet will take his tempo from the one she has established. "Everything you've been saying is music to my ears. I really was worried about Billy having to spend hours playing farmer in the dell when he could be learning long division. Don't get me wrong, though. I don't want to pressure the kid into becoming another Einstein, but I do want him to be able to move ahead at his own natural pace. It looks like that will be quite fast enough without my pushing." Sister Fidelis laughed, but in a conspiratorial way. "Now, Mr. Michaels, you must not say anything against Farmer in the Dell. It is a tradition of several centuries, and for anything to last so long there must be a reason. But before I gallop off on a long-winded lecture on the history of ring dances, about which I know virtually nothing, I really must excuse myself. I have 2 piano students waiting for me." Henry held out his hand and presented his friendliest smile. "Sister, it's been a pleasure." Sister Fidelis added the pledge of her left hand over their handshake to declare, "I shouldn't say this, Mr. Michaels, but I really hope he is as bright as you say he may be." "Well, goodbye, sister." "Goodbye, Mr. Michaels. Drive carefully. The streets are icy today." Henry blushed. He never felt the shame of his license revocation so intensely. 12. At 4 o'clock, as it was beginning to get dark, Madge Michaels started the engine of her ponderous red Dodge Monaco, waited until she was sure it wouldn't die on her, and then backed the car out of the garage, crushing the plastic engine of Dundore's troop train to smithereens with its right rear wheel, and to further smithereens with the right front wheel. The car radio was tuned to WCCO, and so Madge didn't hear the crunch of breaking plastic. Neither, since she had swiveled around for a backward view of the driveway, did she see the wreckage left on the floor of the garage. Nor, if she had seen it, could she have realized the full implications this accident would have for the poor Greens, doomed now to defeat, slavery, and, in the particular case of Dundore, impeachment and the axe. Billy, however, perched in the storage space of the garage, did witness the destruction of the toy train, and seeing its wreckage, he rejoiced. At once, boldly, he called on Mercury to fulfill his promise and teach him to use the caduceus, which he had already ferreted out from behind the stack of defunct screens where Ned had hidden it. Gods, of course, are not obliged to answer our prayers at our convenience. Many may never be answered at all, but Billy was not upset when no image formed in the latent darkness, for he knew that he had been forcing the issue. It was enough for now that he'd found the poisoned stick just where the god had told him it would be. Now it was his, and he meant to hide it where Ned would never think to look, in the attic beneath a fleecy layer of insulation. Soon, Billy was confident, Mercury would return and fulfill his promise. Meanwhile, the destruction of the Greens must continue. He swept up the shatterings of the plastic engine and put them in one of the sealed bags that had already been put out into the garbage can in the alley behind the garage. Then, with the caduceus hidden under the jacket of his snowsuit, he went into the house by the kitchen door, and, making certain no one saw him, he went up to the attic. He was supposed to be afraid of the attic, since Ned had told him it was haunted by the ghost of Grandpa Obstschmecker, whom Billy remembered with dim horror as a very fat man who had tried to hook him around the neck with the curvy part of his wooden cane whenever Billy got too near his platform rocker. That was just about all that Billy could remember of the man, but it was enough to have made the attic a place of dread. However, now that he felt himself to be under the protection of Mercury, Billy felt no fear about going into the attic. Indeed, he felt no fear of anything supernatural. He buried the caduceus under the gray nubbles of insulation that filled the long trough between the joists of the floor at the eastern end of the attic, where no boards had been laid. The roof sloped so close to the floor at this end of the attic that even Billy had to stoop low to keep from scraping his scalp on the nails that stuck out of the musty-smelling planks overhead. With a parting, single-fingered caress of the withered wings, Billy left his treasure secure within its mound of mineral wool. And there for many long weeks it lay undisturbed, though never unremembered. Heavy drifts of snow blanketed the roof above, and melted, and froze, and were replaced by deeper drifts. Dundore was beheaded by a miter box saw, and his corpse hung in the hanging gardens of Wyomia for all its citizens to shudder at and mourn. Reinhardt was crowned king, and on the very day of his coronation his mother Ixie persuaded him to sign a decree putting to death all who would not worship the god Mercury and offer sacrifices to him of burnt marshmallow. Fortunately for the peace of the realm, none of the unhappy Greens, all of them reduced to slavery now, dared to oppose Reinhardt's decree, but even this universal submission did not persuade the god to speak to Billy again. Strain his eyes as he might to see beyond the blackness of the bedroom ceiling, Billy could see nothing but random flickerings of the dimmest hues from which neither face nor sceneries emerged. Meanwhile, in the world of daylight, he had entered the 2nd grade, where already he was at the top of his class, even in arithmetic. His new teacher, Miss Bean, was not a nun, but a member of a 3rd order. A short, fat, red-headed woman with eyeglasses that looked like a pair of television screens, Miss Bean immediately made Billy her pet and held him up as an example to all those in room 201 who had not yet memorized the addition and subtraction tables. Billy had done so in 3 days, and then, on his own and without telling anyone, memorized the multiplication and division tables too. Arithmetic came as naturally to Billy as swimming to a trout. He couldn't understand why other kids made such a fuss about it. Second grade was much more fun than kindergarten. About the only part of it he didn't like was having to listen to the dumber kids trying to read aloud, but even that offered the novel pleasure of a conscious superiority. In kindergarten, winning and losing had only been part of a game, and not even a game like checkers that took some thinking, but dumb games like Old Maid or Snap. But second grade was the real thing. There were report cards, and you either got good grades or bad grades, passed or failed, and the kids who failed, the black kids mostly, would end up dropping out of school and turning to drugs and becoming muggers and going to jail, while the kids who did best at school would go on to college eventually, and then to success in life. Part of this Billy had figured out for himself, and part of it came from remarks dropped by Miss Bean and conversations with his father and with Ned. Not that Billy, who wouldn't be 7 until April, was all that concerned about that still very distant future in which he'd be accounted either a success or a failure. Right now he was just getting his bearings in and hugely enjoying what Miss Bean liked to call the world of books. He had his own library card now, with which he could take out as many as 8 books at a time. At first he'd mostly checked out picture books, since you could finish a book that had mostly pictures in it in no time at all. But then one Saturday in the middle of February, when he'd asked Madge if she would drive him to the library, Madge pointed out that he'd checked out 8 books from the library only the day before yesterday. Billy protested that he'd finished all 8 books he'd taken out. Madge had agreed to take him back to the library, but only on condition that he start checking out real books that were meant to be read, instead of picture books. The real books turned out to be much more fun, since Billy's imagination could usually supply better images than most of the ones in the picture books, which were scribbly or blurry, while the pictures that Billy could see just by closing his eyes were as clear and detailed as a Technicolor movie. The one subject that Billy did not naturally excel in was religion. He could recite the answers to catechism questions well enough when he was called on to do so, but he didn't like a lot of the things he was supposed to do in order to be a good Catholic. One Friday afternoon there was supposed to be a class play about Blessed Father Martin Luther, an Austrian priest of the 19th century, responsible for developing devotion to Our Lady of Mercy. Billy was to play the part of Father Luther's companion, Father Kreutzer, and for that role he was to wear one of the cassocks worn by the altar boys when they served Mass. But Billy insisted the cassock was a dress and wouldn't wear it. Even when Father Youngerman, wearing a cassock himself, came over from the rectory to remonstrate, Billy remained fierce in his resistance. And finally the part of Father Kreutzer was given to Jules Johnson, and Billy was stigmatized with a minus sign in the category of shows a cooperative attitude on his report card. The next to last day in February was Ash Wednesday, the first day of Lent and the day when Catholics go to Mass and have ashes smushed on their foreheads. The entire student body of Our Lady of Mercy had to be at that Mass and wait while the grown-ups got their foreheads smushed, and then it was the kids' turn, pew after pew after pew. Even with 3 priests doing the job as fast as possible, saying the words that went with the ashes like tongue-twisters perfectly mastered, "Remember, man, that thou art dust, and unto dust thou shalt return. Remember, man, that thou art dust, and unto dust thou shalt return." The process took more than half an hour. Billy got Father Vendakyevachova and a great glob of ashes that covered half his forehead and then fell in black sprinkles over his nose and his cheeks. Billy didn't realize what a bonus of ashes he'd gotten till recess, when he caught a look at himself in the mirror in the boys' lavatory. He looked ridiculous, but there was no way, with a lavatory full of other kids, to wash the stuff off. Anyhow, everybody else was smeared the same way. The ashes only became a problem when he had to walk home after school. Usually he and Ned went home together, but Ned was taking Lent seriously and had begun a novena that was going to keep him on after school for an extra half hour till Lent was over. Billy refused to join Ned in making the novena. Morning Mass was already more church than he had appetite for, and since it was too cold to wait in the playground, Billy headed home by himself. The way he was supposed to walk home was along Coghlan Avenue to Loudon's, then west on Loudon's to Calumet. These streets had the most stores and the most traffic, but it was dull always to walk home the same way, and if he went over to Calumet along Lind Street and then turned north, he would go through Brosner Park. Or if he walked north on Kuhn Avenue, he would go by the duplex where he'd lived before his parents got divorced. Ned would never take the Kuhn Avenue route, since it went past the Weyerhaeuser Junior High School, which was about half black and regarded as an enemy of Our Lady of Mercy. But Billy had never had problems on the way to and from school, being still so small that bigger kids didn't think he was worth bothering. So on the afternoon of Ash Wednesday, being on his own, Billy decided to go home by way of Kuhn Avenue. Kuhn Avenue wasn't really that much different from Calumet, except that the houses were squeezed a little closer together, and a few had cardboard nailed up over windows that had been broken, and the cars in the driveways were sometimes just wrecks. But otherwise Kuhn Avenue was like anywhere else, with front yards full of trampled snow or non-trampled snow, depending on whether or not there were kids in the houses, and lots of young pine trees not much bigger than Christmas trees that had been planted to replace the dying elms. Most of the sidewalks had been kept well shoveled all through the winter, and so didn't have a buildup of ice the way the sidewalks along Calumet Avenue generally did. 1633 Kuhn Avenue, where Billy used to live, was a house of cream-colored stucco with brown wood trim. The Michaelses had lived in the upstairs part of the house, and a family called the Cornings lived downstairs. There were only 3 Cornings, Marion, Orville, and Bubby. Bubby was handicapped and sat in the downstairs front window of 1633 Kuhn Avenue from morning to night, looking at the traffic go by and rocking his body back and forth in the wheelchair that he was strapped into. Bubby had made a strong impression on Billy when they'd been neighbors. In summers, when Bubby's wheelchair would be parked in the backyard, Billy would use Bubby for an audience to the ever-ongoing adventures of Ronald Rabbit. Those were the days before the bowling pin kingdom had come into being. And though Marion Corning had at first disapproved and tried to get Billy to keep away from her son, who was then 10 years old, Bubby had made it clear, by various gurglings and thrashings about, that he enjoyed these private theatricals and wanted them to continue. He was there today, as usual, in the downstairs window, and he seemed to Billy to have grown almost to adult size since the last time he'd seen him. His head lolled to one side, and his eyes wouldn't focus on anything. Even when Billy threw a very soft snowball at the window to get his attention, even then Bubby just sat there. Like, Billy remembered his father saying this of him, a vegetable. Children like Bubby never went to school, or got married, or worked, or did anything at all. They just got fed and grew. Billy found the whole thing fascinating. Even so, Billy didn't linger long in the front yard of 1633. The weather was too cold, and Bubby too unresponsive. He continued on his way along Kuhn Avenue till he came to the corner of Pillsbury and the cyclone-fenced playground of Weyerhaeuser Junior High School. He didn't even see the kids who beat him up until they ran up from where they'd been hiding behind a parked truck and caught hold of his arms. They took his books and threw them on the other side of the fence. They made fun of the ashes on his forehead and washed them off with snow. They looked in all his pockets to see if he had any money, and when they were sure he didn't, they lifted him up by his arms and legs and swung him back and forth, and then let go so that he cannonballed into a big heap of snow that a snowplow had piled up in the gutter. By the time he'd got to his feet and blinked the snow out of his eyes, they were gone. But he remembered their faces, and he knew their names, and he was so sure he would get even with them that he didn't even bother crying. At home, Grandma Obstschmecker bawled him out for not waiting for Ned and for walking on Kuhn Avenue, and all the while she was bawling him out he smiled to himself and thought that he would get even with her too. And just that thought seemed to do the trick, because right in the middle of her tirade she got one of her headaches and had to go lie down in her room. When Ned got home, he made a big fuss about Billy's having washed the ashes off his forehead before Billy could tell him how it had happened. So Billy didn't bother trying to explain. He just included Ned on his enemies list and took a book up to his room and read till it was time for dinner, which tonight was a frozen pizza, since neither Madge nor Henry was home to declare otherwise, and Grandma O loved frozen pizzas as much as they did. Lately, Billy's official bedtime had been extended from 9 to 10 o'clock, but tonight he went to bed at 8:30. He turned off the lights and looked up at the ceiling, as certain that Mercury would know his need and come to him, as someone waiting at a bus stop is certain that a bus will come, probably in the next 15 or 20 minutes. First there was a kind of bubbling, as though the bedroom had become a giant percolator filled with boiling black coffee, and then the god appeared, without any clothes except the winged sandals and helmet he was shown wearing in the grown-ups' encyclopedia at the library. The caduceus he carried was exactly like the one hidden under the insulation in the attic. Billy spoke first. "I did what you said." "Yes, I know." Something in the way he said it made Billy think of Santa Claus and of the song, "He knows if you are sleeping, he knows if you are awake, he knows if you've been bad or good." "Oh, no," Mercury said lightly. "I don't concern myself with bad and good." "How can you tell what I'm thinking?" "A god knows that, first of all. I also know that you want to be able to use your new talent, and I'm here to explain. But you must listen carefully. I won't repeat myself." "His new talent?" "No," Billy said carefully. "I want to know how to use the stick, the poison stick that makes people sick." Mercury tapped the winged tip of the caduceus on his bright red lips. "Already, Billy, even as you say that, you are doing one of the things you must do to make the caduceus effective. You're rhyming. Do you understand how words rhyme? When one of them sounds like the other, like house and mouse? Exactly. When you would curse someone with the power of the caduceus, the curse must rhyme. So until you have become quite handy at rhyming, you do well to work out your curses ahead of time, so that they'll be accurate. That is the first thing to know. The second is that you cannot use the caduceus to undo what it has done. You can use it for healing, but not to remove its own curse. The third thing to bear in mind is that the caduceus you have is weak from lack of use. Think of it as a flashlight with its battery almost dead. It will grow stronger as you use it, and you will be able to transfer its power to other, less conspicuous agents, a spoon, for instance, or a cigarette. But for now only its direct touch can work harm. One final caution. It will not kill, not directly. It may engender afflictions that will lead to death, and you may easily learn by study what afflictions those may be, and how cruel or blunted their pathology. But death as such is in the hands of other gods. I believe that covers it. Do you have any questions? How long will it last? It comes with a lifetime guarantee. Does it work on animals? Surely, on anything that grows, plants as well. Billy chuckled, thinking of what he'd be able to do to various dogs in various backyards that he had to pass on his way to school. Mercury smiled. "Now, Billy, you must kneel and worship me." "What?" "Power is never free. It must be paid for, and spiritual power is paid for by worship. Just place your hand on the end of the caduceus." Mercury extended his wand with the winged tip foremost. Billy put his hand on it. To his surprise it seemed warm and pliant. A smell filled the room, like the smell of hamburgers charring on an outdoor grill. "Repeat after me. Thou, Mercury, art my god. I place my being in thy care." "Thou, Mercury, art my god. I place my being in thy care." "Now I lay my soul in pawn." "Now I lay my soul in pawn." "This upon thy staff I swear." "This upon thy staff I swear." Billy felt a brief itching sensation in the palm of his hand. Then the caduceus vanished, and the god as well, and Billy found himself alone in the darkness, covered in sweat and trembling with the amazement of having such power. 13. Because Henry Michaels was divorced from his true wife, Sandra, and Ned's mother was divorced from her true husband, Lance, they were both of them eternally damned to hell so long as they went on living together as man and wife. or so long as Sandra Winkelmeyer and Lance Hill were both still alive. This had been a source of a general low-grade feeling of distress to Ned ever since his mother had sat him down and explained that, despite the teachings of the church, she and Henry were getting married, and snotty little Billy Michaels was going to be his stepbrother. Now, however, the likelihood of their damnation had become Ned's despair and daily obsession. Ned's concern had become urgent when, in the 3rd week of Lent, an African missionary had come to Our Lady of Mercy to conduct a retreat for the upper grades. In the course of this retreat, the priest, Father Borghese, had described the suffering of the souls in hell, souls of those who had died while living in a bad marriage, like that of his mother to Henry Michaels, or in the course of an abortion, or in an automobile accident shortly after committing secret sins of impurity. Father Borghese had described the pains of hell and its sickening stench, and he spoke of the terrible sorrow of the damned, forever denied the sight of God. Then, in a voice as beautiful as a singer singing, he had asked, why? Why did people do it? Why did they risk an eternity of happiness for a few fleeting instants of sensual satisfaction? Again and again the missionary priest's whys resounded through the nave of Our Lady of Mercy, and there was nowhere to turn, no way to hide from the certain doom the priest had pronounced against his mother and Henry, whose resurrected flesh would be covered with open, suppurating sores, whose mouths would be filled with the slime and slither of undying worms and scorpions, who would weep for mercy and receive none. There could be no mercy for those who had refused God's love in their lifetime. His fatherly love would be denied them throughout eternity, and the souls of the blessed would look down from their heavenly glory and be made glad by the terrors and sorrows of the damned. Ned had found this so much more vivid certainty of his mother's and Henry's damnation upsetting in a wholly new way. It seemed only a matter of days or weeks until they would go to their terrible reward. He began to have worse nightmares than ever, from which he would awake trembling and sweating. Once he wet his bed. Madge began to hint that he might be taken to visit a psychiatrist, Dr. Helbrin, in the Fauché Tower. How could he explain that the problem wasn't his? It was theirs, the adulterous pair's. On Wednesday of Holy Week, Ned went to confession with Father Vindikyevachova and demanded to know what he personally must do to lead the two sinners from their lives of sin. Must he reproach Madge and Henry for living in adultery? Must he remind them of the terrible dangers they faced each day that went by without repentance? Should he, as other protesters have done, go on a hunger strike until they had agreed to submit to the Church's holy authority? No, Father Vindikyevachova had advised, on no account was he to say a word to either of them. Ned must confine his efforts on their behalf to prayer, and perhaps some moderate fasting, such as giving up desserts. It was the job of their confessors to stir Madge's and Henry's sluggish consciences. Would Father Vindikyevachova do that, then? Ned then implored. Would he phone Madge and Henry and arrange a visit and urge them to repent and turn from their sins? Father Vindikyevachova became rather brusque at this point and told Ned, in effect, to mind his own business. Ned was meted out an unusually stiff penance, though he'd had virtually nothing to confess on his own account, except his unwilling involvement in his mother's illicit cohabitation with Henry, and dismissed from the confessional. Like the man in the gospel story, Ned's last state was worse than his first. He walked through the bright early April weather like a prisoner heading to his execution. How was he to go on living with them? How could he sit down at the same table, knowing that soon it would be their flesh singed and seared, and not some sirloin steak, and to be forbidden even to talk about it? But that wasn't exactly what the priest had made him promise. He couldn't talk about it with his mother or Henry, but nothing had been said about Billy. Billy was only just turned 7, but he was preparing for his first communion, and he was brighter than most 7-year-olds, and they shared the same dilemma. Maybe together they could do something to save their parents from hell. In any case, they could talk about it. But when Ned got home, Billy was not in his room or anywhere downstairs, and his outdoor jacket and galoshes were in the hallway by the back door, which meant that he had to be somewhere in the house. Grandma Obstschmecker was alone in her own room, drowsing in front of a game show. There was no sign of Billy in the basement, or in the other bedrooms upstairs, or on the sun porch. Only one possibility remained. Ned opened the door to the attic and peered up the steep stairs at the dark raftered underside of the house's roof. "Billy," he called out, "are you up there?" In reply there was a kind of rustling sound. "Billy," he called out again. This time Billy answered, "I'm up here. Stay out." Ned went up the stairs. The air was colder up here than it was out of doors, and very damp. He began to feel a stirring of resentment toward Billy. The attic had never been officially declared to be Ned's private domain, but he considered it such. Billy was supposed to be afraid to come up here, afraid of Grandpa Obstschmecker's ghost. At the top of the stairs, Ned looked about and saw Billy squatting down at the far end of the attic, where no floorboards had been laid. A long, slanting ray of the setting sun entered at the west dormer window and lanced through the space as though on purpose to expose the boy's trespassing presence. "What are you doing up here?" Ned demanded. "None of your business." "I thought you were afraid to come in the attic by yourself." "Why should I be afraid? Are you?" Ned said, "No." And then he thought about it and realized that maybe he was. He had made up the story about Grandpa Obstschmecker's ghost himself in order to throw a little scare into Billy, and he knew that ghosts were not supposed to be real. But people's souls did live on somewhere or other, and long-dead saints often returned in visions. And what was the difference, really, between a ghost and a vision? Billy got a mean smile on his face. "You are so. I can see it. You're afraid." Ned shook his head. "Why are you up here?" Billy shrugged. "To play." "But it's cold." Ned could already feel goosebumps developing on his arms and across his chest as the damp air penetrated the thin cotton polyester of his shirt. "I've got a sweater on." Ned noticed that there were wads of insulating wool all over Billy's brown sweater and his corduroy pants, as though he'd been rolling around in the stuff. He walked nearer to where Billy was hunkered down. The cold floorboards creaked. Billy backed away. "What do you want?" he whined. "Can't you see I'm busy?" "Busy?" "Just leave me alone." Ned knew now for certain that Billy was doing something wrong, but he couldn't imagine what. Billy was too young by many years to be committing a sin of impurity. But what other kind of sin could you commit in an attic all by yourself? Without forming a conscious strategy, Ned decided that the best course was to be straightforward and bring up the matter of their parents' imperiled souls. "I was just at confession," he began. At first Billy couldn't figure what Ned was getting at. He kept expecting Ned to tell about some sin he'd committed, but instead it was all stuff about his father and Madge going to hell because they weren't married. "But they are married," Billy insisted. "They've got the photograph in their bedroom." "Not in the eyes of the church. Only their first marriages count. Your dad's to Sandra, and my mom's to Lance. That's who they're really married to." "Well, I think it's a dumb idea." "But if they die, they'll go to hell automatically. You can't just ignore that." "That's what you say. But Dad goes to communion. He couldn't do that if he had a mortal sin." "That just adds to the sins. If you go to communion when you're in a state of mortal sin, it makes it worse." "Why talk to me about it?" Billy reasoned. "You should talk to them." Ned shook his head sorrowfully. "I can't. If they do go to hell, it's their own fault, but I don't think they'd go to hell for changing their minds about who they should be married to. My mother says she's a lot happier now with Mr. Winklemeyer, so what can my dad do? He can't go and live with the Winklemeyers, and your dad—" Billy broke off diplomatically. It was an unwritten rule that nobody ever talked about Lance Hill. "What about my dad?" Ned insisted, feeling aggrieved. Billy smiled condescendingly, a carbon copy of the smile he'd seen his father use at the mention of Lance Hill. "What about my dad?" Billy sighed and repeated the epithet he'd heard Madge use, drunk in the kitchen talking with Henry. "He's a cocksucker." Billy was unaware of the force of the tabooed word and the precautions governing its use, so he was not prepared for Ned's reaction. Ned scrambled forward and grabbed at Billy, but didn't get a good hold. Billy skittered sideways on his knees, crouching low to duck beneath the rafters as they slanted down to the floor. Ned struck at him, but his hand hit a rafter, and a protruding nail incised a long red line on the back of his fist. He screamed out, "Jesus Christ!" before he could stop himself, then had to wonder if he'd just committed a mortal sin. The possibility made him even angrier. "I'm going to kill you," he told Billy. "It wasn't me that said so," Billy defended himself. "It was your mother. She said so. I just heard her talking with Dad." Ned knew Billy was telling the truth, but that didn't make it any easier to stomach. The blood was running down his hand and dripping from the tips of his fingers. The red drops turned black when they fell on the fleece of insulating wool, and there, as though his blood were pointing to it, was the desiccated wing-tip of the caduceus. He pushed aside the little mound of insulation that covered the stick to which the wings were secured. "You stole this. That's what you were doing up here. You stole it, and you came up here to hide it." "Don't touch it," Billy warned, waving his hands at Ned as he might shoo away a bird that had lighted on the lawn. "Don't touch it," Ned repeated. "You're telling me not to touch it? Oh, that is rich. Do you know what this is? Do you know what I can do with it?" The stories he'd told Billy about the powers of the poison stick came back to him, and he decided he would teach his brother a lesson. "It's dangerous," Billy said, backing away. "You bet your ass it's dangerous. It's so dangerous it's going to—" He did not finish his threat, for he had taken the caduceus into his bleeding hand, and at once a tremor passed through his body like a wind moving through him, an electric wind that tore at the tissues of his body, twisting and reordering atom and molecule, shattering the crystal lattices of the DNA as a greater wind might shatter the windows of a house, and ever, as it moved through the lymph and in the muscles and along the veins and arteries, gathering new force, wreaking new destruction, inflicting new pain so unimaginable that simply from the wonder of it Ned could not have spoken. He tried to let go of the caduceus, but his hand was welded to it as though it were a high-voltage line that he had grasped, which in a way it was. The vibration had spread to every part of his body, in his ears so that he heard a kind of howling, the sound of the twisting and wrenching of bone and ligament, in his throat so that he could not speak or draw breath, in his ankles and knees so that his legs grew weak and he fell, striking a floor joist with his hip and landing face down in the insulation. Its fibers scratched at his eyes, and he had not even the self-command to keep his eyelids pressed shut. "I told you," Billy said in a low, reproachful voice, "but you wouldn't listen." He got a grip on Ned's arm and pulled him over on his side. Ned began to choke. His eyes rolled back to show their whites, and his eyelids began fluttering arrhythmically. Then, from having been tense and trembling, his body went limp, and the caduceus fell from his fingers. Billy bent down and picked it up. The residue of the power that had passed through made Billy's hand tingle with a strange pleasure that vanished almost as soon as it was felt. It left behind a feeling of sadness, but of great calm, too. He knew just what he must do to avoid being blamed for what had happened. There was no reason he should be blamed. What had happened to Ned was an accident. Billy had never meant for the curse he'd placed on the caduceus to light on his step-brother. "Filthy, dirty, grimy, grubby. When I touch you, be like Bubby." "I'm sorry," Billy said calmly. "I really am sorry, but I'd already said the words, and I can't change them. I was going to use it on the guys who beat me up. I would never have used it on you." There was a tear in his eye. He was telling the truth. It had been an accident. Ned's body began to rock back and forth slowly, as though in a cradle. Saliva flowed out of his slack mouth and down round his left cheek to drip into the insulation. Billy bent down and looked closely at his face. "Can you understand me?" Ned made a rhythmic mewling sound, just like Bubby Corning when he'd first known him, back on Cune, before he became a total vegetable. Billy hid the caduceus under the insulation in another part of the attic. Then he went down to the bathroom, leaving the attic door open, so that when his father went to look for Ned at dinner time, he'd know right away where to go. and systematically picked off each and every fleck of insulation from his sweater and pants. He knew there would be questions as soon as Ned was discovered, so by way of accounting for his own whereabouts after school, he inveigled his grandmother into a game of checkers. She was a terrible checkers player, never able to think ahead beyond the next move, and therefore always astonished and resentful when she lost. Billy deliberately let her win the first game, so she was amenable to a rematch. Toward the end of that game, Henry and Madge got home with a Chinese take-out dinner. It was Madge who found Ned in the attic and who drove him to the hospital in the Dodge. The hospital couldn't do anything for him, of course. For most of the next month, Ned was tested, and Billy had to go through a lot of tests too, but nothing helped. Ned's condition remained the same as when Madge had found him. The doctors didn't have an explanation. Sometimes, they said, these things happen. Sometimes there is no explanation. Book 2, 14. The elm in the backyard that had been dying from Dutch elm disease was alive again, not just on the mend, but actually flourishing, and Ned seemed to be in communion with it in some strange way, his mind coming to awareness as the light of the dawn stirred in its leaves and easing into sleep only as the last glow of dusk left the sky. He could feel the juices bubbling up through the trunk of the tree, the shifting pressures of its different membranes, the thirsts of the roots, the lower leaves' greedy twistings up for the light that the shadow of the house denied them. He could feel them in his own flesh, like a tune that's always on the radio, filling you with its beat even when you're not thinking of it. Not that Ned felt any better himself as a result of this awareness of the born-again elm. His own body remained inert and benumbed, a mere anchor of living meat tethering his ever-conscious mind to the daybed on the north-facing, elm-shaded sun-porch behind his bedroom. It had been Henry's idea to let him spend the warmer months of the year out here, where he could watch whatever might be happening in the alley in the backyard. In effect, it meant that he could watch the leaves of the elm turn this way and that way as the breezes determined. Yet even this random flickering yielded a kind of comfort, a smoothing over of the prevailing ache of his own vegetative existence, the torment of being unable by so much as the blinking of an eye to indicate to those who tended the needs of his body, feeding him, diapering him, clipping his nails, that he was still a human being, that he could think, though not always very clearly, and that it was Billy who was responsible for his being this way, little goddamned Billy, whose voice and footsteps and daily visits to the sun-porch were like flames licking up from the coals of hell, searing Ned with a hatred that was still as intense as in the first weeks in the hospital, when he'd slowly come to realize what had happened, and now would always go on happening just the same, this living death, this eternal torment. Eternity. The African missionary, Father Borghese, had talked to them at the retreat about eternity, how no living person could ever understand what it was like, what it meant that something should just go on and on and on, a pain that never changes, with no hope that it can ever be relieved. Father Borghese had even made the comparison of how a sick person lying in bed will shift from one side to another, or cough up phlegm, or put a washcloth on his forehead, but that in the eternity of hell even such small comforts are denied the damned. "We cannot imagine that," the priest had said in a low, moaning voice. "We can't begin to understand." But Ned understood. Ned could have given Father Borghese lessons in the meaning of eternity and hell and the torments of the damned, the worst of which, according to the priest, was the despair of being denied forever the sight of God. But on that score he'd been wrong. After only a little while in hell, the damned stopped believing in God, supposing that they ever had. Or they came to believe in a very different kind of God, not the kindly creator of heaven and earth, but the cruel architect of the inferno the damned inhabited, one who could look down, gloating, from his power and glory, and take satisfaction in their suffering. Such a God as Billy Michaels. Not that Billy could be said to gloat. Almost the opposite was true. He was the ideal kid brother and faithful companion, always ready to help out with the messy job of feeding him, and never giving up on the unverifiable idea that Ned had a living mind trapped inside the inert hulk of his body, an idea that both Henry and Grandma Obstschmecker had long since given up on, though for Madge's sake they maintained a half-hearted fiction. But Billy seemed to have no doubt at all. Early in the morning, and again as soon as he was home from school, he would come to Ned's bedside to read aloud from the comic strips in the Star Tribune, holding up the paper before Ned's face and pointing to each of the characters in turn, to Lucy in Peanuts, to Dagwood, to Dennis the Menace, and Mark Trail, reading the words in the speech balloons, and then, if there was a joke, explaining it. Or he would tell Ned about the day's events at school or in the neighborhood. Who'd flunked social studies, who'd been sent to detention for fighting on the playground, whose car had got its fender mashed on the thruway. Often when he had homework to do, he would bring it into Ned's bedroom and work at the table beside the window, while Ned, weighted down by the chains of his paralysis, would lie in bed, staring at the ceiling or at the wall, according as his impotent carcass had last been positioned, and have to listen to the droning remarks of his tormentor. He must hear Billy's homework assignments read aloud, long catechism lessons recited until they'd been got down pat, biographies of Daniel Boone and the first astronauts in space. Even in summer, Billy persisted in tormenting Ned with his damned brotherly love. Eventually it had become a source of concern to Henry that his son was spending too much time with the invalid, that there might be something morbid in this vigilant concern. Ned had heard Henry discussing it with Madge when they'd been sitting in the backyard drinking beers while they waited for ribs to be barbecued. "I don't see what possible harm there can be in it," Madge said. "It's kindness, that's all it is. If someone learns to be kind at age 8, maybe they'll grow up to be kind adults." "It's not his being kind I worry about. It's the time he spends up there, talking to him. It's like those bowling pins he used to play with." "You never objected to those." "He was younger then." "You're saying that Ned is like a bowling pin?" "No, Madge, you know that isn't what I meant." "And he's up there now on the sun porch, listening to every word we say." Henry had no reply to that, and a few minutes later Ned heard the bang of the screen door to the kitchen. The leaves flickered. From far off there was the sound of a lawn-mower. A robin lighted on a branch of the elm and flew off. Eternity continued. 15. "When I was your age," Henry reminisced, resting his rake against the trunk of the elm tree and digging into the pocket of his shirt for a crumpled package of Kents, "there was none of this nonsense about bagging leaves, and nobody talked about composting then either. We just burned them, either in a trash barrel or in a big pile in the back alley. That was one of the nice things about this time of year, the smell of bonfires everywhere you went. It's a nice smell." He lit a cigarette, considered the flame until it got too close to his finger, then flicked it out. "Could we make a bonfire?" Billy asked hopefully. He had the job of going through the piles of raked leaves and taking out any sticks large enough to puncture the leaf bags. His sweatshirt and pants were covered with shreds and crumbles of dead elm leaves, and the stuff had got down inside the neck of his sweatshirt and was making him itch like crazy. "Sorry, pal, but if a cop car drove by and saw it, I could get fined $200, and that's a pretty high price to pay for the pleasure of burning leaves." "Why rake them up at all? Why not just leave them where they are?" "Because the lawn wouldn't grow in the spring. If you ever go into a real forest, you won't find a lot of grass underfoot. So if you want a nice lawn, you've got to rake the leaves." Henry took up the rake with a sigh and started making a new leaf pile. The wire teeth of the fan-shaped rake snagged in the rank grass beneath the littering leaves, grass Henry had not mowed since early in September. The process reminded him of his hog-bristle hairbrush on the bathroom ledge, with its steadily accumulating tangle of lost hair. A bald spot was definitely starting to be visible at the back of his head. "It's not only the trees that are losing their thatch," he commented ruefully. Billy looked up, waiting for the "but also" that would round off Henry's meaning. When it didn't come, he asked, "What's thatch?" "It's what people in England used to use to cover the roofs of their houses, before asphalt shingles were invented. Billy looked up at the roof of the Obstschmecker house. The green trim had flaked away around all the second-story windows and on the attic's gable, and the drain pipe had got disconnected from the gutter, but the shingles all seemed to be in good shape. "It's an expression for hair," Henry explained. "I was thinking how I'm losing my hair just the way the trees are losing their leaves. It happens to some men when they get older, but I wasn't expecting it to happen to me. Not for a while yet." "What makes men get bald?" "Billy, if I could answer that question, I'd be a millionaire. Some men still have a full head of hair at 80. Others start going bald while they're in college, and no one knows why. It's something in the genes. And don't ask me what genes are, because all I can tell you about them is that they're the smallest part of every person. So small you can only see them in a microscope, and only doctors at universities know anything about them." Billy nodded knowingly. "We've studied about genes in science. They're what kids get from their parents. I got half my genes from you and the other half from Mom. And you both got your genes from your dads and moms, and so on all the way back to Adam and Eve." "Well, you're more of an expert on the subject than I am." Billy extracted a longish wind-fallen branch from the leaf pile and snapped it into 3 manageable pieces. "When you were my age, did you put on costumes and go trick-or-treating on Halloween?" Henry smiled and nodded. "Sure, up to a certain age." "What age?" 10 or 11, maybe 12. I was a shorty till high school, so I could keep on trick-or-treating longer than most kids." "How'd you dress up?" "As a ghost when I was little. Then one year I was a pirate with a black patch over my eye, and another time I was a bum. And one time I must have worn a mask from the dime store, because I can remember the mouth of the mask getting soggy and shapeless after I'd eaten a piece of apple pie without taking it off. Can't remember what it was a mask of, though." Billy sprang his trap. "So why can't I go trick-or-treating?" "We've been through all that, partner. You know why." "Other kids get to. There's no law against it, like against burning leaves." "But your school doesn't like the idea, and they're having a nice party on Halloween, where you get just as much candy as if you went around from house to house asking for it. And no one's parents will have to worry about the chance of someone playing nasty tricks." "You mean putting razor blades inside of apples and like that?" "Right. It's been known to happen." "But I won't go to places like old Mrs. Wirtz's. I'll just go to places that have a jack-o'-lantern in the window. That's what Ralph says to do. He gets to go trick-or-treating, and he's only in 2nd grade. "But he goes to the public school, right? And they're not throwing a party for their kids to go to." "But I don't want to go to the stupid party. I know what it'll be like. We'll have to sit in the auditorium and watch old movies, and the older kids will take all the best candy for themselves and just leave popcorn and apples and that stuff for the little kids. That's what happened last year." Henry sighed. He was in total sympathy with his son's feelings in the matter. A school-sponsored party couldn't begin to compare with the excitement of going trick-or-treating. And as for the danger of razors and apples, he figured that was in the same class of risk as being hijacked when you take an airplane or getting hit by lightning. The real reason for the ban on trick-or-treating, which was not even hinted at in the letter from Sister Fidelis that had been sent home with all the students at Our Lady of Mercy, was that the neighborhood was now at least 1/3 colored, and having troops of grade school kids parading around after dark with sacks of candy was an open invitation to disaster. But naturally, you didn't want to spell that out in a way that would be obvious to the kids. It would sound too much like prejudice. Hoping to shift ground, Henry asked, "What are you going to wear for your costume?" The unstated assumption was that the costume in question was the one Billy would wear to the school party. At first Billy was silent, sensing that any answer would represent his surrender to the idea of the school party. But then, almost as though he'd been following the drift of Henry's unspoken thoughts, he announced, "I'm going as a colored person." "What?" Henry reacted with sincere dismay. "No, that would not be a good idea, Billy." "Why not? I'll put charcoal on my hands and face like I did last summer by accident when we had the picnic. You said then I looked just like Little Black Sambo, and Mom laughed. Billy, there are kids at your school who are colored, and for them the color of their skin is a sensitive matter. They would think you were making fun of them. But it's just a costume. If I have to go to that dumb party, that's what I want to wear. Once again, Henry had to admire his son's skill as a negotiator. Tell you what, Billy, let's leave it up to your mother. If Madge says it's okay for you to go to your Halloween party in blackface, you can. Okay? Okay, said Billy. And otherwise I can go out trick-or-treating? No, said Henry judiciously. That's out of the question. Now let's finish stuffing these leaf bags. What do you say? Billy said nothing, but trudged, with seeming obedience, over to the separate pile of twigs and branches to deposit the latest pickings from the mound of raked leaves. Called, he thought. Crawled, walled. He stared into the woodpile as intently as if it were ablaze. Falled. But falled was not a word, and neither was told. He started going through the alphabet systematically, trying to find a word that would rhyme with bald. Scald? That was a real word, but he couldn't think of any way to fit it into a curse that would work. He'd learned over the last year and a half that only real words would work. If you used nonsense words, the curse either didn't work at all or was very, very weak. He tackled the problem from the other direction. Touch the handle of this rake. But he didn't want to give Henry a stomach ache or any other kind of ache either. He wanted him to go bald. Then all at once he realized that the answer was staring him in the face. He reached down and took one of the largest and most jaggedy twigs from the woodpile. Twig in hand, he headed for the back door. Hey, we've got a lot more bags to stuff, Henry said. I've got to go to the toilet, Billy lied. All the way up to the stairs of the attic, and all the while he rubbed the twig and the caduceus together, transferring the power of the one piece of wood to the other, he continued to mutter and improve on the curse that the twig would carry. One touch of this leafless twig will make you bald as Porky Pig. When he returned to the backyard, he dropped the twig on a part of the lawn his father had not yet got round to raking. Then, with an impish grin, he volunteered to take over the job of stuffing the leaves into the plastic bags. Henry was happy to be done with the stooping and the bending. Before he started raking again, he lit another cigarette. But then, before he could start raking, Grandma O came out to the back door to announce a phone call from the Snelling Employment Service. Hey, said Henry, that could be it. Cross your fingers for me, kid. He dashed into the house, and Billy felt a sudden rush of relief. Almost from the moment he'd dropped his twig on the lawn, like a mine ready to explode, he'd wished he hadn't done it. His dad really didn't deserve anything so awful to happen. And for his dad, Billy knew, being bald really would be awful. He broke the twig in two, and then broke each of those pieces in two. But he wasn't sure, even so, that being broken would have removed the curse from it. Burning seemed safer. He went to where Henry had left his flannel shirt hanging on the wooden railing of the back stairs, and took a book of Hunt's tomato catsup matches from the shirt's pocket. With the first match, the pieces of the twig lighted easily. But they wouldn't stay lit. They fell out of the teepee shape in which Billy had positioned them, and lay smoldering on the square of concrete that served as the bottom step of the wooden staircase. The wind blew out the next match he tried to light. The third seemed to take. Billy watched, mesmerized, as an orange flame wriggled up the smooth gray bowl of one twig like a living creature. The flame creature crawled from one twig to another. It grew and shrank and grew again. As Billy would hold one twig at an angle to another, the way you light candles from wick to wick. Good heavens, William, what on earth do you think you're doing? Grandma Obstschmecker was down the steps before Billy could think what to do. She grabbed the burning pieces of the twig from his hand and threw them to the ground, and stamped on them till the flames were out. You know better than to play with matches. Whatever possessed you to do a thing like that? And right by these old steps. You could have set the whole house on fire. William, why are you smiling? I'm sorry, Grandma. But it was really impossible not to smile at the idea of Grandma O with her head as bald as Porky Pig. He tried to think about how he was probably going to be punished for starting the fire, but then he'd think of Grandma O, bald as an egg, and the grin would come back. He couldn't help it. "What do you think is so funny, William? Tell me." "Nothing, Grandma." Maybe he thought the fire would have already done away with the curse. Maybe she wouldn't go bald. It would be interesting to find out. Thinking about it like that, scientifically, it was possible to stop smirking. Grandma O regarded him quizzically, and then delivered her final verdict. "You are the strange one," she said, "and no doubt about it." Then she went back into the house. For just a moment Billy had the feeling he used to have when he was smaller and had been able to see to the inside of things, to where there were faces and bodies and buildings and animals. It was a feeling of being at the same time very large and very small, taller than the tallest grown-up and smaller than the smallest Gene. The light in the backyard seemed to flicker as though a cloud had passed across the sun, and a gust of wind sprang up to lift some of the raked leaves from their mounds and piles and scatter them back across the raked part of the lawn. Then the feeling was gone, and everything was the way it had been before. 16. "Hey, listen to this. This is interesting." Billy aimed the beam of the little plastic tensor lamp at the column of text in the Junior Universe of Knowledge under the heading of Halloween and read aloud. "Halloween is one of the oldest holidays that we celebrate. It comes on the 31st of October. The word Halloween is a contraction for All Hallows' Eve, that is, the night before the Christian festival of All Saints' Day. But Halloween and the customs associated with it go back long before the Christian era. It goes back to the time of the ancient Druids, who lived in England and northern Europe when those lands were still one vast forest, where wolves stalked through the night and men lived in fear. The Druids reckoned that the new year began at Halloween and not on January 1st, so that for them Halloween was also New Year's Eve. The Druid name for Halloween was Oitcha Savna, that is, the vigil of Savin. Savin was the Druid god of death, and on his feast night, it was believed, Lord Savin would summon the souls of all the wicked who had died in the last year, and who had been living since their deaths in the bodies of animals. "Hey," Billy commented, "this is really creepy stuff, isn't it?" Ned, who had been propped into a sitting position in his bed, listened as mute and powerless as any minion of Lord Savin. Billy continued reading from the Junior Universe. "In Christian times, many people continued to believe that All Hallows' Eve was the one night of the year when ghosts and witches were most likely to wander abroad. They also continued the Druid custom of building great bonfires in thanksgiving for the year's harvest. Stones would be placed in these bonfires, one for each member of the family. In the morning, the ashes of the fire would be sifted to look for the stones, and if any were missing or had been damaged, it was believed that the person represented by that stone would die within the year. Though we no longer credit such superstitions in modern times, Halloween is still associated in many minds with the uncanny and the supernatural. The jack-o'-lanterns glowing in the windows of our homes are a reminder of the Druids' ancient bonfires and their forest world of witches and ghost-haunted wild animals. For us, too, Halloween is a fit time for giving thanks and for sharing the pleasures and benefits of civilized life. And the candy, too." Billy closed the thick volume for letters G through I and returned it to its own little bookcase at the side of Ned's bed. He felt Ned's diaper to be sure it was dry, and then he sat down on the edge of the mattress. The only light on in the room was the tensor lamp at the table where Billy had been reading, and this far away it gave Ned's pale, slack features a weird look that would have been scary to someone who wasn't as used to it as Billy. Once, when he'd had the house to himself except for Grandma O, who was taking a nap, Billy had brought his friend Ralph Johnson up to Ned's bedroom and let Ralph see Ned laid out on the bed with just his diaper on and drooling. He'd shown Ralph how you could tell Ned was alive by holding a mirror up in front of his mouth, and had dared Ralph to hold the mirror himself, but Ralph wouldn't come that close to the bed. Any time after that Billy wanted to play Parcheesi or Sorry with Ralph, they had to play in the dining room or the living room. Ralph refused to go to any of the upstairs rooms because of Ned's being upstairs. Even without Ned in it, his bedroom would have struck an outsider as creepy because of the small jungle of houseplants standing in pots and hanging in baskets in front of the 3 windows that looked out onto the sun porch. Some were the original coleuses and prayer plants from the hanging gardens of Wyomia, banished from Billy's own room by the decree of the victorious young bowling-pin king Reinhardt, and others were their descendants. There was also enough glacial ivy sprawling out of pots and baskets to have supplied a small florist shop. Despite the lack of direct sunlight in the room, and despite the minimal attention they received, all the plants were thriving with thick, twisty stems and fat, rather yellowish leaves. The reason for this unnatural vitality was that Billy had used the positive powers of the caduceus on them to ensure their health, just the way he had saved the elm tree in the backyard from the common fate of the other elms in the neighborhood, which had all had to be cut down because of Dutch elm disease. At first Billy had been reluctant to use the caduceus for such a big undertaking. The elm was huge, almost twice as high as the Obst-Schmecker house, and it seemed to be in the first stage of infestation. Billy didn't have to be reminded that the power in the caduceus was the same as in an electric battery. If you didn't recharge it, it went dead. When he had the caduceus in his hand, and he closed his eyes and concentrated, he could even feel the charge from the caduceus inside his own body. It was like the trembling you can feel when you're walking on a bridge and a truck drives across at the same time, or like the tuning fork that Sister Catherine had struck during a science demonstration on the subject of sound waves. But in the end, seeing how much the old tree seemed to mean to Madge and to Grandma O, and just because it was so tremendously big, Billy had used the caduceus to make the elm better. Strangely, curing the elm, instead of draining power from the caduceus, had given it incredibly more. Not a tuning fork now, but an electric drill or a live snake wriggling in his hands. Finally Billy figured out the reason. It was because Dutch elm disease was transmitted by beetles that burrow under a tree's bark, and what the caduceus did was to make all those hundreds and thousands, maybe millions of beetles get sick and die. Making the tree healthy again may have used some of the caduceus's positive power, but not as much as the caduceus had gained from what it had done to the beetles. Once Billy realized this, he'd made sure to take the caduceus outdoors every so often, hidden from sight in his Kiss knapsack, to get it charged up, and coincidentally to save one of the elms in Brosner Park. He was proud of the power he possessed, and of his secret good deeds on behalf of Brosner Park, but he was never tempted to take credit or brag, not to other kids and certainly not to grown-ups. Partly it was a matter of not having that many friends, but more it was from a feeling, hazy but strong, that the power of the caduceus could only diminish by being known, and doubted. Grown-ups didn't believe in anything that wasn't a part of their everyday world. They said they did, some of them, and the nuns and priests would talk about the power of prayer, but they didn't really, and their not believing was contagious the way a disease was contagious. It had happened to him once already with Santa Claus, and he didn't want it to happen again. And so even when he went to confession with Father Vindikyevachova, he hadn't explained what he'd done to Ned. He confessed to having hurt his brother, but insisted that it had been an accident. Father Vindikyevachova hadn't wanted any more details. He'd just given him a penance of 10 Our Fathers and 10 Hail Marys, and Billy was back to his basic state of grace. There was one more reason Billy was never tempted to speak of the caduceus and its powers. He had the perfect person to share his secrets with right at home. Ned might not be able to do much else at all, but he could listen, and things became clearer as a result of spelling them out for Ned's benefit. like the way that Sister Catherine had kept the whole class from going on a field trip to the Como Zoo because of 5 boys coming back late from recess. Billy had blamed Sister Catherine, but in talking about it to Ned, he realized she was probably right. She probably couldn't trust those 5 boys to stay together with the class and not go off on their own. And so really she didn't have any choice, and the fault was the fault of the 5 boys, not hers. They were all 5 of them black, but that was something you weren't supposed to pay any attention to, since prejudice was a mortal sin. "I don't care all that much about the field trip," Billy explained to his brother, whose head had tipped sideways again so that his eyes seemed fixed on the highest-hung basket of coleus. "I've been to the zoo lots of times, but it isn't fair. They do things wrong and we all get blamed. And if you tell on them, like Geraldine McCune did when Lyman Sinclair wrote fuck at the bottom of the vocabulary list on the blackboard, they'll beat you up. Geraldine's a girl, so they didn't beat her up, but they did pour ink down the arms of her white coat when it was hanging in the cloakroom. There was no way to prove it was Lyman, but everyone, including Sister, knows that if it wasn't Lyman, it was one of the other 4. Everyone knows, and it isn't fair." Billy looked to Ned for confirmation, saw that his head was lolling to the side, and readjusted head and pillow to their standard relation. "Well, look at that," said Madge from the doorway. "The little orderly's on the job around the clock." Even without turning round, Billy could tell that Madge had been drinking. Sober, she never had much to say except, "That's nice," or "That's interesting," or "I'm busy now, go bother your father." But when she drank, there was a sarcastic streak to everything she said, or maybe the difference was just that there was a point to it. Billy usually liked her better when she was drunk. Indeed, most people did, including Henry, though it was Henry who kept arguing that she had to do something about her problem before it became serious. "He's dry," said Billy, backing away from the bed. Madge nodded and clawed with a blunt fingernail at the black scarf knotted under her chin. More and more she'd taken to wearing black clothes when she didn't have to be in her nurse's uniform. They were more practical. Henry said they made her look like an old woman, and had given her a red dress for her birthday, which she almost never wore. Billy thought the black clothes made her look witchy, and liked them for that reason, though he'd have never said so to her, supposing she'd ever have asked his opinion. There was an understanding between the 2 of them that they would get in each other's way as little as possible. Without thinking through the psychological equation, Billy understood that Madge's apparent coldness toward him was a side effect of her having to go on living with Ned the way he was now, feeling a love for him that could never be returned, but could never be buried and mourned and forgotten either. So Billy didn't blame her, but he did feel sad for a while, as he stood outside the bedroom door and listened to Madge, when she thought she was alone with Ned, as she began to talk to him in a low, sing-songy voice, like one of the old women at the back of Our Lady of Mercy murmuring their prayers. He wished there was something he could do to help, some medicine that would make her feel better than the 5th of vodka in the freezer compartment of the icebox behind the half-gallon brick of seal test, not to hide it from anyone, since they all knew it was there, but just to keep it politely out of sight. And right then, since his mind was already on the caduceus, because of what had happened earlier with Grandma O in the backyard, Billy had an inspiration. There was a medicine he could give her. Hadn't he heard his father say, when he was arguing with Madge about her drinking, that her alcoholism was a disease? If that was so, then Billy could cure her of it with the caduceus. Alcoholism. What in the world would rhyme with that? Nothing at all. In which case the thing to do was turn the words around so that the hard one didn't have to come last. For instance, "You're not an alcoholic now." What rhymed with now? 17. Old age is full of tribulations, whoever you are, but for a mean-spirited or sour-tempered person, and Mrs. Obst-Schmecker was both of those things, old age is more full of tribulations than for most. You find out then who your real friends are, or you find you don't have any. About the only person left she could honestly count as a friend was Mrs. Wolfgren. But a month ago Mrs. Wolfgren had been taken off to a home by her ungrateful daughter Karen. St. Jude's residence. St. Judas's came closer to the truth. Now, even on the days Madge had off from work and was free to drive her mother somewhere, Mrs. Obstschmecker had no desire to see Mrs. Wolfgren, not in the dismal little room that she had to share with another woman who was practically dead from some kind of cancer. It was too awful. And in any case, Mrs. Wolfgren was no longer much fun to visit. She had nothing to talk about but her bowel movements and how she had slept, and she didn't have the concentration for a single hand of rummy, much less an entire game. And nothing Mrs. Obstschmecker had to say to her seemed to register any more than if she'd been talking to Ned. Awful, just awful. But she couldn't let herself become a complete stay-at-home, or she would gradually end up like Mrs. Wolfgren herself. She had to keep active, do things. Her doctor said so, and Madge agreed. But what? Gardening was the ideal solution, but now at the end of October, this was the morning of Halloween, there was precious little gardening to be done, except to look after the house plants, which were all in thriving condition anyhow and needed no looking after. Walking was good exercise, but Mrs. Obstschmecker no longer felt safe walking in her own neighborhood, and in any case a long walk usually made her hip act up. She could take the bus downtown, but downtown St. Paul had changed so much over the last so many years that it was almost like visiting a city in some other state, Chicago or Denver, and to get to downtown Minneapolis required a transfer at Coghlan and Larpenteur, where she might have to wait half an hour or longer. And she didn't feel up to that, especially with the weather looking so uncertain. "I know," she said aloud, as she stood facing the full-length mirror on the door of the hallway closet, undecided whether or not to take out her coat. "I'll have my hair done." She didn't, if truth be told, actually require a perm, since she'd got her last perm just a week before Labor Day. A shampoo would do the job, then a little set to the curls in front while Sonia did her nails. At once she felt more cheerful. She put on her brown coat and a trim little toque in almost the same shade of brown, and set off for the bus stop. The bus arrived without too long a wait, and for the length of the ride Mrs. Obstschmecker was the only passenger. At the corner of Luden's and Coghlan she thanked the driver politely. He was a colored man who'd been driving that route as long as Mrs. Obstschmecker could remember, and he said she was welcome. And there, between the corner drugstore and a new laundromat that had been just an empty shell for years, was Luden's beauty salon. Poster-sized advertisements for hair preparations adorned the windows and served to screen the intimate work that went on within from the view of casual passers-by, of which at this hour on a Friday morning there were few. "Mrs. Obstschmecker," Sonia declared, a tart smile puckering her vivid lips into a cupid's bow. "What a nice surprise! Come in." "I should have called," said Mrs. Obstschmecker, allowing Sonia to remove her coat. "But I was out walking, and I saw the bus, and I had this sudden impulse. I hope you can squeeze me in. I just want a wash and a light set, and my nails, of course." She handed Sonia her hat. Mrs. Obstschmecker settled her large body into the shampooing chair with a feeling mildly apprehensive and mildly adventurous, much as, in earlier years, she would have felt having been coaxed onto one of the tamer rides at the state fair. Sonia tucked a towel about the unbuttoned neck of Mrs. Obstschmecker's dress, and then, ever so gradually, lowered the back of the chair until Mrs. Obstschmecker's head rested against the chill-molded porcelain of the shampooing basin. "Now just relax, dear," said Sonia. Mrs. Obstschmecker smiled up at the twin bars of the fluorescent fixtures, and did, to a degree, relax. She listened to the gentle whoosh of warm water from the rubber tube connected to the faucet of the basin, and then, as she felt the first soothing warmth of the spray, she closed her eyes and exhaled the breath that she'd held clenched in her chest since the first lowering of the chair. There was a spluttering sound as Sonia squirted a glob of the shampoo into her hand. Then Sonia's soft, soap-lubricated hands began to press and prod and palpate Mrs. Obstschmecker's scalp. There was a tingling feeling that became a tickling sensation. The usual even tempo of Sonia's soothing hands became irregular, then stopped entirely. "Mrs. Obstschmecker," she said, in a tone that seemed almost threatening, "what have you been doing to your hair?" "What do you mean? Have you been using some kind of dye? You know, at your age, the hair is very delicate. It can't sustain harsh chemical treatment." Mrs. Obstschmecker tried to open her eyes, but at once they started to sting from the shampoo, and her scalp was all pins and needles. "I haven't done anything to my hair," she protested weakly. "What's the matter? Why does it feel so—" "I'll tell you this, lady," Sonia said, in a voice that was almost unrecognizable. "I am not going to be held responsible. This is pure baby shampoo. There is nothing in it that could possibly account for something like this." Mrs. Obstschmecker struggled to lift herself into a sitting position with no success. Her eyes stung. Her scalp felt like it was on fire. "Lie back," Sonia said sternly. "I'll rinse out the shampoo. But I won't take responsibility." The warm water sluiced through the rubber tube and across Mrs. Obstschmecker's forehead, affording an almost instantaneous relief as it flowed downward across her tingling scalp. But that relief was cut short by Sonia's sincerely horror-stricken whisper, "Jesus!" Mrs. Obstschmecker struggled to sit up, this time with real determination, but Sonia pushed her back roughly into the shampooing chair. "No," she said, "let me wrap a towel around your head first, and then I want you to leave." Without bothering to dry her hair, Sonia wrapped a large white towel around Mrs. Obstschmecker's head, and then she levered the chair back into a sitting position. "I don't understand," Mrs. Obstschmecker said, almost whimpering. "Why are you behaving like this? You owe me some kind of explanation." Sonia folded her arms across her water-splotched blouse. "You want an explanation? Look in the sink." Mrs. Obstschmecker got up out of the chair and went to stand over the shampoo basin. As she tilted her head to look down at the mass of foam-whitened hair clogging the drain, the towel about her head came loose and fell to her shoulders. "It's not my fault," Sonia insisted stonily. For the first time since her earliest childhood, for as a girl she had been quite sedate and not given to tantrums and displays, Mrs. Obstschmecker screamed. She lifted her hands to touch the sides of her head, as though touch might contradict the evidence of sight. Not a curl of hair remained on her head. She was as bald as Porky Pig. 18. By the time Henry got home, all smiles, with a red owl shopping bag bulging with a good-sized pumpkin and several bags of candy, Madge was seething. She'd spent most of the last 4 hours trying to comfort, or at least to quiet, her hysterical mother. Finally, it was only by the professional expedient of giving Mrs. Obstschmecker a placebo that she was told was a powerful barbiturate and tranquilizer that Madge had been able to get a minute to herself. Time enough to mix a screwdriver and then to call the lawyer whose name Dr. Allard of chemotherapy had given her. Alex Grossbart had offices in the Fauché Tower and specialized in products liability law. She called the office and managed to talk her way past the receptionist and get Grossbart's advice as to the immediate steps to be taken. Then she just sat and stewed. "Hey," said Henry, setting down the shopping bag. "What's wrong? Why are you home from the hospital so early? Is something the matter with Ned?" "Why are you home so late?" He held up his arms in mock surrender to her anger. "Hey, I'm innocent, just following the instructions you gave me this morning. Remember?" He reached down into the shopping bag with both hands, took out the pumpkin, and held it up as a peace offering. "I got this, and the candy for Billy to take to his party, and other candy for the trick-or-treaters who come round here. They had a special on miniature Heath bars. You want one?" Madge grimaced. "Not with orange juice." Henry looked at the almost empty glass in Madge's hand. He knew her well enough to know that except at breakfast she didn't drink orange juice unless she was having a screwdriver, but he made no comment. "Something must be wrong. You look shell-shocked." "It's Mother," Madge said, letting her shoulders slump. "She's had an accident, and I don't understand it. It makes no sense." "Goddamn, she didn't fall again, did she?" Madge shook her head woefully. She's lost her hair. Henry crinkled his eyebrows into an expression of puzzlement and sat in the chair across the kitchen table from his wife. Run that one by again? Madge took a deep breath and launched into the account that she'd already, waiting for Henry, recited in her imagination a dozen times. How Grandma O had called the hospital in a state of upset, bordering on incoherence. How she'd tried to get him to go fetch the poor woman from the beauty parlor on Loudon Street, but couldn't get hold of him. "But you know, Madge, that I'm usually not here at that time of day." A protest that won him only a baleful glance. How she'd driven to the beauty parlor and found Grandma O in a state of near collapse and was screamed at by the woman who ran the place, as though what had happened were Mother's fault. Poor Mother just sat there with her hands trembling and almost out of her mind. And really, I couldn't blame her. It looked so dreadful. But you mustn't say anything to her, Henry. She's very touchy about it. Anyone would be. Let me get this straight. She went into a beauty parlor and started getting a shampoo, and the shampoo took off all her hair? Well, obviously it wasn't shampoo. There must have been a mistake in the packaging, or else this Sonia is lying. But she swears it was just ordinary baby shampoo that she'd bought at a drugstore. I did have the presence of mind to take the shampoo bottle she used, so it can be analyzed. I told her if she didn't let me take it with me, I would call the police in then and there. She's almost as upset as Mother, of course. Something like that could ruin her business. It's only a hole-in-the-wall operation, and she's not insured against this sort of thing happening. Henry tried to envision his mother-in-law bald. Henry, this isn't funny. This is serious. Mother's in a state. Imagine if the same thing had happened to you. No, you're right, of course. But I don't see there's much that can be done. Will it grow out again? Madge scowled. Now, how would I know that? God, I hope so. Mother's certain she has cancer. She must have heard of baldness being a side effect of chemotherapy and confused cause and effect. She's in such a state, but the lawyer says you have to take a picture of her as soon as possible. Is there film in the camera? The lawyer? This is the first I've heard of a lawyer. Dr. Allard in chemotherapy gave me his name. He specializes in cases like this. Dr. Allard or the lawyer? Henry, please, this is nothing to joke about. I went to chemotherapy in the first place because I had the harebrained idea. Harebrained? Now who's cracking wise? Henry, I went there because I thought they might have an extra woman's wig on hand. Sometimes when they're counseling women who face chemotherapy and the prospect of massive hair loss. Oof, that sounds worse than going bald. Madge finished the screwdriver with a gulp and a grimace. Anyhow, they didn't have one, but in the process of my asking, Dr. Allard suggested I get in touch with this lawyer, Alex Grossbart, in the Fauché Tower. So I called him, and he said that what we had to do right away is take photographs of the accident, in profile and looking straight ahead. In case we do end up suing the manufacturer, it will be necessary as evidence in the court. So if the camera doesn't have film in it, maybe you could get some? Sure. But does it have to be this minute? The drugstore stays open till 9. Whenever. It's too bad there's no positive role models for bald women. If you're a man, there's Kojak and Yul Brynner and, Mr. Clean, but not much for women. Before Madge could decide whether he was being sarcastic or sincere, the front door slammed shut loudly, and a moment later Billy appeared in the kitchen to announce, with tears running down his face and a general air of tragic loss, "I'm not going to the Halloween party." "Billy boy, what's the problem? Did you get in a fight at school?" Henry patted his lap. "Come, sit down. Tell us what happened." Billy shook his head and wiped at the tears on his cheek with the cuffs of his flannel shirt, but he did not move any closer to his father. "I wasn't in a fight. I didn't do anything wrong. I just went to the blackboard to do a division problem, and everyone started laughing. Sister told them to stop, and they stopped for a while, and I explained the problem, which was how many times does 6 go into 95? "You've got me," said Henry. "How many times?" But Billy was not to be humored so easily. He frowned down at the kitchen floor, and fresh tears formed at the corners of his eyes. Henry felt the sudden familiar ache of parental helplessness and got down on his knees beside Billy and hugged him till the boy's body surrendered to the force of his love, and Billy returned the hug and began to cry in earnest. "I didn't do anything," he sobbed, "but they were all laughing. And then Sister saw what it was, and she took it off my back and tore it up. But she wouldn't say what it said. She made every one stay in class an extra 15 minutes because no one would say who'd put it on my back. It wasn't Janet Daly, who has the desk behind me, 'cause she was out sick today. And all the time during the detention period they kept laughing, all of them. I waited out on the playground till they were let out, but no one would tell me what was on the paper, not even my best friends. They said they couldn't read it, but they were laughing." "Maybe it was funny. Did you ever think of that?" Billy's body stiffened at the betrayal represented by Henry's suggestion. "I know what it probably said," said Madge in her cool Nurse Michael's tone of voice. "It probably said, 'Kick me.'" "Probably," Henry agreed, grateful for Madge's quick teamwork. "Kick me?" Billy repeated. "That's what kids used to stick on other kids' backs, back when I was in school," Madge said, nodding. "They usually didn't do it in the classroom, though. They did it at recess. It was a very common practical joke in those days. But you shouldn't take it so seriously. No one means any real harm by it." Billy looked baleful, but he'd stopped crying. "And if you have that on your back on the playground and someone reads it, then do they kick you?" "That's the joke," said Henry. "Of course, it's never a joke to really hurt someone, but that's not usually the result. Anyhow, I don't think you should miss the Halloween party on account of a practical joke that everyone else has probably forgotten by now. Tell you what, you go up to your room and think it over, and in a couple minutes I'll bring up that pumpkin there on the table, and we can carve it into a jack-o'-lantern. Okay?" Billy brightened. Carving the jack-o'-lantern was the best part of Halloween. "Why can't we do it now?" "Because," said Madge, "your father and I have to talk about something. Grandma O has had an accident, and she's feeling very upset. And for the time being, we should all try to just stay out of her way." "What kind of accident?" Madge hesitated, and then, seeing no way round having to tell him, she said, "An accident at the beauty parlor she went to." "All her hair came off when she got shampooed," said Henry, trying but still not quite managing to keep a straight face. "All of it?" Billy asked. "Yes," said Madge, "but we must all try to act as though there's nothing strange about the way she looks. It's been very upsetting for her. Think what you felt like at school when everyone was laughing, and then just imagine what Grandma must feel." "So we shouldn't stare at her," Henry elaborated, "or make any remarks that she might hear. Now, you scoot on upstairs." Reluctantly, with his grievance against his classmates still gnawing at his pride, like the fox the famous Spartan boy concealed beneath his shirt, Billy went upstairs. He paused at the door of Ned's bedroom. Telling his parents what had happened at school hadn't made him feel that much better, and he wasn't inclined to go over it all again with Ned. It would just give him something to gloat about. As for what had happened to Grandma O's hair, Billy had gathered, from his father's amused reaction, that didn't represent any serious harm, but was more in the nature of a practical joke. But at the moment his own misery loomed too large for him to take much pleasure in the joke. In his own room he came upon a fresh reminder of his dilemma. There on the hook on the inside of the open closet door were the white jacket, white pants, and broken stethoscope that were the costume he and his parents had finally agreed he would go to the party in, instead of blacking his face with charcoal and coming as Little Black Sambo, an idea that Billy had been persuaded would be unwise. It had been an easy costume to put together. The pants were from his first communion the year before, and the jacket was one his mother had got from the very smallest nurse's aide at the hospital. There was also, atop the dresser, a headband with one of the funny flashlights on it that doctors use to look down people's throats, plus a supply of wooden sticks for holding down their tongues. A doctor's costume, clearly, but not just any doctor. Billy had been planning to go to the party as the hero of his favorite movie, which he'd seen twice when it came out the year before. Young Frankenstein. What most people don't realize about Frankenstein is that he isn't the monster. He's the doctor. So really this was the perfect costume for Halloween, and Billy, though he'd complained so much about having to attend the school party instead of going treat-or-treating, had been looking forward intensely to wearing his Frankenstein costume to the party and repeating some of the jokes from the movie and using the sticks to depress people's tongues and generally showing off and having fun. But now, because of what had happened in class, he would have to stay home. The unfairness of the situation rankled. But what could he do? What could he do? 19. Pumpkins are always tougher than you remember, and as Henry was sawing down from the corner of the jack-o'-lantern's grinning mouth, the knife blade slipped and almost took off his finger. It did take off the jack-o'-lantern's single central tooth. "This is one jack-o'-lantern," Henry quipped by way of an apology for the thing's bland toothlessness, "that's eaten too much candy." Billy frowned, not immediately making the connection. "He's lost all his teeth," Henry explained, rotating the jack-o'-lantern so that its minimalist face, triangle eyes, a triangle nose, and a simple crescent for a mouth, confronted Billy head-on. "Because he eats too much candy and never brushes his teeth. Didn't you know that candy rots teeth?" Billy giggled and gave his seal of approval. "Neat." Henry next fit the white hurricane candle into the pumpkin's hollowed core, another process less easily accomplished than memory gave warning of. 10 minutes and 2 books of matches later, however, the candle stood stable on its base, and when the lid was put in place and the light in the room turned off, the effect was undeniably eerie. "What a weird thing for people to do," he thought. "Wonder how it ever got started." The lighting of the jack-o'-lantern must have brought similar thoughts to Billy's mind, for he asked his father, "Dad, when was the first jack-o'-lantern?" Henry relished the challenge of improvising plausible answers to Billy's dicier questions, and he proceeded to explain that in early times people had believed that ghosts, being naturally attracted to candle flames, as moths are, could be trapped inside a pumpkin shell and then made to tell their secrets, such as where they'd hidden their money before they died. He was even able to offer as supporting evidence the nursery rhyme about Peter the pumpkin eater, who put his wife, his dead wife in Peter's case, into a pumpkin shell. Before Billy could begin to cross-examine him on this bit of instant folklore, there was a summons from downstairs. Madge had got back from the drugstore with a roll of film and wanted Henry to put it in the camera. Henry rolled up the heap of seeds and pulp inside the newspaper spread out on the floor of Billy's room, but he left the jack-o'-lantern, all aglow and giving off a vivid stink of burnt pumpkin, on the top of the dresser, making Billy promise that if it started smoking more than it was already, that he would blow out the candle. On the way downstairs he checked his watch. 6:45. Less than half an hour to jolly Grandma O into modeling her new trouble-free hairdo, and then Madge would have to drive Billy to his party. Really, they ought to wait till morning, when, as a rule, Grandma O was in a better humor than just after dinner, if you could call Swanson's chicken pies and canned peas a dinner. But Madge had got the bee in her bonnet that the pictures had to be taken tonight. So what the hell? Madge was in the kitchen. The camera and the roll of film were on the table. "You load the film, will you, Henry, while I go talk to Mother again? She's still so upset, and the idea of taking photos of what's happened is naturally not very appealing. But I pointed out that if she wants to be able to sue the manufacturer, she'll need the evidence, and that seemed to bring her round." "Hey," said Henry, poker-faced, "that's what I'd call strength of character." Henry loaded the camera, and then, feeling antsy, took the wrappings and the contents of an ashtray over to the plastic garbage pail under the sink. He opened the pail with the foot lever and saw, on top of the crunched-up Swanson's chicken pie boxes, the emptied fifth of vodka from the freezer. On a hunch, he checked the freezer. There was now a full quart of vodka peeking out from behind the brick of seal test. That explained why Madge had been so willing to make the trip out of the house to get the film. Under the circumstances, Henry could hardly blame her. He helped himself to a swig from the still warm lip of the bottle and returned it to the freezer just as Madge gave the all-clear to come to Grandma O's bedroom. She was sitting in the platform rocker, which had been moved to the middle of the room, directly under the brass lighting fixture, where the light was brightest for taking a picture. The camera did have a flash attachment, but they knew from experience that it wasn't that dependable. She was wearing her pink quilted housecoat and, incongruously, Madge's cold-weather cap with fake fur ear flaps that could be, and were now, tied under the chin. The cap was bulky enough in itself that it would have looked much the same way on any head that it fit, however bald or hirsute. But it also looked ludicrous, and Henry had to restrain an impulse to smile. "Hello, Grandma O," he said in a soft, placating tone, such as one might adopt toward a dog known to be ill-tempered. "I was sorry to hear about your accident. It's a terrible thing to happen." Mrs. Obstschmecker pressed her lips together tightly and agreed to this proposition with an almost imperceptible nod. "Mother," Madge said, in the same tone of voice as Henry, "you'll have to take your cap off now so Henry can take the pictures." Mrs. Obstschmecker glared at the camera in Henry's hand and then, still glaring, undid the knotted strings of the cap. The task proved unexpectedly difficult, for the knot had been made very tight, and the loose, crepey flesh of her under-chin prevented ready access. Finally, it was Madge who got the knot undone, and Madge who, when Grandma O remained stock-still, took off the cap to expose the hairless pink ovoid of her head. Henry snorted. It was a minuscule snort, as snorts go, but it might as well have been a full-scale guffaw. Mrs. Obstschmecker's glare became a laser beam. Henry tried to look away. He tried to control his breath, but it was too late. He could feel the first tremors of laughter shaking his chest. He lowered his gaze to the camera in his hand, hoping to hide the smile he could not restrain. And then, irresistible now, it welled out of him. First a chuckle, then the long inhalation of surrender, and, at last, the fated laughter. Mrs. Obstschmecker rose in fury from the platform rocker and grabbed the camera from his hands. "Get out of my room!" she screamed at him. "Get out!" "Mother!" Madge pleaded. "Get out of my house!" She hurled the camera at her retreating son-in-law. It struck a framed photograph of the late Mr. Obstschmecker that hung beside the door, then ricocheted to knock a small ceramic poodle off its perch on a knick-knack shelf. The glass of the frame and the poodle shattered, and Mrs. Obstschmecker began to choke and then to gasp from sheer incapacity to express by words or gestures the extent of her rage. Her face and scalp had darkened from their natural rosy pink to a pale, mottled magenta. "Mother, please, Henry certainly didn't mean to—" "He meant to, all right," Mrs. Obstschmecker declared, all of a tremble. "And I meant what I said. He's leaving." "Mother, the best thing for you to do now is sit down and calm yourself. You're overwrought, and that's dangerous. We can discuss this again in the morning." "There's nothing to discuss." The doorbell rang. A separate buzzer had been wired from the front doorbell to Mrs. Obstschmecker's bedroom, so that she would be able to hear the ringing of the bell even here. The force of the old woman's fury was converted at once to abject fear. "Madge, who can that be? At this hour? Oh, dear God, I can't let anyone see me like this. Where is that hat? Madge? Madge, what's wrong?" Something was indeed very wrong with Madge, if Mrs. Obstschmecker, in such extremity, should have been aware of it. But Madge, who was as little inclined as her mother to be seen to suffer, only shook her head vehemently and tried to make it to the bathroom in time, walking doubled over in quick, short steps. She still held the cap with the furry ear-laps she'd helped Mrs. Obstschmecker remove, and when the first spasms of vomiting began, halfway to the bathroom, her unthinking impulse was to hold it up to her mouth to catch the vomitus. Even as the vomiting went on, Madge continued slowly to head toward the bathroom, and so managed to reach the toilet without having soiled either her own clothes or the carpet. She emptied the pea-speckled contents of the ruined cap into the bowl of the toilet, and then knelt down beside it to await the next spasm, which came at once. Mrs. Obstschmecker, while Madge went on vomiting, stood outside the bathroom door momentarily forgetful of her own distress. Madge, she called through the door, for she would never violate the sanctity of an occupied bathroom. Madge, what is it? Madge made no reply except further retching sounds, but at the other door there was a light tap, and Henry said, "Don't mind the doorbell. It was just the first kids coming for tricks or treats." There was a pause, and he said, "Grandma O, I'm sorry about my laughing. I didn't mean to. It just burst out. I couldn't help it. But I truly am sorry." "Go away," said Mrs. Obstschmecker, unrelenting. "Just go away and leave me alone." Turning away from the bathroom door, Mrs. Obstschmecker saw, framed in the night mirror of an uncurtained window, her own transmogrified image, and held her hands up before her eyes to blot out the sight. The image of her own skull laid bare by a surgeon's scalpel could not have been more horrible. We can all imagine death more easily than we can live with shame. The doorbell rang again. 20. When his father had left the room, which was illumined only by the toothless jack-o'-lantern's glow, Billy did not turn on the lights, but plunked himself down cross-legged in the middle of his bed and regarded the newly carved face with the disinterested patience of a well-fed cat surveying a mouse-hole, not really expecting anything to happen, but ready if it should, and, meanwhile, pleased to contemplate a sight innately beautiful. The flickering light of the candle flame diffused through the pierced rind of the fruit and gave a faint jiggly sort of life to things about the room, especially to the jointed cardboard skeleton that Billy had paid $1.95 for from his own money, and that now hung on the wall beside the bed just opposite the jack-o'-lantern. Until this very moment, Billy had felt that he'd pretty much wasted his money buying the skeleton. It hadn't seemed that spooky. But now, by jack-o'-lantern light, it was thoroughly spooky. Death, Billy realized with a sudden flash of insight, was something that was finally going to happen to everyone, and that was why people celebrated Halloween and All Saints' Day the next day, to remind themselves of that fact, and that's why you hung up skeletons and jack-o'-lanterns. A jack-o'-lantern is a kind of skull, a skull that's got a candle stuck in it. And someday your own skull is going to have all its mushy brains scooped out of it, or probably just rotted down to black glop the way a compost heap ends up. And it'll be as empty as the inside of a pumpkin, and you'll be dead. Dead and gone, people said, as if they knew for sure where you went after you died. But did they? Didn't Billy already know more than anyone else could about heaven or hell, or whatever it was, than any of the priests and nuns at school who only told you stories they'd been told themselves, who didn't know, the way that Billy did, what it was like to talk with a supernatural being face to face, and to receive power from that source? He smiled at the jack-o'-lantern. Tonight he was going to use that power. Why not? Why not show the kids who thought it was so funny to laugh at him what it was like to be laughed at? He could do something really mean to them, like give them all diarrhea. He only had to figure out a way to do it. "Good evening, Billy," said a voice from quite nearby. It was a raspier, older voice than Billy remembered from before, but he knew whom it had to belong to. Reverently, Billy replied, "Hi. I see you have already begun to celebrate my solemnities. I am pleased." Billy saw a black snake, segmented like a worm, ooze out of the light-flooded eye socket of the jack-o'-lantern, which was now not just a jack-o'-lantern, but a skull at the same time. Strands of seedy pulp hung down from the skull's gap-toothed jaw, and waggled about as the skull spoke to him and the jaw was jerked about. The last bit of the snake squeezed out of the eye socket and dropped with a plop to the hardwood floor. "I am altogether pleased. You have wielded great powers without incurring harm to yourself. That in itself is unusual and worthy of praise. But worthier is the way you have made that power increase. Now tell me, and quickly, for this is a busy night for Savin, Lord of Death." "I thought you said you were—" The snake that had been crawling across the floor with a slow, undulant motion reared up and hissed loudly, just as a monitor would hiss for silence in a classroom. "I have many names, as you do, Sometimes you are William, sometimes Billy, sometimes Bill. And so it is with me. Tonight, on All Hallows Eve, I am Savin, Lord of Death, and I would have you tell me now, at once, why you have summoned me to you." "Did I?" Billy asked. But the question was put more to himself than to the skull, which now was no longer a skull entirely, but halfway to being a jack-o'-lantern again. Savin made no reply, but waited in a dignified way for Billy to answer his question. As he waited, a late surviving moth perched itself upon the smiling mouth of the jack-o'-lantern and peeked into its flaming interior. "Okay," Billy said. "Maybe you can help me think of a way that I can take care of those kids in my class, especially Lyman Sinclair and those friends of his." Skull-faced Savin grinned. "Why, yes, I know just the thing. It's something your father mentioned, don't you remember? He said, 'Didn't you know that candy rots teeth?' Those were his words exactly." Billy nodded. He knew what Savin had in mind, and it was nastier than diarrhea. "How can I do it?" The mouth crawled into the jack-o'-lantern's mouth, and a moment later there was a sharp popping sound and a flash of light. "See where my familiar rotten core has found a nest to sleep?" Billy looked and could just make out, at the base of the closet door, the broken stethoscope where it had fallen to the floor. Intertwined with its rubber tubing, the black worm-like snake had coiled itself so that tubes and snake were tangled into a single snarl, like the extension cords that were kept in the lowest drawer of the pantry cabinet. "Go to him," Savin commanded, "and take him in your hands." Slowly, as though he were indeed a cat stalking some careless prey, Billy got up from the bed and crossed the room to the closet door. He stooped and inched his hand toward the motionless snake. "Take him in both hands, Billy," the voice of Savin bade, with a firm grasp. "Do you think young Dr. Frankenstein would hesitate to touch any shape of mortal flesh? You must be fearless." Fearlessly, Billy took the snake up in both his hands. It was soft and wet and cold, but though the coils of its black body stirred in the bowl of his joined hands, and though its head lifted to issue a lazy hiss, it did not seem to resist. Billy turned, snake in hand, to face his god. And there he stood revealed in his entire being, a naked man, but somehow colorless, bleached as sometimes on TV the color switches to black and white. A dead body, it seemed, but alive. He was Savin, Lord of the Dead, and Mercury, the god of magic and science. The god smiled down on his worshipper and spoke. "Bravely done, young Frankenstein, bravely done. Now, do you know what more you must do?" Billy knew, but just to be sure he said, "Tell me." "Take Rottencore to the attic. Lend him the power of the caduceus, and feed him the candies you would curse. The curse is yours to give. I cannot speak it. Trust Rottencore and trust yourself. Be strong and be careful. Increase of power brings increase of risk. And Billy." "Yes?" The god had vanished. Only the glowing jack-o'-lantern remained, grinning its toothless grin. "Happy Halloween." 21. The trick-or-treaters were coming to the door at a regular rate. Every 5 minutes or so there would be another little pack of them, in costumes of all degrees of imaginative design. From the perfunctory, one boy, who was large enough to have been a teenager, appeared all by himself with no disguise but a paper bag with eye-holes in it and "Boo" crayoned across the forehead, to the perfectionist, matching 3-foot-tall ballerinas in tutus and toe shoes. Henry tended to favor homemade ghosts and witches with extra rations of licorice and candy corn, and to scant the Dr. Spocks and Batmen who'd been put together at the 5 and Dime or by Kmart. But even for those he favored, there were no Heath bars. The Heath bars had vanished from the kitchen table before Henry had been able to pocket a single one for himself, which was a source of real regret since, though they were his favorite candy bar, he hadn't tasted one in years. He wasn't generally much of a candy eater, but with a whole $2.79 bag of them in the house. He thought of calling upstairs for Billy, But so long as Madge was holed up with her hysterical mother, there was no point in having Billy under his feet. It seemed strange that Billy wasn't already in his costume and pestering Madge to drive him to Our Lady of Mercy. And Henry wondered if the boy had had another mood swing and decided he didn't want to go to the school party after all. In any case, until Madge was ready, Billy might as well stay upstairs. Seeing the steady procession of trick-or-treaters coming to the house would only make him fretful that he couldn't be doing the same thing. Madge didn't come out of Grandma O's room till almost 7:15, at which point she announced that she would not be able to drive Billy to his party. She was too sick. Henry began to object, thinking this was her way to punish him for pushing Grandma O over the edge. But then he caught a whiff of the vomit on her breath and took a second look and realized that she wasn't putting him on. "Jesus, you are sick. What's wrong?" "I don't know. I just started throwing up, and there was no stopping. Food poisoning, I thought, but Grandma O says her stomach feels fine. One small blessing is that my getting sick seems to have calmed her down a little, though she's still threatening you with eviction as of noon tomorrow. That was a dumb thing to do, Henry." "I couldn't help myself. It's just like throwing up. Once a laugh starts to come, there's no stopping it. But that's not important. You look terrible. If it's not food poisoning..." "It's probably just all the hours of stress. And then that last scene in Mother's room triggered it. While it lasted, it was so violent. I don't remember ever being sick in just that way. But I feel all right now. My stomach must be totally empty. It was awful." "Hey, I'm sorry." Henry pulled her close to him for a kiss and then crinkled his nose with mock disgust. "Phew, you better go brush your teeth." "My comforter," Madge said sarcastically, but with a grateful smile even so. "Can you handle the trick-or-treaters if I walk Billy to his party?" "Sure, I'll just put buckets either side of the door. But you don't have to do that. When he came home, he said he didn't want to go." "I know, but it's Halloween. And Halloween is like, I don't know, it's a kind of National Be Kind to Children Day, right? If he can walk to his damn school and back 5 times a week, I guess I can do it one night of the year." "You're a noble, self-sacrificing man, Henry Michaels, and as soon as I brush my teeth, I'll give you an award as Father of the Year." "Give it to me now," he said, nuzzling his nose against her cheek. "I think I could get into vomit, as long as it's yours." "Don't be disgusting," she said, turning her head aside. Before Henry could advance his conjugal flirtation further, the doorbell rang again. "Saved by the bell," he said, taking up the divided serving dish in which he'd put the 2 kinds of candy and heading for the door. He was greeted by a lighted jack-o'-lantern of heroic proportions that was held up mask-wise by a child robed in dirty brown burlap. "Trick or treat," a girl's voice declared from behind the mammoth pumpkin. "Madge, come and look at this," said Henry, genuinely impressed. Then to the girl bearing the jack-o'-lantern, "You are definitely this year's winner for most original costume. How in the world do you get that pumpkin from house to house? It must weigh 20 pounds. "Surprise," said a grown-up standing in the shadows beyond the reach of the porch light. The jack-o'-lantern was lowered to chest level, revealing the familiar features, for all that they'd been whitened with powder, of Judith Winklemeyer. "Happy Halloween, Mr. Michaels," she said, in a thin but still musical voice that seemed all of a piece with her physical appearance, the prim lips and chiseled nose, the dark eyes and hair, the elfin face so well suited to the present occasion. There was nothing in Judith's appearance, or so far as Henry knew in her character, that seemed to stem from the genes of her father, plump, prosperous Ben Winklemeyer. "And you too, Mrs. Michaels. Happy Halloween." "Judy, Sandra, this is a surprise," Henry said. "Come in the house." "Please," Madge echoed the invitation hollowly. "Do." Sandra stepped forward into the porch light. She was wearing a knee-length coat of tawny orange suede and carried a large layer cake with frosting in exactly the same shade of orange. A jack-o'-lantern face had been painted with black icing on top of the cake. Sandra smiled her smile that said, "Let's forget about everything in the past and just try and be nice." Is Billy still home? She asked, pausing at the base of the porch steps. Or has he already gone to his school party? He's somewhere upstairs, Henry said, getting into his costume. He stared at his ex-wife with the same kind of respectful and purely theoretical hunger he felt for the cake she was carrying. When she'd been married to him, she'd never looked so foxy. It was all packaging, all icing on the cake, all the effect of Ben Winklemeyer's money. I brought a cake, Sandra said, with the same placatory smile. I see, said Madge, regarding the layer cake with a hunger anything but theoretical. Her emptied stomach rumbled its longing, and her mouth lusted for a slice. It looked scrumptious. Sandra mounted the steps carefully. Henry noted the boots she wore, calf-high, semi-western boots in the same suede as the coat. There was no telling what the whole outfit must have cost. She handed the cake to Madge and followed her stepdaughter through the door that Henry was holding open. Madge and Henry followed them inside. Room for the jack-o'-lantern was made on the mantel over the fireplace, and magazines and ashtrays were cleared from the coffee table in front of the couch so that the cake could be properly admired. Judith made it all herself, Sandra said, wriggling out of the sleeves of her coat to reveal a black silk blouse decorated with a pearl pin, which, if the pearls were real, must have cost even more than the outer suede layer of her outfit. It's fun to cook, Judith said. She'd seated herself cross-legged on the rug just to the side of the coffee table. I'm just starting to learn, but I like it. It's like doing chemistry, and it's pretty to look at, too. Now, said Sandra with a nervous laugh, if she'd only learned that the result is meant to be eaten. Mother's always after me to eat more. If I ate everything you said I should in a single day, Mother, I'd soon be as fat as Winky. Who's Winky? Madge asked. And how fat is she? Winky was his family's nickname for Ben when he was a little boy, and ever since Judith found that out from her aunt, she's insisted on calling her father Winky. He hates it. He does not hate it, Mother. He just thinks it's silly. That's what a nickname is for, isn't it, to make you feel dumb? If he'd stop calling me Judy, I'd stop calling him Winky. I've told him that 1,000 times. Henry smiled, recognizing in the last phrase from Judith's mouth an expression he'd heard endless times from Sandra's lips. Henry, we've gone through that 1,000 times. Or, Henry, if I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. Without either of them knowing it, Sandra was having a real influence over Ben Winklemeyer's daughter, despite the girl's insistence on maintaining a skeptical distance from her stepmother. Madge caught Henry's smile, and by the smallest wrinkling of her forehead gave him to know that it was not good manners to be eliciting these revealing details about the Winklemeyers' household from the guileless Judith. Madge turned to the girl with a polite, cheery smile, the one she flashed on children at the hospital whenever she came into their ward, and asked her the question it is always safe to ask of any child. How old are you now, Judith? 11 2/3. How old are you? Judith, really, Sandra scolded. Can't you be nice? There's nothing not nice about her question, said Madge, who was 10 years older than Sandra, but didn't in fact give a hoot about it. For Madge the question wasn't how old you were, but how well you stacked up compared to other people the same age. Despite the smoking and despite the booze, Madge felt herself to be in good shape, relative to Henry's ex. I'm 39, she lied. She wouldn't be 39 till January. That's some witch costume you got on, Henry said. And that was a lie, too, or at least insincere. If the compliment had been paid to Sandra, it would have been true enough, but the outfit Judith was wearing made her look more like a miniature derelict than a witch. It's spooky. Judith giggled. She's not a witch, Henry, said Sandra. She's St. Clair. Henry looked puzzled. St. Clair, Minnesota? St. Clair the Saint, Sandra explained, with a little grimace of disapproval. St. Clair was the sister of St. Francis, Judith elaborated. She founded the Order of Poor Clares almost 500 years ago. Isn't that unusual? Madge said. Then, as that seemed more of a criticism of the costume than a simple observation, she added, I mean, isn't it unusual to dress up as a saint on Halloween? If I stay up past midnight, it will be All Saints' Day." "I hope you don't intend to go to Mass as St. Clair," Sandra said lightly. "Your father wouldn't appreciate that." "Of course not, Mother. Don't be silly." This time it was Judith's turn to change the subject. "Where is William?" Henry sprang up from the couch. "Good question. I'll go upstairs and get him now. Billy's been getting into his costume." "Wait till you see it. It's a humdinger." Henry left the three women to carry on the sparring match by themselves, and went up the stairs and down the hall to Billy's room, but even before he opened the door he knew Billy wasn't there. A faint, uncanny flicker of nameless feeling touched Henry's heart as he looked about the empty room. It was like the poem that all the girls in junior year at Alexander Ramsey High School had memorized and recited time and again. "Little Boy Blue" by Eugene Field. He couldn't remember the poem itself, only the groan that had gone up from the boys in the class each time the old tearjerker got put through its paces. There were Billy's toys and his books. There in the corner were the 2 sets of bowling pins, arranged now in conventional 10-pin triangles. And there still, on the closet door, was his doctor costume. But the jack-o'-lantern, where was that? "Billy," he called aloud. "Billy, where are you?" There was no answer. Somehow Henry hadn't expected one. He went back out into the hall and saw that the door to Ned's room was ajar, letting the dim glow of the night light beside his bed spill out into the dark hallway. Of course, he thought, that's where Billy would be. He'd taken the jack-o'-lantern to show it to Ned. But Ned's room was empty, too, or so to Henry's blindered sight it appeared. He steadfastly refused to treat Ned's comatose body as though the boy's mind and spirit were still alive within its husk of flesh. Henry returned to the hallway without sparing a glance for the body in the bed. "Billy," he called again more loudly. "Billy, your mother is here." This time there was a muffled reply, and a muted clattering sound. But from where? The doors to the other rooms stood open, and they were dark within. All but the door to the attic, and surely Billy would not be there. But when he opened the door to the attic, Henry could see a faint wavering of candlelight on the bare rafters, and when he began to mount the stairs, Billy's voice issued clearly from the darkness. "I said I'll be right down, Dad." "What are you doing up here?" Henry asked of the darkness. "I just brought the jack-o'-lantern up here to see it where it's really dark, that's all." Henry had reached the head of the stairs, and now he could see Billy at the far end of cavernous space, kneeling in front of the jack-o'-lantern and hastily stuffing something that was scattered across the floorboards into his kiss knapsack. "Your mother's downstairs with Judith. If you hurry, they can give you a ride with them to your party. Madge is not feeling well, so I was meaning to walk you over there, but as long as they're here with the car—" Henry broke off. He was close enough to Billy now to see that what he'd been stuffing into his knapsack was the missing Heath bars. "Okay," Billy said. "I'm hurrying. I'm done. I'll put on my costume right away." He buckled the knapsack closed and put his arms through the straps. Then, taking up the jack-o'-lantern in both hands, he got to his feet. The candle flame wavered as Billy turned round, and the jack-o'-lantern seemed for a moment to be a sentient living thing. "It does look spookier up here, doesn't it, Dad?" "Yes," Henry agreed. "It does. Now give me the jack-o'-lantern. I don't want you tripping on the stairs and setting the whole house on fire. Go get into your costume, pronto." Billy handed the jack-o'-lantern to his father and reluctantly headed for the stairs. Halfway there he turned around. "Aren't you coming down, too?" "In a bit." Alone, Henry placed the pumpkin on the floor and swept his hand about in the dark spaces overhead, trying to find the string for the light, only to discover, when his hand had grasped it, that the bulb had burnt out. Then, using the pumpkin as a flashlight, he examined the area of the attic where he'd found Billy, feeling a little foolish to be playing detective this way, with no idea of what he might be looking for, but feeling also a strange uneasiness. Surely it was just the contagion of the boys' Halloween high spirits. Kids have this hunger for blood and gore because they're human. Grown-ups, after all, have pretty much the same hunger. Henry had almost persuaded himself to give up scanning the bare floorboards when he saw, with a start of genuine fear, a black wriggling motion that some ancient, deep-rooted instinct interpreted as snake. But that was absurd. The thing he saw at the farthest reach of the jack-o'-lantern's light, just where the floorboards gave way to a seeming carpet of insulating wool, was not in motion, and not certainly a snake. It was, he squatted, set down the jack-o'-lantern, and picked the thing up, the broken stethoscope Madge had brought home for Billy's costume. And beside it was the explanation for Billy's being up here, an empty Heath wrapper. Of course, he'd come up to the attic to make sure he got his share of the best candy while there was still a chance. Candy eaten in secret is always sweeter than candy that comes with your parents' seal of approval. A good theory, but in fact, when he picked up the wrapper, it wasn't empty. Henry let himself be tempted briefly. He did like Heath bars, but the hard, crunchy part was hell on his teeth. There was a gap between two of his back left lower molars that no amount of brushing ever got clean when stuff got impacted there. Giving himself a mental pat on the back for resisting the temptation, Henry pocketed the little candy bar, took up the jack-o'-lantern with its toothless grin, and headed back down to the lamp-lit living room and the social sparring, and, thinking more positively, the strong possibility, once his ex had taken Billy off to the school party, of having a piece of his favorite candy. 22. "Did she drink her Mickey Finn?" Henry asked, when Madge returned to the kitchen with the tray and the dishes she'd brought in to her mother for her evening snack. "Down to the last drop. She gobbled the cake, drank the Sanka, and popped right off. Older people are like that with Amatol. It hits them harder. The camera's wrecked, by the way." She put the dishes in the sink and returned the tray to its appointed place on the pantry shelf. Then she rejoined Henry at the kitchen table, accepting a cigarette from the pack he held out to her. "How's your stomach now?" he asked. "No problem. Judith's cake was a bit sweeter than I like." "It was like drowning in marshmallow syrup," Henry commented. "That didn't stop you, I see, from having a second slice while I was with Mother." She lit the cigarette and waved out the match. "Isn't that Judith a pill, though?" Henry grinned. "It's hard to gauge with her dressed up in that gunny sack, but I thought she was sort of cute. In a year or so she'll be a regular little Lolita." "You," Madge said, smiling. "You've got a one-track mind." "Tonight I do." "Well, just hold your horses. There'll be kids ringing the doorbell for a while yet, and you're not going to want to deal with soaped windows tomorrow. After I'm back from picking up Billy, there'll be time enough for sex. You're sure you're feeling up to the drive? I wouldn't mind the walk. It'd do me good." "I'm feeling fine. Whatever it was, it's out of my system. And what I'd like right now is a drink. How about you?" "Sure. Name your poison." "There's nothing but orange juice for a mixer." "Let me do it." Henry got up from the table and started making screwdrivers, talking while he popped ice cubes from the tray and mixed the contents of bottle and carton. "Didn't Billy get into a state about those Heath bars? He's not usually like that. Here they bring over that damned $5 pumpkin and a whole cake, and he won't let 'em have one miserable piece of candy." "It's the holidays. Kids go crazy at the holidays. Anyhow, Sandra says that Judith doesn't touch candy of any kind. She's the ultimate finicky eater. Remember 2 years ago? She wouldn't eat anything but peanut butter and banana sandwiches. Now it's health food. At dinner she eats vegetables and salad but won't touch meat. I told Sandra if she doesn't watch out, she's going to have an anorexic on her hands." The screwdrivers were fixed. Henry handed one to Madge and said, "Want to go in the living room? Maybe there's something on TV." "Sure." She stubbed out the cigarette in the ashtray and took a long, ice-tinkling swallow from the drink. The doorbell rang. "Damn," said Henry. He took up the serving dish with the candy in it and went to the front door. It was Billy's friend Ralph Johnson, and looking on from the base of the porch steps, his father, a guy about Henry's age but already paunchy from his job at some downtown bank. Ralph was dressed as an Indian, with stripes of lipstick war paint on his cheeks and a homemade headdress of brightly dyed chicken feathers. "Trick or treat," he shouted, holding up his shopping bag. "Ki-wa-wa yuana," said Henry. Ralph Johnson screwed up his face and said, "What?" "Ki-wa-wa yuana," Henry repeated. That's Indian talk for. What is your tribe, young warrior?" Ralph looked blank, and his father said, "He's an Apache, I think." His speech seemed oddly slurred. Henry took a closer look, and the man smiled in reply, exposing a nightmarish mouthful of long, snaggly, discolored teeth. Henry freaked. The sight of Johnson's hideous teeth registered as a personal, direct threat to the soundness of his own dental condition. Only when Johnson burst into laughter and popped the trick teeth from his mouth did Henry realize he'd been taken in. "Jesus," he said with a feeble laugh. "I really thought for a moment there—" "Yeah, they fool most people," Johnson said. "Well, here's some treats for the young Apache here." Henry scooped candy corn and licorice from the serving dish into the boy's shopping bag. "And here's a little something for old Saber-Tooth." He dug into his pocket and produced the miniature Heath bar he'd picked up from the floor of the attic. He tossed it to Johnson, who caught it neatly. "Now remember, brush your teeth after you eat that, or you'll regret it." "Right, dental hygiene, very important." Johnson slipped the trick teeth back in his mouth and gave Henry a parting grin. Even knowing the teeth were fake, it was disconcerting. "You should have seen the Johnson kid's dad," Henry said, returning to the kitchen. "He was wearing—" "Oh, no." Madge was on her knees beside the sink, retching convulsively into the yellow plastic dishpan from the sink. The onset of the vomiting had evidently caught her by surprise, for most of the vomit, still essentially recognizable as cake, had been spewed across the floor. Henry got down on his knees beside her. She tried to wriggle away from his consoling hug. There were tears in her eyes. "Madge, what in hell is wrong?" She wiped her mouth with the back of her hand and coughed to clear her throat. She tried to answer him, though her only answer would have been to say she didn't know. But the peristaltic convulsions began again. They continued, off and on, for another half an hour, and by the time they'd stopped, there could be no thought of her driving anywhere in the car. Henry wanted to take her to the hospital, but she refused to consider it. "I'll be going there tomorrow in any case, and all I want now is some sleep." There was no point in trying to argue with Madge when she was sick, since she could pull rank and insist that, as a nurse, she knew best what had to be done. So Henry didn't try to override her veto. Instead, he bustled about, cleaning up the mess in the kitchen, and seeing that she had a supply of pails and pans beside the bed. Then it was time to set off for Our Lady of Mercy. A block from the house, he had to turn back and get his raincoat and umbrella. "So tell me, God," he prayed, partly in jest and partly in earnest, as he stepped down from the front porch a second time into the drizzle that was thickening into a regular downpour, "what have I done to deserve this?" 23. All through Frankenstein, Billy kept thinking of the candy he'd put in the big bowl back in his homeroom, the bowl into which all Sister Catherine's fourth-graders had poured their various contributions, and from which, when they went home, they would be taking their separate portions. In previous years, a school-wide distribution of Halloween goodies had taken place here in the gymnasium, but as the principal, Sister Fidelis, had announced at the afternoon assembly, due to incidents of older children misappropriating the candy of the younger children, now only the games and horror movie and costume awards would take place in the gym, and candy would be doled out in their separate homerooms. Which made what Billy was doing much more fair, since only the kids who had laughed at him, and then refused to say why, only those kids would have their teeth rot. More fair, yes, but wasn't there something basically unfair about the whole idea? Didn't he always resent it when the whole class got detention for something that just one or two people had done wrong? And wasn't that what he was doing now, only worse? Meanwhile, the story on the screen, which Billy knew well from the times he'd seen it on TV, had got to the point where Boris Karloff has met the little girl he will soon throw into the stream. A crime he commits not because he's mean, but just because he's so incredibly stupid. He had this dumb, uncomprehending look on his face that was scarier than if he'd been deliberately nasty and snarly like a vampire. Some of the small girls in the front rows were already squealing with anticipation. Billy got up from his folding chair and made his way to the aisle, bumping knees and stepping on feet. Clumsily, Karloff picked up the little girl, and there was a general hubbub of screams and cheering as he heaved her into the water. Sister Symphosa was standing guard at the exit. At first she pretended not to notice Billy, and continued to scowl reproachfully at the figures on the screen. He tugged more insistently at the loosely knit gray wool of her cardigan. She directed her scowl toward him. "Yes?" "Sister, excuse me. I have to go to the toilet." "Can't you wait till the movie's over?" "But it won't be over for a long time yet. There's a whole lot of stuff that happens first. He kills a woman who's getting married, and they chase after him. And there's a fight inside a place where there's this thing spinning around. And I really do have to go to the toilet, badly." It was his correct use of the adverbial badly that tipped the balance. Sister Symphosa handed him a hallway pass and let him slip out the exit. To the left was the nearest boy's lavatory, but there was another close by, his homeroom, which was to the right, past the main stairway, and then down the corridor and around to the right again. The floor plan of the school being in the shape of a square, with a small hunk taken out of it so that you couldn't get back to corner A. The gymnasium, from corner D, his homeroom. Whenever the walls of the hallway were given over to metal lockers, they'd been decorated with Halloween decorations in as many styles and media as there were classrooms along the hallway. Sister Terence's third-graders had produced a 3-foot-high and 10-foot-long mural on a scroll of paper showing different rooms inside a haunted house with a wide variety of witches and monsters. None, to Billy's mind, very persuasive. Miss Bean's second-graders had produced, as usual, a much livelier display. A giant checkerboard with jack-o'-lanterns cut from orange paper pasted on the black squares, alternating with black skulls on the white squares. Every one who'd ever had Miss Bean for second grade agreed that her art classes were the most fun of any teacher in the schools, even though she always made you do things exactly her way. Billy slowed as he approached the main stairwell, since this was where he was most liable to encounter a monitor if there was one. He'd already thought up his excuse for going to the farther-off lavatory, namely that the 3 stalls in the other lav were all occupied. But the best thing would be to get to his destination without being noticed at all. It might take time to weed out all the Heath bars in the bowl, more time than anyone was likely to spend on the toilet. He could hear a voice, 2 voices, a man saying, "Mm-hmm," and "uh-huh," and the voice of Sister Fidelis, fluent and flute-like. They were standing next to the double doors of the main entrance, down half a flight of stairs from the hallway. Only Sister Fidelis was clearly in view, for the man had taken a position partly inside and partly outside the double doors, so as not to be officially smoking inside the school building. Even so, the smell of his cigarette cut through the usual school smells of polish and chalk dust with the force of sacrilege, like a rock-and-roll radio station being turned on in church. Billy took a deep breath, got his pass ready to show, and started walking along the hall, hoping the school principal would be too caught up in her conversation to notice him. And indeed it wasn't Sister Fidelis who called out, "Billy, hey, Billy, come down here." It was his father. Billy walked down the half-flight of stairs toward Henry with the lightness of knowing he was no longer responsible for anything that might happen. He had been stopped. It was out of his hands. "Hi, Dad." "Hello, Sister." He held up his hallway pass, and Sister Fidelis nodded without looking at it. "So, how's the Halloween party going?" his father asked. "And what are you doing out here in the hall?" "They're showing Frankenstein, but I had to leave to go to the bathroom." Henry smiled. "It didn't get too scary for you, did it?" He flicked his cigarette outside into the drizzling darkness and got down to business. "Well, you hurry up with your business in the bathroom. I'm going to have to take you home a little ahead of schedule. Your mother got sick again, so I'm afraid there's no chauffeur service tonight." "I'm sorry to hear that," Sister Fidelis said politely. "I hope it's nothing serious." "It's some kind of flu," she says. Sister Fidelis sighed. "Yes, it's getting to be that season. In any case, Billy mustn't go home without a share of the Halloween treats. So, Billy, when you've washed your hands, you can take your father to your homeroom and help yourself to some of the candy from the bowl. I'm sorry you won't be able to see the end of the movie, but your father tells me you're already an expert in the matter of Frankenstein." Billy nodded. "I've seen this movie before, and another one that was basically the same but in color. And then last year I saw Young Frankenstein. That one was my favorite. It's funnier than this one, but it's scarier, too." Sister Fidelis offered her hand to Henry. "It was nice having this chance to talk, and I shall pray for Mrs. Michael's quick recovery, and for your unfortunate mother-in-law as well. Such a strange thing to happen. Well, duty calls. I really must patrol the halls. All that candy could tempt the saints themselves. Good night and happy Halloween." Halfway up the stairs, she turned around and addressed Billy. "And I expect to see you at the 8 o'clock High Mass tomorrow, William. All Saints' Day is a holy day of obligation." "I know, sister." Henry insisted on accompanying Billy to the bathroom, but didn't go in with him. Billy entered a stall, waited a suitable amount of time, flushed the toilet, and returned to his father. Then there was no help for it. Billy led the way to his homeroom. And there on the main blackboard, in huge white letters made with the chalk turned on its side, was the dirtiest word in the English language, and then the school's initials, O.L.M. And there was the bowl of candy, but now by some miracle emptied of its contents, all but a few worm-eaten apples. Billy felt an immense elation. Even before he'd figured out logically what had happened, he knew he didn't have to feel worried any more, or guilty, or afraid. He understood the meaning of being saved. "Is this where the candy was?" Henry asked, tipping the bowl so that the mottled windfalls rolled about in it. Billy nodded. "It was full almost to the top." "What a damned rotten trick. Who in hell would have—" "Probably kids from Weyerhaeuser." Henry had thought as much himself, but hadn't wanted to say so to Billy. He nodded gravely but non-committally. "We'd better go tell Sister Fidelis. But first," he went to the blackboard and picked up an eraser. "We'd better erase this." "Maybe you shouldn't," said Billy. "It could be evidence." "If they ever need anyone to testify in court as to what was written on the blackboard, we can both be witnesses, okay? Meanwhile—" He erased the giant obscenity, but even erased, the letters left ghosts of themselves, and fuck OLM remained legible if you concentrated. "Write something else on the blackboard, Dad, like Happy Halloween, and no one will notice what's underneath." "Right," said Henry. That done, they returned to tell Sister Fidelis about their discovery. Her main concern was whether there had also been vandalism, and learning that there had not, she said, "That's a blessing. Of course, it's a terrible thing, but if it's only a matter of candy being taken, that can be remedied easily enough." "How do you suppose they got in?" Henry asked. "A school isn't a fortress, Mr. Michaels. Anyone able to climb the fence about the playground can get onto the window ledge of that room. We try to keep the windows latched shut for that reason, but sometimes—" She lifted her hands in a gesture of resignation. "I realize that you're anxious to get home, Mr. Michaels, but I'd appreciate it if you would take my place here at the door for a short time, say 5 minutes, while I go about and restock the bowl for Billy's classroom from the bowls in the other rooms. The children never need know what happened if I do it now." "Of course, sister, I'd be happy to." "Billy, you come help me." Billy followed Sister Fidelis back to his homeroom, and then, with Billy carrying the gradually weightier bowl, they went from one schoolroom to the next, taking larger portions where the supplies were more abundant. The first and second grade classrooms were definitely the best supplied. By the time they had reached the 7th grade classroom upstairs, there was more candy in the bowl Billy was carrying than in the classroom's bowl, and Sister Fidelis decided that they had gathered enough. They took the filled bowl back to his homeroom, where Billy would have forgotten to take any candy at all for himself if Sister Fidelis hadn't told him to. "Oh, go on, don't be shy. Take more than that. But do me a favor, will you, William? Sister, don't mention to the other children about what you and your father discovered. Of course, if anyone were to ask you about it directly, you would have to tell the truth. Lying is always a sin. But if no one asks you—" Billy nodded. "Yes, sister. I'll keep it a secret." "Good," she said, and rewarded him with a final handful of candy from the bowl. As they approached the stairwell, they could hear an argument going on between Billy's father and some people insisting they be let into the school. Henry was saying rather angrily that they would have to wait until Sister Fidelis was back and could identify them as students, and they were insisting on coming in right away. Sister Fidelis quickened her pace so that Billy almost had to run to keep up with her. As Billy and Sister Fidelis came to the stairs leading down to the doors and could see them, the boys who had been trying to push past Henry suddenly reversed course and backed out onto the sidewalk. Sister Fidelis went right out the door after them and demanded to know what they wanted. There was no immediate reply. Billy pressed his face up against the lowest glass panel of one of the doors to see what was happening. There were 4 older boys, 7th or 8th graders probably, and all 4 were wearing identical Richard Nixon rubber masks. You couldn't tell if they were black or white, even by looking at their hands, because they were all wearing gloves. But they had talked the way that colored kids talked when they'd been arguing with Henry. "Hey, man, you can't do that." And, "Who you anyhow says we can't come in here?" "Take off those masks and let me see who you are," Sister Fidelis demanded. "I'm Richard Nixon," one of the boys said in a tone of loud defiance, and the other 3 laughed and chorused his claim. "Yeah, that's who I am. I'm Richard Nixon." They held their hands up with fingers spread out to make V's. "Yeah," said the first boy, "I'm Richard Nixon, and I ain't no crook." This time their laughter sounded less forced. "Well, Richard Nixon, I'm afraid you'll have to find somewhere else to celebrate Halloween. The party here is only for students at OLM. I'm sorry, but that's the rule." Having made their defiance, the 4-scale model Richard Nixons headed away from the school and out into the street. Reaching the opposite sidewalk, they turned around and shouted aloud the same obscene message that had been written on the blackboard in Billy's homeroom. Then they turned and ran off into the darkness. "You know, Sister," Henry said, as Sister Fidelis returned indoors, "I'll bet those were the same kids who made off with the candy from Billy's classroom." "Returning to the scene of the crime? That would be bold of them, but I suppose we'll never know. Thank you for service beyond the call of duty." "I'd say it was exactly what my duty called for, Sister, and I'm glad I was able to be some help. Will you be all right here by yourself?" They were just children acting up. It is Halloween, after all. She laughed lightly. "This isn't the blackboard jungle, yet, and I've already kept you too long from your poor wife. So thank you again, and good night to you both." Henry stepped out the door, opened up his umbrella, and waited for Billy to crowd in under it with him. They set off home at a carefully measured pace, so as both to keep out of the rain as much as possible. As they walked, they ate candy from Billy's knapsack, and Henry spun more tall tales about the origins of Halloween, and Billy told him what he'd read on that subject in the Junior Universe of Knowledge. They agreed that the ancient Druids must have been interesting people. 24. Henry couldn't sleep. He'd lain in bed an hour listening to Madge's irregular snoring. She'd taken one of her Blue Angels from the bottle she kept hidden in her stocking drawer, and he was still as wide awake as ever. "I'll read a book," he thought, "and raid the icebox." In pajama tops and bathrobe, he went out into the hall and, after checking to see that Billy was sleeping well, down the stairs. The house had developed a deep-rooted chilliness, the funereal cold of a stone church or some other building where the furnace doesn't regularly operate. His feet cringed at each step, and his bare legs began to get goosebumps. November already. Heating bills. And this old Victorian mastodon ate up oil almost as fast as you could pump it into the tank. Combine that with the taxes, and the monthly bite was nearly as much as an average family paid for rent. Maybe he should finally do what he was always threatening to and set up a wood-burning stove in the living room. The chimney and the flue for the fireplace seemed to be in good enough shape, but without a steady supply of firewood, would it really represent a saving? As so often, Henry's daydream of a heroic undertaking had led him to recognize what it was he wanted in the way of instant gratification. A fire in the fireplace. There was just enough wood stacked beside the fireplace to get a cozy blaze going. Before fixing himself a snack, he formed a little teepee of kindling under the 3 slenderest logs from the stack and set it blazing. By the time he was back with a drink and a sandwich of cheese and catsup on toasted rye, the logs had caught, and the flames were having their own Halloween celebration, leaping and crackling. There was something primordial about fire, something almost religious. Henry only had to sit watching a fire for 10 or 15 minutes, and his mind was off in another dimension. It was hard not to believe that a fire wasn't alive, that the flames weren't more than excited gases. Hadn't one of the Old Testament characters seen God inside a burning tree? And there was something else, something he'd just heard about lately. What was it? Ah, yes, the thing Billy had told him about the Druids. The kid had a memory like a steel trap. Nothing got away. How they set special bonfires on Halloween and put the stones in them, one for each member of the family. Henry was not superstitious as a general rule. He didn't worry about walking under ladders or doing things on Friday the 13th. He treated black cats exactly the same as white cats, and he had no lucky coins or key rings or such as that. But sometimes things did happen that were hard to explain, such as the time a friend had got him to ask a question to the I Ching, and the question he'd asked was whether or not to get a Honda 650 he'd seen advertised, and the I Ching's answer had been, "The prince shall receive a gift of many horses." That certainly had to be more than blind chance. Henry had a similar respect for the messages in fortune cookies, but only when he felt an inner prompting that said this particular fortune cookie was one to be heeded. And he had that feeling now. He didn't act on it at once, since he was just starting to enjoy the glow of the fire, but he couldn't get rid of the idea about the Druids and the stones they put in their Halloween bonfires. But even after he'd returned from the kitchen with a second drink, he didn't seriously consider going out into the alley with a flashlight to find 4 appropriate stones. 5 with Ned. Then it dawned on him that, thanks to Ned, there was a good supply of stones all over the house. Ned had been a collector of interesting sticks and stones, and had always been bringing home weeds with pretty flowers or an odd-looking rock. The flowers would get stuck in a water glass and die in a day or two and get thrown out, but the rocks had been deposited, like so many never-to-be-hatched eggs, in the pots of the various houseplants. After Ned's accident, these nests of rocks had become so many little domestic shrines, commemorating the Ned of that earlier, happier time. He went into the dining room, turned the light on, and began to collect rocks from among the potted houseplants. 3 largish stones for the 3 grown-ups, and smaller ones to represent Ned and Billy. The largest, smooth and slightly pink, would represent Grandma O, as symbolizing her baldness. The black stone, basalt, would stand for Madge, and the one flecked with what looked like bits of mica would be his own. Ned's stone looked like a small gray potato, and Billy's was a chalky white shard of what might be marble. He placed all 5 stones on the hearth and used the fire shovel to push them back so they were dead center under the blazing logs. Then he laid 2 more logs slantwise across the fire, hiding the stones from sight. The new logs began to hiss and crackle, and Henry soon had to push the chair farther back from the fire to keep the hair on his shins from getting singed. He sipped his screwdriver and watched the flames and enjoyed the fire's heat and felt the tension draining out of his muscles like water from a tub. What a day! But it was over. He didn't even need a 3rd drink to go to sleep. He just put down the empty glass on the floor, drew up his legs into a fetal position so that his bathrobe would cover them, and conked out. He woke at 5 a.m. to the muted chiming of the grandfather clock from Mrs. Obstschmecker's bedroom. He knew a moment of confusion as to why he should be waking in a chair in the living room and freezing his ass off. Then it all came back, and he looked at the fireplace where the logs, all but one charred stump, had been reduced to a smooth mound of gray ashes. "This is stupid," he thought, dipping his hands into the mound of ashes and feeling about for the stones. He found Grandma O's stone first, and then Ned's. Neither had been affected by the fire. Madge's stone had got knocked to the back of the fireplace, probably by the falling of a log from the andirons, but it too was intact. His own, however, had split right down the middle. Weighing the sundered halves in his hands, he wished he'd never started his little experiment. You didn't have to be a Druid priest to know that this had to be accounted an ill omen. Enough of this shit, he thought. I'll make breakfast. But by that point it was too late to stop. He had to find the fifth stone and to make sure that no similar harm had come to it. He continued feeling around in the ashes, but all his fingers could discover were small charred knobs and knots of wood undevoured by the flames. He became more systematic. He spread a newspaper beside the fireplace and began to sift the ashes through his fingers, shovelful by shovelful. Billy's stone seemed to have vanished, and that simply wasn't possible. When Madge came down the stairs to make breakfast an hour later, he was still on his hands and knees by the fireplace, sifting the ashes, for a second time, through the largest of the kitchen sieves. "Henry," she said sleepily, "what's wrong?" "Nothing," he said. "Nothing's wrong. I made a fire last night, and I was just taking out the ashes. Go back to bed." "But I have to get ready for work. What are you doing? You're filthy." "I'm looking for Billy," he said, as the tears returned in force. "I'm looking for my son Billy." "Have you spent the whole night sitting down here drinking?" Madge demanded. Henry shook his head and wiped at his tears with the soot-blackened cuffs of his pajamas. But there was nothing he could say, no way possible to explain. She sighed. "Well, I can't really say I blame you, after what we all went through yesterday. Go get cleaned up, and I'll make some coffee. God, what a madhouse." She turned her back dismissively and went into the kitchen. Henry, admitting defeat, went to the upstairs bathroom, washed his hands and face, and began to shave. But all the while he shaved, the tears would keep trickling down into the shaving foam. Something terrible was going to happen, and there was nothing he could do to prevent it. He knew it sure as hell. 25. "Your great-grandfather, Olaf Hagerup," his mother said brightly, after Billy had been strapped into his seat with a seat-belt. "Which is to say, my mother's father had to be the stubbornest-minded man there ever was. One time the whole family went to a circus that had come to Brainerd. Just a little circus, of course, nothing on the order of what we'll see today." She turned on the ignition, and the factory-fresh Electra's V8 engine came on like a light bulb. But it was big enough to have basic circus animals like lions and tigers, and I suppose an elephant. She backed the car with a crunching sound into a waist-high mound of snow the plows had built up all along Calumet, then lurched forward into the street, spinning the back tires in the snow. Olaf sat there through the whole performance, and afterward, when he was home, he insisted that the animals he'd seen were just people dressed up in costumes. In my grandfather's universe, there simply wasn't room for lions and tigers. Isn't that amazing? He could see them with his own eyes, but he refused to admit they were real. Billy nodded. Half his mind was on his mother's story, but the other half was worried about her driving. His father was always making remarks about what a bad driver Sandra had been, and after a 2-day thaw, followed by a medium-sized blizzard, the streets were at their most treacherous. Henry had tried to argue them into taking a bus downtown, but Sandra had laughed and said Henry was suffering from sour grapes, meaning that it was only because he couldn't drive that he was in favor of the bus. In fact, though he didn't bother correcting her, Henry could drive again. His license had been restored just after the New Year, and he and Madge had celebrated by driving all the way to Mankato and back to go to the funeral of a cousin of Henry's whom Henry hadn't seen since he was 15 and the cousin was 12. "Penny for your thoughts," Sandra said, glancing sideways. At the same moment the back end of the Electra fishtailed, turning off Calumet onto Johnson at the corner of Brosner Park. Billy held his breath till the car had corrected course. Then he said, "I was thinking you must not know Dad's got his driving license back." "Has he? That's nice. It should certainly make your lives a lot easier. Personally, I can't imagine getting along without a car. Not living in Willowville. But I'm not surprised Henry didn't say anything. He's become so private lately. I hope he's been feeling all right." "He's fine, Mom. Everyone is fine." Sandra made a grimace of skepticism, and Billy took a deep breath and braced himself for the interrogation he could see coming. Each time his mother managed to get him to herself, she would start in with the questions. It was almost as though she'd written them down on a list, like groceries. "How is poor old Mrs. Obstschmecker?" And, Is Henry still working at the bar on Lake Street?" "How is poor old Mrs. Obstschmecker?" Sandra asked. "She's fine." "And her hair? Has it started to grow back?" "No, not yet." "Well, it's been how long? Almost 4 months. The last couple times I stopped by at the house, I haven't seen her. That's why I asked if she was well." "She doesn't come out of her room much any more. I guess she feels funny being bald." "Does she come to meals? Does she watch TV?" "She's got her own TV in her room, and Madge brings her meals on a tray." Sandra digested this information till they reached Snelling, where she had to stop for the traffic light. "Madge has been having some problems, too, I understand." "She's okay now. She found out that when she drinks alcohol it makes her throw up. It's some kind of allergy. I'm not even supposed to know about it, so don't say I told you. My lips are sealed." Now, Billy thought, she was going to ask him about Henry's bartending job on the weekends. But instead she said, "It seems your school has been in the news." "Really? On TV?" "No, just a small notice in the Minneapolis newspaper. Ben pointed it out to me yesterday. It seems there's some kind of dental emergency at your school and another public school nearby." "Oh, there were only 2 kids from OLM that had that happen. The other kids are all at Weyerhaeuser. They sent us home with pink cards that we had to take to the dentist to show we'd had him look at our teeth. And mine are all okay, except for one little cavity that was in a baby tooth that's loose anyhow." "You wouldn't know any of the children involved, would you?" "One's in our class," Billy confirmed, smiling at the thought of the goofy way Lyman Sinclair looked since the Heath bars had done their job on him. Either Lyman had managed to pocket some candy from the bowl before heading for the movie in the gym, or else he was a friend of the kids from Weyerhaeuser and had shared some of what they'd stolen. "A friend of yours?" Sandra asked. "No, he's a colored kid. All the kids that happened to were colored. It's probably because they don't brush their teeth the right way. You have to move the brush in a circle, like this." Billy imitated the movements of the ideal toothbrusher, as seen in the long, dull film about dental hygiene that everyone in the school had had to sit through on the day the pink cards had been distributed. Sandra smiled. The pantomime of toothbrushing was somehow reassuring, but she felt obliged to say, "The fact that the boy is colored doesn't mean he couldn't be your friend. I had a colored friend in high school, and that was back when there were many fewer colored people in the area." "Yeah, but Lyman Sinclair is a real bully. He's older than most of the other kids and bigger, and Sister Catherine has told him in front of the whole class that he's probably going to end up in reform school if he keeps on acting like he does." "Still," Sandra said, with a virtuous tightening of her hands on the steering wheel, "it's a terrible thing for anyone at any age to lose all their teeth all at once." "Oh, for sure," Billy agreed. But he couldn't resist adding, "But it does make him look funny, and he can't talk the same way he used to either. There must have been something wrong with the false teeth he had. And then he got in a fight like he always does, and his teeth got broken." Sandra shook her head. "The poor boy." Billy grinned. "And then last week someone wrote this math problem on the blackboard. It said Lyman Sinclair had 32 teeth. On Halloween he ate 5 candy bars, and all his teeth rotted and fell out. If the tooth fairy pays 25 cents for each tooth that Lyman leaves under his pillow, how much money must she pay Lyman?" Sandra smiled. "And you wouldn't know who the someone was who wrote that on the blackboard, would you?" Billy shook his head, all innocence. "It had to be someone who came back to the classroom during lunch hour, but they never found out who. Sister Catherine was pretty mad about it." "Well, whoever it was, I expect he's sorry now. That boy must have gone through terrible suffering, and—" "Mom," Billy warned, "watch out for the—" Too late. The Mercury Comet sedan she'd pulled out alongside of at last decided to pass the pickup that had been dawdling along ahead of it. As the Comet moved left into Sandra's lane, its left back fender slammed into the side of the Electra, sending it spinning across the ice-slicked surface of the street. Sandra closed her eyes and gripped the steering wheel reflexively, not with any thought of controlling the spin, but talisman-like in the hope it would protect her. Billy, as he'd been told to do if he was ever in an accident, curled forward as far as the seat belt let him and covered his head with his arms. He didn't look up until the car had come to a full stop, having slid into the snowbank on the opposite side of Snelling, facing in the opposite direction to which they'd been driving. "Oh, God, Jesus, Billy, are you all right?" Billy uncovered his head. "I'm okay, Mom. Are you?" Sandra began to cry. Then, as far as both their seat belts allowed it, she hugged him. A city bus lumbered to a stop beside the Electra, and the driver got out and knocked on the window and asked Sandra if she was all right. "Yes," she shouted through her tears. "I'm fine, thank you." The driver got back in his bus and drove away. Across the street there was no sign of the Mercury that had slammed into them. "It's a miracle," said Sandra. "A miracle we're both alive. That idiot pulling out without even looking. And there's no sign of him now, and Lord knows what he did to the car." She tried to move the car ahead, but they were solidly lodged in the snowdrift. The back tires had no purchase and spun about futilely. Sandra sighed. "I'm going to have to call for a tow, Billy. You can come with me or stay in the car, whichever you like." "I'll stay here. If a policeman comes, I can tell him what happened. It really wasn't your fault, Mom. I could see that." "Thank you, darling." She gave him a kiss and went to find a payphone. During the 10 minutes she was gone, Billy's mind was a tennis match of panicky decisions to do one thing and then to do the opposite. He'd acted so calmly right after the accident, but now alone in the car it was as though the accident were still happening. The car still spinning around in the middle of Snelling, out of control, and the only way to stop it was to tell his mother everything. Why Grandma O had gone bald. Why Madge couldn't drink any kind of liquor any more without throwing up. Why all those kids, and Ralph Johnson's father, too, had lost their teeth. But then there was Ned, lying upstairs in his endless coma, and if he began to explain about those other things, he'd have to explain about that, too. And he couldn't do that. Not ever. And he didn't want to give up the caduceus, especially now that it was so charged up. Ever since Halloween it was like grabbing hold of a live electric wire. If he could only think of the right way to use all that power, a way to help his father and mother, and Madge, too, all the people he really loved, and to help them in a way that wouldn't backfire like what he'd done for Madge had backfired. Because Madge did not seem at all happier as a result of not being an alcoholic any more. Sometimes she got gloomy in a way she never used to, and she was cranky more often, and she seemed to have a fight with Henry almost every night about something or other. So the next time he did anyone a favor, he had to be sure of what he was doing. Sandra returned to the car with a paper bag from which she produced 2 styrofoam cups, one leaking milky coffee, the other leaking watery cocoa. There was also a box of candy-coated popcorn called Scrunchies, which promised, like their more famous competitor, Cracker Jacks, a free gift in every box. It was when Billy had dug halfway down into the candied popcorn and discovered the free gift that he realized that nothing that had happened that day had been an accident, because it had all been leading to this. His problem was solved, and it was as easy as looking up the right answer in the back of the teacher's special copy of the arithmetic workbook. The free gift came wrapped inside an inch-square envelope of translucent paper. It was a single shiny new penny wedged into a slotted piece of cardboard. Above the penny it said, "Official Lucky Loafer Penny." Under it there was a little poem. "With this you'll be no wealthy man, but be as healthy as you can." "Gee, thanks, Mom," Billy said, leaning across the seat to kiss his mother. "You sure picked the right box. This is a super prize." Sandra thought he was overdoing it, but she was touched by what seemed to be his deliberate effort to make her feel better about the accident and the likelihood of their missing the first half of the circus. It broke her heart, it really did, that she could only have him a few hours at a time on weekends and holidays. He was such a sweet kid. She wanted a bigger share of him. Really, she wanted him all. 26. He could tell after he'd touched it to the third penny that all the caduceus's power had been used up. In a way he was pleased, though it meant he would have to wait a while before he could do for Sandra what he was doing for Henry and Madge. He reasoned that the benefit he was conferring must be great, since before he'd used it on the 3 pennies, the caduceus had had such a lot of energy in it, and now it was empty. The first penny went to Henry. "Hey, Dad," he said, just after Henry had got up from the sofa at the end of the nightly news, "this change dropped out of your pocket." He pretended to pick up 4 coins from where Henry had been sprawled, and then went over to him and put them in his hand. First, the original bright new penny that had come as a prize with the candy, and then, just because it seemed more convincing, 2 dimes and a quarter. Henry smiled and said thank you and pocketed the change, marveling a little at Billy's honesty. He was certain that when he'd been his age, he'd have acted on the philosophy that finders are keepers. The second penny went to Madge. Billy waited till Saturday, which was her cleaning day, and when she'd started mopping the kitchen linoleum with the O-cedar sponge mop, he went into the bathroom and put the penny on the floor beside the toilet. She always mopped the bathroom right after the kitchen. And sure enough, when the bathroom floor was dry enough for Billy to be allowed to go back in, the penny was gone from the floor. He knew she'd taken it because she was the one who always repeated, "See a penny, pick it up, and all that day you'll have good luck," whenever she saw a penny lying on the ground. Getting the third penny to connect with Grandma O was more of a problem, because he couldn't be sure if this penny had the same full zap of health that the first 2 did. He hadn't wanted to give it to his mother. There'd be time, later on, when the caduceus was charged up again, to do it right. But he figured that Grandma O, being as old as she was, wouldn't have the same long-term health requirements. He'd heard his father and Madge discussing the old woman's potential for longevity, and Madge had said 5 years with luck. Indeed, if Billy hadn't had misgivings about the full effectiveness of the third penny, he probably wouldn't have thought to do Grandma O a good turn at all. If there'd been a pet in the house, he'd more likely have blessed that hypothetical dog or cat with whatever power the third penny had. But there wasn't a pet, and he did feel a little guilty about what had happened to Grandma O's hair. And finally he simply was curious as to what being as healthy as you can would represent in Grandma O's case. Would her memory improve? Would she be less cranky? Would she be able to move around more easily? He considered it an interesting scientific experiment. The problem was, since Grandma O almost never left the house any more, and so had very little practical use for money, how could he get her to touch the penny? If she saw a penny on the floor, she certainly wouldn't stoop to pick it up. And he couldn't say, "Hey, Grandma, isn't this your penny?" because she'd just say no, it wasn't, and give him one of her suspicious looks. But finally he figured out a way to do it. He put the third penny into the slotted square of cardboard that the original official lucky loafer penny had come in, and one afternoon when he was home from school and both Madge and his father were out of the house, he knocked on the door of Grandma O's room. Only after a second knock did Grandma O say, "Yes, what is it?" Billy said he had a question he wanted to ask her. By then she'd come to stand on the other side of the door. "What is the question?" she asked. Billy said, "I can't ask you till I show you what it is I want to ask you about first." Reluctantly, Grandma O took the hook out of its eyelet and opened the door. She was wearing a wig that looked more or less like the hair she used to have, but she still didn't believe it fooled anyone. When people looked at her, she felt that they could see through the wig with X-ray vision and were secretly laughing at the spectacle of her baldness. "Well, what is it?" she demanded, standing in the doorway to keep Billy from coming into her room, as though he were a salesman or a Jehovah's Witness. "What's this supposed to mean?" He handed her the square of cardboard with the penny in it. She held it up in front of her nose and squinted at it. "The print's too small," she said. "I can't read it." She tried to hand it back to him, but he put his hands in his pockets. "What it says," he explained, "is Official Lucky Loafer Penny. But what does that mean?" A smile of genuine, if fleeting, pleasure wrinkled Mrs. Obstschmecker's lips. Rarely was her larger experience of the world appealed to as a source of wisdom or information. A loafer was a kind of shoe people used to wear, young people mostly. That was before everyone started wearing tennis shoes all the time. And every loafer had a kind of, I don't know what you call it, a slit, and it was just big enough to fit a penny inside of. She ran her fingertip back and forth across the penny. Did you wear loafers? Goodness, no. But Madge did, I remember now. Penny loafers, that was the word for them. Isn't that strange? I can remember her loafers on her feet with the white bobby socks as plain as if it were yesterday. Brown penny loafers. But she had nickels in the slits, not pennies. Maybe inflation had already started by then. That's always the hardest thing to remember, what a particular thing would cost in a particular year. There used to be candy you could buy for just 1 penny, but not any more. She handed the official lucky loafer penny back to Billy, who accepted it now with a glow of conscious benevolence. He had to fight against telling her the favor he'd just done for her, or even hinting at it. Grandma O had a nose for secrets, but he couldn't resist reading aloud the little poem printed beneath the penny. Listen to what else it says here. With this you'll be no wealthy man, but be as healthy as you can. Do you think that's really true, Grandma? Can 1 penny really be luckier for someone than any other penny? No, that isn't very likely, is it? Again she smiled. But I remember how your grandfather, that's to say, my poor late husband, Mr. Obstschmecker, he had a silver dollar that he would never part with. It's hard to believe he's been dead 6 years already. It seems like only yesterday. He was buried with that silver dollar. Good health is not a condition like baldness that is immediately recognizable, and so Billy had no sure way of knowing whether the 3 pennies were having their intended effect. Some weeks went by, and no one in the house came down with a cold or the flu. But who could say that that was his doing? 27. His kite had mounted so high that he'd almost run out of string. It was so high you could barely make out what color it was, but that was also because it was pale blue, about the blue you'd get if you poured a little milk into the blue of the sky and mixed them together. It was beautiful, but it was hard to say why. It wasn't just that it was so high up. Planes fly higher, but you're not connected to a plane by a length of string. The string felt alive, the way it tugged at you, like a bird on a long, long leash, asking to be unreal to some even more incredible height, or the way it would suddenly take a nosedive, and the string would go slack, and you'd have to wind it in as fast as you could, when suddenly, bing, it would snap tight again. Because it was Ascension Day and a holy day of obligation, OLM had the day off, but the kids at the public school didn't, and so Billy had Brosner Park virtually to himself. His was the only kite in the sky. He felt as though he were the center of all St. Paul, the one link connecting sky and city, heaven and earth. He wondered for how many blocks around the park it was possible to see his kite, how many people were looking at it at this very moment and marveling. While Billy had been gazing up at his kite, one of his classmates from OLM had come up the path, unnoticed, from the direction of Coghlan Avenue. "How's a brain?" Lyman Sinclair said to Billy by way of greeting when he stepped within his field of vision. He smiled a gummy smile at him, which, in combination with his dark sunglasses, did not register as friendly. Ever since he'd broken his first set of dentures, Lyman had taken to pocketing his prosthesis whenever he wasn't indoors. "Hi, Lyman." Billy tried not to sound afraid. He glanced back over his shoulder to see if Lyman had come up the hill by himself. He had. There was not another person to be seen, not so much as a passing car. "Flayin' a cut, are you?" Billy couldn't understand a word Lyman had said, only that it had taken the form of a question. Even at school, with his dentures in and making an effort to speak the classroom English Sister Catherine insisted on, it was usually difficult to understand what Lyman was saying. The words all slid together into a mush. "I'm flying a kite," Billy said. It was a dumb thing to say, because obviously that's what he was doing. But talking to Lyman was like talking to someone who speaks another language. You felt you had to say things as simply as possible. "Let me have it." Lyman held out his hand. This time there was no difficulty understanding him. He wanted Billy's kite. Billy experienced a moment of genuine doubt. Was Lyman asking to have the kite as his own, or only to feel it tugging at him from the sky? To feel that tug, and then to give it back. Then he realized it didn't really matter what Lyman wanted. He didn't want Lyman touching his kite. Period. He shook his head and took a few short steps backwards, away from the pull of the wind. He realized that he was trapped by the kite in the same way the kite was trapped by him. He couldn't run away from Lyman without surrendering the kite to him, and Billy was not a surrenderer. "Just for a minute," Lyman said, in a reasonable tone of voice, but tilting his sunglass-visored face at an angle that said, "or else." "No," said Billy quietly, concentrating his attention on the kite string as he began to rewind it around its wooden spool. "I have to get going home." "Gotta do your homework, huh?" Lyman said. "Gotta figure how much a tooth fairy gonna pay for my tea?" He was speaking as clearly as he was able, and with a force of rancor that made Billy look up, despite himself, to regard Lyman's toothless smile and then the nightmarish, slow opening of a pocket-knife. Lyman reached up to catch the tense kite string, then quickly backed away from Billy with the kite in his control. He held the knife blade to the string of the kite as to the throat of a hostage. "It was you, wasn't it? It was you rode that shit on a blackboard?" Billy shook his head. "Uh-huh." Lyman's lips curled into an expression that would have been a snarl if he'd been wearing his dentures. "It was you. I knew all the time it was you." He took a tight grip on the kite string and cut the string. But then, just as Billy was about to admit defeat and run away, Lyman, instead of enjoying the spoils of his victory, offered the tense, severed kite string back to Billy. High up in the sky, and far to the northwest, the kite canted sideways and began to dip. Billy took the string in his left hand and, dropping the useless spool, began with his right hand to wind the string as fast as he could about knuckles and palm of his left hand. The string was growing slack faster than he could wind it, but then there was a gust that pulled it taut again, forming a sudden painful tourniquet about his hand. Billy made a cry of pain, and Lyman an appreciative, "Huh!" Lyman snatched up the spool with its remnant of string from where Billy had dropped it when he'd been given the kite string. He snapped it in two across his knee and flung the pieces as far as he could. "See ya, Brain," he said, and ran down the hill in the direction he'd come from. Billy had no choice, if he was to save the kite, but to keep winding the string about his hand. It was a constant fight against the wind, which wanted to keep the kite aloft. Every new burst pulled the thickening reel of string tighter. Hoping to relieve the pressure on his left hand, he pulled the string back with his right hand to keep it slack, and soon his right hand was bleeding from a dozen thin nicks and slices. Finally, the pain in both hands was too much, and he decided to give up the fight and let the kite go free. But the string had knotted itself into an inextricable tangle about his left hand, and he couldn't get it off. He tried to break the string, but that was just as impossible without a sharp edge to bring to bear against it. The wind picked up. He felt as a fish must feel that's been hooked and is being reeled into its death. If only the kite would plummet to the ground, but it was flying perfectly. He got his right foot on the string to create more slack, and tried again with both hands to snap it in two, but the string was too strong. It was, in fact, a thin nylon fish line that an article about kites in a magazine in the school library had recommended as being the best compromise between strength and lightness. He'd spent almost $4 for it, 3 times as much as the cost of the kite. A sudden gust caught him unawares and yanked the nylon line from under his shoe. It sliced into the side of his hand like a wire cheese slicer into a hunk of cheddar. Blood flowed down over the back of his hand and dripped from his fingertips. The blood made the kite string slippery, and when he tried to grip it, his whole hand seemed on fire with pain. But he managed, with the help of his elbow and a momentary shift of wind, to get some slack back into the line. Like an animal with its foot in a trap, Billy now tried to gnaw his way to freedom. Lifting his left hand, he was able to bite at the slack length of line between his hands. The first bite had no effect. He bit down harder, and just as the nylon thread slipped like dental floss between his new-grown central incisor and the milk tooth beside it, the wind gusted and the line snapped taut, pulling free from his bleeding right hand and yanking out both front incisors with a single deft impulse of energy. The line parted, cut by the very teeth that had extracted, and the kite mounted into a last brief flight of glory before it took its final plunge. Billy fell to his knees, shocked beyond screaming. Blood gushed from his torn gums and from the right side of his mouth, where the kite string had made a deep incision, but all the pain was concentrated in his right hand. The left hand, in its tourniquet of kite string, was numb, and when he tried to raise that hand to his mouth to staunch the blood spurting onto his shirt and pants, it was as though his whole left arm had turned into a single block of wood, unhinged at wrist or elbow. All the way home, the entire 10-block stumbling run along Calumet, spattering the sidewalk with droplets of blood, his thoughts were fixed not on his own pain, but on Lyman Sinclair, on how he hated Lyman Sinclair, on the horror of his toothless smile. He didn't know he'd lost 2 teeth himself. He knew only that his mouth was bleeding, that his hands hurt, that he had to get home. He kept turning round to look behind him, as though he were being pursued, and fearful his pursuer would overtake him. Once an older woman trimming the hedge on her lawn tried to make him stop, but he ran by, ignoring her calls of "little boy" and "young man." He got home just as Henry was pulling up into the driveway with the back seat of the Dodge filled with bags and boxes from his weekly shopping expedition to the country club market at Rice and Wheelock. When he saw Billy covered with blood and lurching up the sidewalk toward the house, Henry slammed on the brakes. The old Dodge bucked to a stop, and Henry sprang out of the car and raced toward Billy, who, seeing his father, stopped where he was and simply waited to be taken up in his arms. All of Henry's alarms went off at once. He swept up Billy and ran with him out to the street, looking for whoever had been chasing him, trembling with anger. Then, disappointed of any outlet for that anger, he tried to comfort Billy, and at the same time to find out what had happened to him. He made him open his mouth and saw where the 2 teeth had been torn from the gum. "Who did this?" he demanded. But Billy would only shake his head, refusing speech now that tears were possible. Then Henry discovered the hand trapped in the tangle of fish line, its fingers red and swollen with blood, and he remembered Billy setting off for the park with his new blue kite. "Is this the string from your kite, Billy?" he asked, trying not to sound panicky. Billy nodded. Henry made a more secure cradle of his arms and carried Billy to the car, then thought the better of it and changed course for the front door. "We'll get you to the hospital right off the bat, Billy, but first I want to cut that string off your hand. Okay?" Billy nodded. "Be calm," Henry told himself. "Madge does this every day." But it was hard to be calm when first he couldn't find any scissors but the old blunt scissors in the kitchen drawer, which wouldn't do the job at all. He ended up having to use the sharpest of the paring knives, and twice, in severing the last loops of string, he nicked the boy's hand. When he apologized, Billy said he didn't have any feeling in the hand at all. But when the last of the string was off and the blood rushed back into circulation, Billy started to howl with pain. "What in the world?" said Mrs. Obstschmecker, appearing in the kitchen doorway. "Billy had an accident," Henry said, lifting Billy from the kitchen chair. "I can't explain now, and in fact I don't know what happened. He seems to have been in a fight. I have to take him to the emergency room at Ramsey Northwestern. Call Madge, would you? Thank God she left me the car today." "But what do you want me to tell Madge?" Mrs. Obstschmecker whined. But she whined too late, for Henry was already out the door. She phoned Madge at the hospital and told her what little she knew, how Billy was in such a state, and Henry in a worse state than him, and the blood all over both of them, and a whole kitchen towel soaked with it. "But why?" Madge insisted, keeping her voice professionally calm. "What happened? Was he in some kind of accident?" "No, a fight, Henry said, and there's all this string just covered with blood on the kitchen floor. I wish I understood what was going on, but he did say for you to go down to the emergency room. That's where he was taking Billy." For the next half hour, while she waited for either Henry or Madge to phone back and tell her what was happening, Mrs. Obstschmecker busied herself cleaning up the blood spattered all over the kitchen. Of late, Mrs. Obstschmecker had not concerned herself with housekeeping outside of her own 2 rooms, but it was less upsetting to mop up the blood than to sit by the phone and stare at it. She'd gone through half a roll of paper towels and still hadn't begun to deal with the splotches on the living room and dining room carpets, when instead of the phone ringing, the doorbell buzzed. Mrs. Obstschmecker no longer dealt with visitors in a day-to-day way. When the doorbell rang, she went to her room and let someone else answer it if there was anyone home, and if there wasn't, she just waited for the visitor to go away. But today, obviously, was not an ordinary day. So she went to the door, which Henry had left standing wide open, and there were 2 uniformed policemen. "Mrs. Henry Michaels?" the taller of the policemen said. "That's my daughter," said Mrs. Obstschmecker. "Is she here? Could we talk with her?" "She's at work, but I'm her mother. Is something wrong?" The policemen exchanged a glance that made it clear that something very definitely was wrong. "Is the boy badly hurt?" she demanded, unable to believe that Billy could have been seriously injured and still have been making such a fuss. "Has the hospital already?" the first policeman began, but was overridden by his partner, saying reassuringly, "The boy is fine. He suffered some cuts and abrasions, and he seems to have lost a couple of teeth, but he's going to be fine. It's a good thing he had his seatbelt on." "There was an accident?" There was an accident. It had happened at Snelling and McGill, outside a Lincoln Mercury dealership. Henry had been speeding. A bicycle veered out onto Snelling from behind a parked semi. Henry braked and twisted the wheel. The right front tire blew, and the old Dodge went careening into the pole that supported the dealership's revolving sign. The pole was snapped in 2 by the impact, and Henry, who had failed to secure his seatbelt, was thrown head first against and through the windshield. He went into shock instantly, and was declared dead shortly after being admitted to the hospital emergency ward. Which meant, according to Mrs. Obstschmecker, when she would speak of these events in later years, that he died a painless death. "And that's a blessing, isn't it?" she would always add. "That is a blessing." Book 3, 28. He was in that in-between state, warmer and more pleasant than any bathtub, of being awake without quite being behind the driver's wheel of consciousness, when he saw the envelope being slipped under his bedroom door, a pale pink rectangle that appeared and then either disappeared, or else he drifted back to sleep for a few moments. Then it appeared a second time, or he awoke, and this time was not taken back. "It's from Judith," he thought, because only Judith would be using pink envelopes. The duvet suddenly felt much too warm, and at the same moment the slanting sunlight spotlighting the dust motes intensified as though he'd taken off a pair of sunglasses. "I've got to get up," he told himself. The message traveled slowly to whatever part of his mind translated such decisions into muscular contractions. Then, gingerly, with toes and knees, he nudged the ungainly duvet sideways, exposing himself to the spring morning air in graduated dosages. Only when he was sitting up and positioning his flipper in his mouth did it dawn on him what today was. His birthday. He was 13 years old, an official teenager. He wondered what sort of official birthday present he would get, but it wasn't a wonder keen enough to accelerate his getting dressed. He didn't think the birthday monster was liable to bring him anything he really ached to have. His mother would buy him a lot of sport clothes with designer labels, and maybe a tennis racket, since she'd been dropping hints about how much fun tennis was, and how he ought to get more exercise, and then almost certainly, since at Christmas he'd been given his own home entertainment center, complete with hi-fi, tape deck, and a 12-inch TV, a lot of records and tapes. What Winky would give him he couldn't imagine, but he doubted it would be anything he wanted. Maybe just money, and that would be okay. He'd begun to appreciate money. And from Judith? Last year it had been a novena, and if the pink envelope peeking in under the door was any indication, it looked like this year would be more of the same. He didn't blame her. She was sincere enough about all that stuff. She probably spent a couple of hours a day on her knees, but he couldn't get very excited about it either. It wasn't so much that prayers are cheap. He knew she refused on principle to accept an allowance from her father, so she didn't have money to spend on presents. But surely she knew by now that he didn't believe in novenas. It was like someone promising you that he'd spend an hour a day talking to himself and dedicate it to you. Thanks a lot. As it turned out, Judith must have had some thoughts along the same lines, for her letter, though indeed a birthday offering, was an entirely different proposition. 8 pages of floral-decorated, scallop-edged, scented stationery filled on both sides with Judith's supremely legible handwriting. 4 years earlier he'd given her that stationery for a Christmas present, and she, instead of simply throwing it away, had reserved it for letters she wrote to him. She'd never stated that as a policy, and by the time he'd figured out for himself the reason for the stationery's wonderful longevity, he was old enough to appreciate her sense of poetic justice. And every time he got another letter from her, and another whiff of that scent, the lesson sank in a little deeper. Never give to others a gift you wouldn't be happy to receive yourself. The letter read, Dear William, there, you have my birthday present. Do you like it? Do you know what it is? It was given to you once before already, almost 13 years ago. But somewhere along the way it got lost, and now I'd like to give it back to you. Your own name. Your true name, William. You've been a Billy for so long that you may not like my idea at all, and if that's how you feel, I will respect your choice. Or you might like Bill instead of William, but somehow I don't see you as a Bill, perhaps because the only Bill I know well is Bill Burden, who was the editor of the Chronicle 2 years ago, when I was just starting at St. Tom's, and a person I never felt real sympathy for, though Bill was nice enough in his own way, the way of the jock. Anyhow, William is a name with many positive associations, beginning in 1066 with William the Conqueror, and including William Shakespeare. Also William of Ockham, who invented Occam's razor. No, that is not off the top of my head. I used the Britannica. But not any very important saints, unless William Cuffetella, whose feast day is April 4th, is important. Somehow I doubt it. All I can find out about William Cuffetella is that he was a Sicilian hermit who died on his knees. His body was found in that position, and all who touched it were cured of what ailed them. Well, you do say you want to go to medical school. It seems strange to me that I can write to you so easily, but always have such a hard time talking with you when we're together. Actually, it's probably not strange at all, but an ancient truth about older sisters and younger brothers, and younger step-brothers even more so. I know you think I don't have a sense of humor, and you're probably right because Miss Arnold says the same thing. But I do think many things are funny, even though I don't laugh out loud at them, and I appreciate the spirit you've brought to our family circle. You've made us all much happier people. It is now 2 a.m., and I still haven't said the basic thing I wanted to say when I began writing this, which is that I love you, and not like some dutiful stepsister, and not because my confessor said that would be something I ought to tell you. In fact, what made me think to say it is a little embarrassing. It was seeing Mary Tyler Moore in Ordinary People and wanting her to say that to her son, and then wondering whether I was any different. I see you every day and know all your moods, some of which are pretty rotten, some of mine are too, and we argue a lot. But I do respect you, and that is what my birthday present means, if it means anything. You know Jason Schechner from the Math Honors course and the Computer Club. Back when Jason and I were freshmen, he wrote a paper for English about his bar mitzvah, which is a special kind of birthday party for when a Jewish boy turns 13. At a bar mitzvah, you have to stand up and make a speech that is always supposed to start, "Today I am a man." So here you are turning 13, and I was writing in my diary, "Tomorrow Billy is a man," and it sounded wrong. But when I changed that in my head, to tomorrow William is a man. It seemed perfectly natural and quite true. By the way, Jason's sister Lisa has told me she thinks you're sort of cute, and since she didn't swear me to secrecy or anything like that, I suppose I should mention it. Maybe that's even what she had in mind. Of course, in many ways, we're both still children. We have to live here in Willowville in our parents' house. We have to attend St. Tom's or some other high school. We can't vote or get married, etc. But in the way that counts most, we are grown-ups. Not just because 13 is some magic number, but because from the moment we decide that we're responsible for what we say and do, and how we behave towards each other, we are. So if I ever forget what I've been saying in this letter and begin to treat you like a kid brother and not like an equal, just stop me, please. Today you are a man, William. Congratulations and happy birthday. Judith. His basic reaction was one long cringe. If becoming Judith's equal meant becoming equally earnest, equally preachy, equally holier-than-thou, then he would rather remain her kid brother forever. But the idea about his name was another matter. William. He liked the sound of it, and she was right that Billy sounded like a youngster. The only grown-up Billies he could think of were baseball players. Or Billy the Kid. William Michaels. He went into his bathroom and confronted this new being in the mirror over the sink. "Hello," he said, in the voice he used when he answered the phone and wanted someone to think he was a grown-up. "I'm William Michaels." The figure in the mirror pondered this a moment, then flipped the flipper loose and grinned, revealing the gap made by the missing front teeth. "Bullshit," whispered the kid in the mirror. William sucked the flipper back into place and scowled, not at the kid in the mirror, but at the new pimple that had appeared overnight on his forehead, an inch southwest from the part of his hair. There was a knock on the bedroom door, and he shouted out, "I'm in the bathroom." "That's all right, there's no rush, but your father wanted you to know that they'll be showing Mount St. Helens on the news in just a couple minutes. He thought you'd want to see it erupt." "Thanks, Mom. I'll turn on the TV in here." "And William—" It was the first time his mother had ever called him William. Judith had already been at work. "Yes, Mom? Happy birthday." 29. Why, Ben Winklemeyer wondered, not for the first time in his life, are the shells of pistachio nuts dyed red? The fingers and thumb of his right hand still were discolored from the bowl of pistachios he'd shucked and eaten the night before. The plastic casing of the Big Ben by his bed also bore witness to his indulgence. So, too, doubtless, did the pages of the magazines he'd leafed through and the monthly statement for his CMA account. It must be that at some level people actually like having red fingertips. Women, after all, paint their nails red. It had been one of those nights, insomniac, his mind monologuing a mile a minute, ever since, at exactly 3:15, the hands of the Big Ben were luminous. He'd been awakened by the faint, intermittent creaks of someone slowly descending the stairs. His wife's bedroom and Judith's were ranged like his own along the ground-floor gallery of the sprawling split-level. Only Billy inhabited the upstairs, and he was generally a sound sleeper. In any case, he was not a tiptoer. The footsteps continued past his bedroom door and faded to silence. Then the click of a door latching closed. He lay there thinking. Not the hazy thoughts that lead back toward sleep, but crisp, clear, business-oriented thoughts that soon had him looking about for pen and paper. And since he was already out of bed, a cigarette. He'd smoked the last of the pack in the bedroom while he was watching the late news, but he knew there was a carton in his office. So it was his turn to tiptoe up the stairs, creak by creak, and past Billy's bedroom, where he had noticed, by the dim light of the ankle-level night lights recessed into the wall, an envelope wedged in under the door. That resolved the mystery of the midnight prowler, for Judith was wont to bare her soul every so often in letters delivered late at night under the door. Her last such communication to him had been a 5-page, well-reasoned, and vigorously written plea for him to quit smoking. or, if he couldn't quit smoking, to stop doing work for ATA, the American Tobacco Alliance. She made it clear that this was not a matter she wished to discuss with him. There was no room for discussion. Working for the cigarette industry was sinful, period. Ben had honored her insistence not to talk about it and gone on smoking, and MIMA, the Minneapolis Institute of Motivational Analysis, continued to be funded by ATA. And Judith, ever since, lived under a kind of self-imposed house arrest, refusing to have an allowance and grimacing in a martyred way whenever he or Sandra lit a cigarette. She had not, however, suggested going off to live with Rhoda in Florida, though Rhoda, who barely scraped along on her alimony and hungered for child support, was always trying to tempt her daughter down there. Naturally, Ben was curious as to what Judith might have to say to Billy that required the urgency of one of her night letters, and having no compunctions about privacy, he slipped it out from under the door and took it into his office to read. Fortunately, before he opened it, he'd noticed the telltale traces of the pistachio shell dye on his fingers and washed his hands until, though the skin was still discolored, he could handle the paper without leaving red smudges. He was pleasantly surprised by both the style and content of his daughter's latest letter. Admittedly, it was bossy of her to presume to decide for her stepbrother what name he should go by, but bossiness wasn't necessarily a bad quality if it was effective. Then one saluted it as a gift for leadership. He returned the letter to its place under Billy's door and made a mental note to call his stepson William. He made a second mental note to get the boy some kind of birthday present above and beyond the usual envelope of cash. What Judith had said about his making the family circle happier was undoubtedly true. Now, if Billy, William that is, would only extend his ameliorative capabilities to include a cure for Judith's anorexia. Food. That's the direction the tobacco companies had to move in. That's what he'd come up here to write a note about. The primal addiction. They might outlaw smoking, but food? Plus, there was an irrational component in food purchases that made the business a suitable takeover target for the tobacco industry, with all the billions in profits piling up and no way really to expand the market. Then came the deflating awareness that this was the megalomania of 3:30 a.m. He might as well write a note to President Carter about how to deal with the hostage crisis. Think small. That was the proper economic ecologic niche for MIMA. Motivational analysis, not investment strategy. Such as returning to what he'd wondered about earlier. Why pistachio nuts are dyed red. The ones that are left their natural color seem to taste the same. Yet one always buys the red nuts. Why? People must like having their fingers dyed red. Could it be the same for smokers? So far as Ben knew, there was nothing in the literature about the subliminal motives surrounding tobacco stains. The assumption seemed to be that this was an embarrassing aspect of smoking better left unexplored. But what if smokers liked having nicotine-stained fingers? ATA would almost certainly agree to fund at least a pilot investigation. The industry ached to be able to sponsor any kind of product-oriented research that wasn't connected to disease and/or the mortality rates of smokers. The idea was good for $200,000 minimum. Dan Turnage would be flying into the Twin Cities from the Baltimore headquarters of ATA this afternoon. He could spring the proposal on him. Turnage, admittedly, was only a figurehead, but he'd be delighted to be treated like a functional executive. Ben tightened the drawstring of his pajamas, raised the roll-top of his mahogany desk, and started to write up the proposal. It was finished, along with a pack of Pell-Mells, by the time the kids had left for school. 30. According to his stepfather, who took a fanatical interest in everything connected to Watergate, the lunch William had put together at the salad bar was the favorite lunch of Richard Nixon, cottage cheese covered with catsup, to which William also added croutons and bagel bits. It was no gourmet treat, but it went down quick. When he was done, he wiped the Formica tabletop dry with a paper napkin and spread open his German notebook. At St. Tom's there was no official study hall, just this corner of the school cafeteria, or else the library, the idea being that everyone at the school was supposed to be such an overachiever that any extra hour of the day went to some easy elective like art or working in the Chronicle office. But in the 45 minutes he had for lunch, William could generally count on getting his German assignment done in the lunchroom, and then go to his German class in the next period with the foreign language motor in his head still functioning. Today's assignment was to write a page-long essay describing one of his earliest memories. William was generally pretty good at German. He could zip down a page filling in the blanks with the right verb forms, pronouns, etc., as fast as he could handle his homework for algebra. He was good at remembering all the irrational rules for the sex of nouns. A dream is masculine, cream is feminine, children are neuter. But essay assignments were another matter. Dwayne Nielsen, the German teacher, liked to pose questions that were relevant, a word that, as used by Nielsen, seemed to mean nosy, prying, snoopy. The other 7 students in the class appeared not to resent Nielsen's giving them the 3rd degree under the guise of an exercise in grammar. But William did, so bitterly in the first couple of weeks of class that he'd almost switched to French. But Judith was studying French, and one of the best reasons for studying any foreign language is to be able to say things that the people you live with can't understand. Then somewhere around Thanksgiving he had realized that the way to deal with the problem was simply to lie. He could still remember the question going round the table until his own turn came, and Nielsen asked, "Wilhelm, hast du ein Bruder? Wie alt ist er? Erzähl uns von ihm." How was he supposed to answer that? "Yes, I've got a brother. His name is Ned, and he's 17 years old, and he spent every day of his life for the past 6 years or so laid out like a corpse in a dark bedroom staring at nothing. And sometimes there's baby food dried into little green scabs in the stubble of his beard, and he has to wear diapers because he's incontinent." There was no way that William was going to share that information with Nielsen, his classmates, and inside of 24 hours with everyone else at St. Tom's. It was a small school with fewer than 300 students in all 4 grades. So he lied. It was easy. He wasn't under oath, and no one had any reason to doubt his answer. No, he had said, in halting but grammatically correct German, "I do not have a brother, but I do have a sister, Judith, who is 15. She is very active in the battle against—" And then he had to ask Nielsen the word for abortion, which got Nielsen flustered because he didn't know it, and had to look it up in a dictionary. From that day on, William had known he could handle Nielsen simply by putting him on the defensive. But this time Nielsen had hit on an assignment that went right to the heart of William's problem. Because it wasn't just that William was shy about speaking of the details of his personal life. To a very large degree, he simply didn't remember them. Whenever he returned to the so-called scenes of his childhood, on a visit to Grandma O's big old house on Calumet, or driving past OLM, the parochial school he'd attended up through 4th grade, it was like looking at pictures of some stranger's photo album. His childhood had been erased, like a file deleted from the memory of a computer. A few odds and ends survived. The plots of movies he'd seen, and almost every word of a scratchy record of fairy tales narrated by a dead comedian called Poppy Mueller. But all the important things were gone. What kind of stepbrother Ned had been before he'd got the illness that made him a vegetable. How Sandra and his real father, Henry Michaels, had got on before their divorce, when they'd been living together on Kuhn Avenue. Maybe that was too early in his childhood for him to be expected to remember much of it. But the years he'd gone to OLM were also a blank, and those were just the things he knew he didn't remember. There was no telling how many other files might have been deleted in the same way, without his knowing it. Because if you don't know something happened, how can you be aware that you've forgotten it? He'd wondered at times, since he'd become aware of these gaps in his memory, whether they were really that unusual. He was always curious to know what other kids his age could remember about their own childhood, and mostly what they remembered seemed to be times they'd done something wrong and got caught and punished for it, or fights they'd been in, or places they'd gone for vacation with their families. William figured that a lot of that kind of remembering was actually people telling each other the story of how something had happened. It was the story they remembered, not what happened. But he didn't have anyone he could hear the stories of his own childhood from, since his father was dead, and his mother hadn't seen that much of him in the years right after the divorce, and Madge and Grandma O, when he would visit them in their creepy old house, showed no inclination to reminisce, not at least about his childhood. Grandma O was full of information about growing up in Anoka in the 20s, and Madge would tell things she remembered from when she worked at the hospital, but on more personal matters she was as tight-lipped as a POW in a war movie. So William figured there was nothing functionally wrong with his memory that couldn't be accounted for simply by lack of exercise. Even so, he had tried to keep the extent of his memory loss a private matter, fearing that if it were suspected he would have to return to the psychiatrist in the Fauché Tower, to whom he'd been sent immediately after the accident. Dr. Helbrin. He'd hated his trips to Helbrin's office even more than the sessions at the orthodontist when he was being fitted for the flipper. Now, however, that he didn't have to deal with Helbrin, there was little danger of having his secret discovered, since there was no one else he knew who showed any curiosity about his past. No one but Herr Professor Nielsen. And Nielsen's attention was usually directed to those students who craved it and actively clamored for it, the hand-wavers and brown-noses. So the thing to do was to avoid being interesting. You had to look ordinary, bright but ordinary. Bright was okay at St. Tom's, where the faster you moved up the academic ladder and the higher the scores you racked up on that ultimate video arcade game called the SATs, the better your credit rating. But ordinary was no less important. Ordinary was wearing the school uniform, which was, like the uniform most grown-ups wore, not a specific set of clothes but a style. Expensive but not loud or trendy. Ordinary as in the movie everyone was going to and which was set right here in Minneapolis, Ordinary People. It wasn't necessarily that easy, aside from having the right clothes, to achieve genuine ordinariness. You might be too fat, or have the kind of acne that made people cringe when they saw you, or you might have noticeably strange ideas that you couldn't shut up about, such as Judith with all her various crusades. But for his own part, William was pretty sure he still qualified as ordinary, and he intended to hang on to that status by whatever means it might take. So, what would constitute an ordinary early memory? What would an ordinary 13-year-old remember about his ordinary childhood? He looked down at the paper plate with its dregs of catsup-dyed whey, and there was the answer. Food. He could remember all kinds of food from his childhood that his mother never cooked, foods he felt a genuine nostalgia for when he saw them at the supermarket. Spam. Spam sandwiches with spongy slices of Wonder Bread soaking up the butter the spam was fried in. Butter was the same word in German as in English, and feminine in gender. Die Butter. Frozen pizzas, and the choice between the kind of gray nubbles of sausage and the little red discs of pepperoni. Pizza in German had to be pizza, but what was its sex? He made it feminine, figuring that Nielsen wouldn't know the sex of pizzas any more than he did. What else? Strawberry ice cream. That was a memory that went back to Kuhn Avenue and the ice cream truck that came by in the summertime. In no time at all, he'd filled a page with early memories of food, writing in a rush and mixing the German and English together like cottage cheese and catsup. Then he set to work looking up the German for the words he'd left in English, and by the time the bell buzzed to announce the next period, he had every word in place. When he read it aloud in class, there wasn't one of his classmates who didn't think that William wasn't entirely ordinary with ordinary memories of an ordinary childhood. 31. Of the 12 members of the computer club at St. Tom's, 4 had Apples, 2 had Ataris, 1 had a Commodore PET, and the others had video game machines, except for William, who didn't have anything yet. He'd joined the club to learn BASIC and scrounge time on the club's kit-built Altair, a donation to the computer club from its president, Jason Schechner, who'd moved up to an Apple the Christmas before last. The video game machine owners were not considered serious members and had been allowed into the club only to comply with the student council's bylaw that required any student organization receiving the use of school facilities to have at least 10 members. The video game contingent almost never came to meetings, and when they did, it was to try and involve the others in their own ever-continuing game of Dungeons and Dragons. William probably wouldn't have gone to room 202, where the club was to meet that afternoon, since he knew that Larry Binns had not come to school today, and so would not be demonstrating, as scheduled, the version of Space Invaders he'd programmed on his Apple. Plus, 4 other members of the club were off with the debate team to Bishop Cretin High School for the last meet of the year. But then in math class, Jason Schechner's sister, Lisa, had handed him a note from her brother saying to be sure not to miss the meeting at 3 o'clock. There was no reason given, but William recognized the note as a command, and he was accustomed to deferring to Jason's authority whenever convenient. Jason was 16 and was taking advantage of the university-linked accelerated studies program to get his diploma from St. Tom's in just 3 years, which he'd been able to do without damaging his reputation as one of St. Tom's leading goof-offs and free spirits. He was using his Apple to design a kind of music box cum guitar that would let its player pretend to be playing at virtuoso level. So far it wasn't a marketable commodity, but you could see the promise. That Jason, with all his popularity and advantages, should deign to be William's friend was considered something of a social anomaly by Jason's other friends, who were all seniors or already in college, but it didn't surprise William. Jason was a brain, and William was a brain, and brains have a way of forming a double orbit. And so, obedient to Jason's note, William had not headed out, after the last bell of the day, to Bus 4, which serviced Willowville, New Hope, and the other north-lying suburbs. Instead, he'd gone from his locker directly to room 202. Like most of the second-floor classrooms at St. Tom's, which had yet to grow into all its hand-me-down square footage from its earlier incarnation as an Episcopal seminary, room 202 functioned as an attic. In addition to a supply of old metal filing cabinets and nests of stacking chairs, there were a number of orphaned exhibits from the science fairs of yesteryear, looking a bit enigmatic now that they'd been cannibalized of their reusable elements and had lost, in most cases, their explanatory posters. In the central panel of the frieze of blackboards at the front of the room, someone had left a message. Happy birthday. In smaller script beneath this, I'll be a few minutes late, please wait. Jason. For some reason, Jason's birthday greeting made William uneasy, and he took the eraser from the narrow ledge at the base of the blackboard and began erasing the chalked letters. No amount of erasing seemed to make the message completely illegible. The uneasiness intensified to a kind of panic, which was stupid, because there was no real need for him to be doing this in the first place. It was as though the letters he had to erase were not the actual ones he could see, ghost-like, glimmering behind the overlapping veils of smeared chalk dust, as though another message were decipherable behind it, which, squinting his eyes, almost closed, he could read, Happy Halloween. For a moment it was as though he were there again, in the 4th-grade classroom at OLM, on the night of the Halloween party, the night the candy had been stolen from the big bowl. He remembered the obscenity the thieves had written on the blackboard, and how it remained there even after his father had erased it, and how he'd suggested writing another message over it. The same he could see now, until he blinked it back to what he knew was there, the words Jason had written there, and he'd just now erased. Happy birthday. But the memory remained, and he felt like a fisherman who has spent the whole day trolling without once feeling a tug on his line, when at last a fish strikes. All the time he'd sat there in the lunchroom trying to dredge up an early memory, racking his brains for a single clear detail from the years he'd been at OLM. And now suddenly he could see that old classroom superimposed over the uniform tawny orange of room 202, as though these walls were only a kind of veil through which he could witness that earlier scene. The empty desks and the damp coats in the cloakroom where his classmates had left them when they'd gone to watch Frankenstein in the gym. He could remember getting up during the movie and going to the nun at the door to ask permission to go to the toilet. But that had been a lie. He'd really wanted to go back to the classroom alone. But why? And why did that big metal bowl, emptied of all but a few worm-eaten apples, seem in retrospect a happy memory? The significance of these recollections remained tantalizingly out of reach, as though he'd been spinning the dial of the TV and caught a single vivid scene from an old movie, but without the sound, without knowing how the story began or where it was going. "Hey there, happy birthday," said a voice from behind him, as though reading the message erased from the blackboard. He turned around to face his friend. "Jason, hi." Jason was dressed not in the normative designer-brand sportswear favored by most St. Thomas students, but in pre-faded jeans, heirloom sneakers, and a black sweatshirt pledging his allegiance to Led Zeppelin. Somehow the effect remained normative. The sun-tanned, swing-trimmed body inhabiting these clothes was obviously a product of affluent suburbia, and not of that romantic, dangerous inner city that Jason visited 2 or 3 nights a month to attend rock concerts or go drinking with a fake ID. "Glad you got my note, and glad to see you. 2 reasons. Reason number 1, I wanted to give you this." He handed William a small package about the size of a cigarette pack, wrapped in a white paper napkin and held together with 2 red rubber bands, of the very small kind that Jason used, when he was not at school, to hold his hair together in a ponytail. "Well, aren't you going to open it? You can't thank me properly until you do." "What's the second reason?" William asked suspiciously. "There isn't going to be some kind of surprise party, is there? I told my mother I didn't want anything like that, and I was serious." "The second reason has nothing to do with your mother. It may be a surprise, if you let me keep it one, but not a surprise you'll have any objection to. Okay? Now open your present and thank me for it." He opened the napkin-wrapped birthday present. It was a pack of Camel cigarettes. An open pack and only partially full. "Cigarettes? I'm 13, so suddenly I've got to start smoking cigarettes? Jason, what is this, 1950? Jason smiled knowingly. "Not cigarettes, schmuck. Joints, grown in Jamaica, hand-rolled by yours truly. You see, it's true what the representative of our police department said about the danger of drugs being ever present in our schools. Here you are now, confronting the danger." "I've confronted the danger before, thanks. It only made me feel sleepy." "It could have been you needed to sleep at the time, but you were repressing it. This stuff unleashes all your most stifled longings, all those buried feelings. It's a scientifically proven fact." He smirked, and the separate silken hairs of his incipient mustache twitched like the sentient whiskers of a rabbit. St. Tom's dress code allowed for the growth of any amount of facial hair, but this was a liberty that few of the students either wished or were able to exercise. Jason's mustache, such as it was one of only 7 in the entire student body. "So, what do you say? Shall we drop some dynamite down the old mine shaft, William was of 2 minds. On the one hand, he theoretically disapproved of drugs, or at least felt leery about taking them. On the other hand, he was curious. His earlier experiment had been 2 years ago, after his team had lost a Little League game, and it hadn't amounted to more than a couple of puffs. The results had not been drowsiness, that was a white lie, but a coughing fit. Since then he had mastered the art of inhaling tobacco smoke without going into convulsions. Why not? He asked himself, and right away he thought of one good reason. "Well, I'd like to, but I don't think we should do it here, do you?" "I'll let you in on a secret. Unless you begin to manifest clinical symptoms of acute psychosis, no one will hassle you for sneaking a joint up here in Orangeville. The janitors do it. The jocks do it. Even J.D. McCuddahy does it. J.D. McCuddahy was the principal of St. Tom's. "I don't believe you," said William. "Believe what you like." Jason helped himself from the camel pack, then took a red butane lighter from the pocket of his jeans and lighted the joint. "Some people say," he began, holding the smoke in his lungs, then exhaled and continued in his normal voice, "that pot dulls your brain, messes up your thinking. But what I think—" He handed the lighted joint to William, who accepted it with studied casualness, an actor in the movie Jason was directing. Jason resumed his train of thought. "Is that pot intensifies it. If you're an illiterate dude with an attention span limited to a Tom and Jerry cartoon, then pot will intensify your empty-headedness, and eventually you'll progress to a drug that will wipe out consciousness altogether. But," he reached for the joint, inhaled, handed it back, "if you've already got some kind of mental life going, then the pot will just bring some more zest to it. Calculus is a gas on grass." William found that hard to believe, but he didn't say so. He'd become fascinated with the blackboard again, where, to his relief, no words were legible now. Not Happy Birthday, not Happy Halloween. "Have you ever had hallucinations?" he asked, partly to keep Jason talking, partly out of real curiosity. "On pot? Are you serious?" Jason squinted good-humoredly at William through the thin helices of smoke. "Drugs can do that, can't they? And even without drugs. A few minutes ago, right in this room before we were smoking, I had a minor hallucination. I was looking at the blackboard where I'd erased what you'd written, and I could swear I could still read the words. But instead of saying Happy Birthday, what I saw was Happy Halloween. Now, with the pot, I don't see anything." "Oh, well, at that level," Jason said, with the same confident authority that Dr. Helbrin had possessed on all matters concerning his professional specialty, the mind, "we all hallucinate. Pot excites the eye's phosphine activity, which also relates to dreaming, and to the fizzle of colors you see after you've been looking at something bright and then close your eyes." William had pushed the right button, and Jason went on to explain everything he knew about the chemistry of the brain, which led in turn to Jason's hobby horse, which was the problem of how to account for miracles. Jason had become a zealous atheist after a happy childhood as a Reformed Jew untroubled by questions of faith. Miracles, according to Jason, when they weren't out-and-out frauds, could also be the result of phosphine activity that had been coordinated by some telepathic means so that a single hallucination could be experienced by a group of people in unison. "I'll tell you the book you've got to read," Jason said, when his theory had been stated and the joint smoked down to a twist of paper. "No, better than that, I'll lend it to you. Aldous Huxley, The Doors of Perception. Ever heard of it?" "I've read Brave New World." "Yeah, that's a good one, too. What Huxley was onto, long before the actual laboratory work had been done, was the connection between brain chemistry and what's called altered states. You feeling anything other than sleepy?" "You mean, is my state altered? I don't think so. Except for being nervous that someone is going to come in here and we'll get reported." "Then let me get rid of the evidence." Jason went over to one of the derelict science exhibits, which consisted of a large glass sphere filled with thin streamers of shredded paper in various colors. He dropped the remains of the joint through a small aperture in the top of the sphere. "Pure science," he observed, "often yields unexpected applications in our daily lives." "What was the second reason, Jason? Come on, don't keep me in suspense." "Look out the window." William went to the window and looked out. The bright daylight-saving sky was sliced in two by the jet trail of a plane slanting west toward the airport. Tall, elderly hedges of white lilac defined the horizon and the extent of the school's grounds. A squirrel darted for a tree trunk and spiraled up to peek out from behind the lowest branch. William felt he'd established a kind of understanding with the squirrel, a fellowship based on a shared groundless fear. "What am I supposed to be looking for?" "Don't you recognize any of the cars in the parking lot?" There weren't that many cars left in the lot, and his eye lighted at once on a gray Honda Civic, identifiable even this far away as his ex-stepmother's by its extreme grottiness. Madge never took the car to a car wash. What the rain didn't wash off gradually bonded itself to the paint. "What's she doing here?" "It's your birthday, isn't it? What do you think?"
"But why should you? I mean, you don't know her, do you?"
"Can I help it if older women find me irresistible?"
"Seriously."
"It's a traditional birthday maneuver. She got my number from Judith and asked me if I would keep you after school long enough so she could take you off and do birthday-type things with you. I can't tell you more without spoiling her surprise. Now, stick these inside your knapsack where they won't get crushed." He tapped the cigarette pack that was not a cigarette pack. "And go cash in your birthday chips." 32. As soon as he was near enough to the mud-crusted Honda so that she didn't have to shout, Madge waved and said, "Happy birthday, Billy."
"I'm William now," he announced, as he'd been doing all day.
"Really?
As of when?"
"As of this morning." She held out her hands welcomingly, and he caught hold of them and stood on his tiptoes to kiss her cheek as she pecked at his. She smiled.
"I think you're a little taller every time I see you, William. But you shouldn't be in such a hurry to be a grown-up. It's overrated."
She seemed genuinely happy to see him, which wasn't always the case. As often as not, when he came to visit, Madge would be off in another world, and nothing he said would register. She would ask him about school, and then nod and go, "Mm-hmm, uh-huh, isn't that interesting?" Today it was William who was in another world. During the entire drive to St. Paul, all the while he was telling her about how his friends and teachers at St. Tom's had reacted to the declaration of his new identity, and then while she was telling him the story of how she'd vacillated all through nursing school, and for years afterward between being prim Margaret and brazen Madge, he kept glancing at her and wondering, uneasily, why she seemed different. It wasn't a difference he could put into words. It wasn't, for instance, that she was so much fatter now than when they'd been living together. That change had taken place gradually, and William could no longer clearly picture Madge the way she used to be, which even back then hadn't been what you could call thin. It wasn't that she no longer wore the same basic black outfit every day as soon as she changed out of her hospital uniform. Now that she was working at a nursing home, she dressed like an ordinary person. Her hair was done up in the same loose bun as ever, and her face was made up with the usual bare minimum of makeup. The general impression was that she didn't care how she looked so long as she basically passed muster. But had she ever been otherwise? Probably it wasn't Madge who'd changed, but himself. He'd got used to his mother's more stylish, more expensive clothes. Without knowing it, he'd become the kind of snob that Judith accused Ben and Sandra of being, the kind who feels superior to anyone who's wearing the wrong clothes, wrong meaning cheap. Or just as probably the difference was nothing but a side effect of the marijuana he'd been smoking, because in fact everything seemed skewed from the way it usually registered. The traffic was too speedy, the trucks too loud, the sun too bright through the rifts of cloud. He examined his ragged fingernails and began to feel choked up with pity because his pink hands looked like two animals that had been skinned alive. The Obstschmecker house, when they finally got there, was the strangest sight of all. It only needed a sign over the door saying, "Beware of Ghost," to look like an official haunted house. The paint all flaky, the lawn already rank with weeds this early in the spring, a fallen branch from the elm in the backyard clinging to the ridge of the east dormer window, and the lower half of that window sealed up with a weathered sheet of plywood. To the right and left, and across the street as well, were new pink brick condos with fake mansard roofs. The big for sale billboard at the corner said that Calumet Manors had been built by the Golden Gopher Development Corporation, a subsidiary of NNE.
Each unit of the development had its own sunken garage and plot of not yet sodded lawn, and each lawn its own seedling maple. Even if it had been fixed up, the Obstschmecker house would have looked out of place amid these latter-day structures, having been built on so much larger a scale. "They're awful, aren't they?" Madge said, parking the Honda outside the garage. "And would you believe each one of them costs more than they were offering Mother for the house 5 years ago? The ceilings are only 8 feet high, and the plumbing's already shot in half the houses. Those developers are crooks, all of them." This instant diatribe seemed to cheer her up appreciably, or else she was simply glad to be home. William followed her around to the back of the house. Madge explained that the front door was kept locked all the time, just to be on the safe side, and then in through the back door. The wooden railing had broken off the back stairs and lay rotting in the leaf pile that had been a flower bed. "Mother," Madge called out from the kitchen, "we're home." The kitchen reeked of air freshener. No forest, no lumber yard had ever smelled so piney. Yet both windows were open, and a breeze was turning the pages of a cookbook that lay on the table amid a clutter of newly dirtied bowls and pans. Madge checked the stove to see that the burners on the oven hadn't been left on, and then called out again, "Mother, William is here." In reply, a door slammed shut. Madge sighed. "I hope she's not going to be in one of her moods. Well, she can suit herself. Come into the dining room. That's where your stuff is. I was going to have your friend set it up in your old room so you could test it out right off the bat, but he explained what that would entail in terms of wiring the whole thing together, and it sounded like more trouble than it was worth." By the time this preamble was over, William stood in view of his birthday present. It was, as he'd been hoping, but hoping to get from his stepfather, not from Madge, an apple. Not just an apple, however, but an apple garnished with all good things. A double disk drive, a soft card coprocessor, a DOS 3.3 disk controller, and for the icing on this electronic birthday cake, a silent-type thermal printer, the first such, according to the note Jason had provided for the unveiling, that the dealer, the user-friendly computer store in Robbinsdale Mall, had sold to anyone in the Twin Cities. "It's wonderful, Madge," William said, after he'd checked off all the items on Jason's inventory. "Truly. But I can't possibly accept this. I don't know exactly what it all cost you, but something on the order of $3,000, at least. You could get a new car for what you spent on this. And I know if I bring it home, my mother wouldn't let me keep it." "That's sweet of you, Billy. William, excuse me, but in fact I didn't spend a penny of my own money for it. It all came out of your own trust fund. Naturally, if you don't want it, I can take it back to the store. But both your sister and the nice Jewish boy she put me in touch with, both of them thought this would be exactly what you wanted, and that you'd probably learn to use it well enough to get your money's worth out of it." "This is the first I've heard about my having a trust fund." "Because you weren't told. Right after the accident, I had a hard enough time just dealing with things like the funeral, and in any case there didn't seem to be any immediate need for you to know about it, not till you had to start thinking about college. Maybe I was wrong, maybe I should have told you before this, or maybe I should have waited a year or two longer. But your mother tells me you might be heading to college ahead of the usual schedule, so you should know what's possible financially. Basically, you've got enough money to draw on that you can go to just about anywhere you want to, including medical school, if that's what you're still aiming for." "But Dad didn't have any money saved. How?" "How?" replied Madge, lifting her right hand, Indian style. It was like a belly dive into the pool of memory. Madge and his father had played the same simple trick on him 100 times, and the humor of the sudden derailment it created, whenever it appeared, had always cracked him up, and so it did again. Madge smiled, and, when he'd stopped laughing, said, "We did have some fun times together, didn't we?" He nodded. The telephone rang, and Madge went into the kitchen to answer it. As soon as she was out of the room, the reality of the once familiar but so much changed scene bore down on William. The mustiness, the mess, the neglect. The floorboards in the alcove where the hanging plants were hung had warped from the water leaking, drop by drop, from the overwatered pots. Beside the rocker, an ashtray of cigarette butts had been spilled on the carpet and never picked up. The place looked as though bums had been squatting there. Madge came back into the dining room and said, "That was St. Malachy's, and I'm so pissed off. I've had this arranged for weeks in advance. You'd think that when I ask for one afternoon. But no, it's impossible to get anyone else. Lucy isn't answering her phone, and there's only the 2 aides on duty, and this is something that requires an RN, which means me. Sorry." William gave an obliging shrug. "That's okay. I'm planning on getting into the same business, remember? So I better get used to this sort of thing. But I would like to know about this mysterious trust fund before you head off. Dad was not exactly a millionaire when he died." "There's no mystery. He had insurance. It was our wedding present from my father, a fully paid-up life policy for $100,000. Henry was furious at the time. I remember him saying he'd rather have had a set of Tupperware than the damned insurance, and you could see his point. He was never going to enjoy any of it. The policy was drawn up in such a way that he couldn't even use it as collateral for a loan, if you know how that sort of thing works." William nodded. He didn't, but he wasn't interested either. "Does my mother know about the trust fund?" he asked. Madge smiled. "She knows it exists, but not the amount. Right after the accident, your mother was a little, I guess the word is hostile. She seemed to think I was going to put up a custody battle for you. I mean, I do love you, and it broke my heart to have you move away so soon after Henry was gone. But she's your mother. I'm not. Anyhow, when we discussed your situation, I told her that there was a trust fund and that I was the executor, but that I didn't want to tell you about it till you were nearer to college. And she agreed to that. But I never told her how much it was, and she never asked. She probably thought, knowing our situation, that the insurance was for a couple thousand at most, and didn't want to embarrass me by asking. While I was thinking that your long-term interests might be better served if Dr. Winklemeyer wasn't aware that you stood to come into a lump of money like that. Sometimes, you know, a stepfather will want to take money from a trust fund to pay for things like high school tuition, even clothes. And Ben Winklemeyer never struck me as an especially generous man. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'd advise you to keep this under your hat. Let him think the computer came from me." William smiled agreement. He was always happy to join a conspiracy, and such a present coming from Madge would make his stepfather feel like a cheapskate. "I gotta go now," Madge said, "and since I won't be able to drive you and this big gray apple home to Willowville, let me give you money for a cab." No, I'll call Mom. She's always saying how I never visit you often enough, so she won't mind coming to pick me up. She's happy for any excuse that'll get her out of the house. But there's still one thing." He hesitated, with an instinctively lawyerly prudence, not wanting to come right out and ask how much the trust fund amounted to. Madge misunderstood his reticence. "Oh, I got my share, if that's what you're getting at. The pot was divided 50-50. I put my half in a similar trust fund for Ned, so that if I go before he does, he won't have to be in the kind of ward I used to work in at the state hospital. That's always been my worst anxiety. And the insurance money has more or less put an end to it. Whatever happens, I know Ned will be taken care of decently." A bell began to ring. It wasn't the doorbell or the telephone, but a real hand-rung bell that produced a thin, silvery, irregular tinkling like the bell that an altar boy rings at Mass when the host is lifted. It seemed to come from upstairs, which gave William an uneasy feeling, since he'd been assuming that Grandma O had gone to her own room, and so the only person who could have been responsible for ringing the bell upstairs was Ned. And that, of course, was impossible. "Damn," said Madge, reaching the only logical explanation. "Mother must have gone upstairs. That's the bell she rings when she wants me to bring Ned up his dinner, or for whatever other reason. And if those bowls out in the kitchen are any clue, she's put together some kind of birthday party. If I go up there now, I won't be able to get away for another 15 minutes. Mother doesn't do that much cooking anymore, but when she does... Hey, that's okay, William said. I'll go up and say you've already left, if you want me to. Would you? I'd appreciate it. She doesn't let up with that bell, does she? It's funny, I've got so used to it I don't even notice anymore. Mother has the idea that Ned likes the sound. She'll sit there sometimes 5-10 minutes just holding the bell up in front of him and ringing it. Like now. At first it got on my nerves. Now it's like, I don't know, hearing the water run for a bath. It seems natural. You're sure you don't want cab fare? Don't waste your money. Mom will come for me. After all, it's my birthday. I'm entitled to limousine service. Which reminds me, I can't thank you enough for the apple in the printer. It's the best birthday present I ever had. Thank your father. The trust fund came from him. She took up her purse, and they smiled at each other, but didn't try to kiss again. They were neither of them much for hugging or kissing. But when she'd gone and the back door had banged shut behind her, William felt a pang of sorrow go through his chest. A sorrow not simply over the fact that his feelings for Madge went deeper than his feelings for his own mother, but a further sorrow that came from knowing that, deep as those feelings might be, they weren't finally deep enough. It was as though, inside, he was just like his brother Ned. But while in Ned's case it was his body that was immobilized and impotent, with William it was his feelings, or his soul. And still that damned bell kept up its endless jingling, as though it was the sound of the sadness he was feeling, the silvery, incessant shrilling of his own emptiness. Little as he wanted to go upstairs and have a birthday party with Grandma O and Ned, even that seemed preferable to staying down here and listening to that bell. How could she stand to hear it herself? Maybe her own hearing wasn't that good. I'm coming, he called up the stairs. Stop ringing the bell. I'm coming. The moment he'd mounted the first step, the ringing stopped. He felt embarrassed, since he hadn't thought Grandma O would have been able to hear what he'd said. Well, said a voice that was not Grandma O's, but a man's voice, deep but seeming also somehow far away, like the bell. I'm waiting, Billy. Come. Billy? It was the voice, the real voice of Grandma Obstschmecker. The other voice, the man's, could not have been real. He must have imagined it, the way earlier he'd imagined the words on the blackboard in room 202. Billy? Her voice was louder, with an exasperated ring to it. Billy, I know you're up there. I'm not deaf. And your knapsack's right here on the table as plain as day. Billy? Reprieved for the time being from having to go up to Ned's room, he hurried back to the dining room. Grandma O regarded him doubtfully, as though making up her mind whether or not to be angry. Hi, Grandma, he said with a perfunctory smile. I thought you were upstairs. Why did Madge leave? The old woman demanded brusquely. I heard the bell ringing, so naturally I supposed it was Madge. She has the idea that Ned likes the sound it makes. But then I heard the car drive off, and the bell went on ringing, so I knew she must have left you here. She grimaced at him, and touched her wig to be sure it was positioned properly. Happy birthday, she added. Somehow she even made that seem like a complaint. How old are you this time? 13. I'll be 73 in my next birthday. He didn't know what to do with this information except collate it. That's 60 years difference between us. She nodded gravely, as having reached the same rueful conclusion independently. I baked your favorite dessert. Lardy slice? She nodded. Hey, I haven't had any lardy slice for a long time. It's in the pantry, under a bowl to keep the flies off. I'm afraid it's a little burnt. Well, we won't have to eat the burnt parts. The lardy slice, however, had been half incinerated. Its blackened pie-crust-like dough could not be pried from the tin baking pan, even with the most heavy-duty metal spatula. They ate it by digging shreds and chunks from the soft middle with their forks. William was surprised at how much he enjoyed it. Even the dark brown parts tasted good. They ate without talking. Grandma O was old enough not to have to pretend an interest in matters that didn't concern her, such as how William was doing in school, or the nature of the equipment in the boxes in the dining room. "Now," she said, when the last edible morsels of the lardy slice had been carved from cinders stuck to the pie tin, "if you like, I'll phone for your mother to come get you, and you can go back upstairs and see Ned a while longer. Maybe Madge is right. Maybe he does enjoy company when they come calling. Maybe for him hearing that bell is like listening to a song on the radio. That's what Madge thinks. We'll probably never know, will we? You wouldn't mind ringing it for him a little while longer, would you?" "But I wasn't ringing the bell. I was just starting to go upstairs when you called me." "In some ways, Billy Michaels, you haven't changed a bit since you were 6 years old. Stubborn? I've never known a child to be so stubborn. Well, there's no point in arguing with stubborn people. It only raises your blood pressure, though mine's not as bad now as it used to be. I guess I must be eating more healthily. Though I don't make any effort to. I eat whatever I like. The lardy slice was good, wasn't it?" William concurred in this with a sincere nod of his head. "Thanks for making it, Grandma." "It was Mr. Obstschmecker's favorite dessert, too," she confided. "He could put away an entire pan at one sitting. So I always made two, one for him, one for the family. It has a different name in German, but I can't remember what. I don't remember any German now, except Gesundheit." "I'm taking German in school. Did Madge tell you? St. Tom's is the only high school in the Twin Cities where it's possible to study German." "I would go upstairs with you," she said, ignoring his attempt to capture the spotlight. "But right now I have to clean up in the kitchen. Madge gets conniptions when she comes home to a sink full of pots and pans." Reluctantly, he got up from the table. "I'll go up and see Ned now." Grandma O nodded her approval. Passing through the dining room, he saw his knapsack lying on the box containing the silent type printer. Remembering the camel pack inside, and what a snoop Grandma O could be, he took the knapsack with him as he went up the stairs. At each step he half expected the bell to begin ringing again, but the only sounds to be heard were his own footsteps and the creaking of the stairs. 33. There was a girl in New Jersey or somewhere like that called Karen Ann Quinlan, who had been in a state of coma and considered brain dead for years. She had only been kept alive by the machinery she was hooked up to in a hospital, and her parents had had to fight with the hospital over whether to take her off the life support machinery or leave her on. Theoretically, that kind of equipment could keep a vegetable body like Karen Ann Quinlan alive for decades. As alive as the body of Ned Hill. But what kind of life could that be? Ned wasn't brain dead. His eyes opened and closed. He could breathe and swallow water and soft foods. He urinated and defecated, though he was not in control of either process. And his hair grew. In fact, Madge had such an aversion to shaving Ned and to cutting his hair that he was beginning to look like some kind of biker. He was also getting fat, since Madge would let him go on eating the things she whipped up in the blender as long as he'd keep swallowing, and he'd keep swallowing as long as something was being shoveled into his mouth. At this point he was no fatter than Madge herself or than Grandma O. In fact, the three of them looked like they could all have shared the same clothes, and maybe they did. The white nylon shirt Ned was buttoned into today had undoubtedly come from the nursing home where Madge worked, St. Malachy's Hospice. They let her have all the old uniforms she wanted for free, the ones with stains that wouldn't wash off. This one had a huge tan amoeba all down the front, representing, probably, the better part of a cup of coffee. In another 20 years, maybe there'd be a case about this kind of situation. If the decision had been William's, he would not have hesitated. He would have Ned put out of his suffering and any healthy organs donated to people needing transplants. Surely Ned, if he were still conscious in some dim way, as Madge tried to believe, would have wanted the same thing for himself. Imagine lying here day after day, with the flies settling on your face and crawling around your eyes, the way they were right now, unless someone was around to shoo them off, which wasn't worth the bother, they just flew right back. It used to be they'd at least haul Ned out onto the sun porch in the summertime, but he'd got too big for Madge to lug him out there by herself, so now the limits of his existence were this room, this bed, and that body. And it stunk. Room, bed, and body. There was no way anyone was ever going to keep up with Ned's sanitary requirements. His waste products weren't produced at intervals in neat bundles. They just sort of leaked out of him the way the water leaked out of the radiators at school. At least with the radiators you could keep bowls under the leaks. And it wasn't just Ned who suffered, assuming he felt anything at all. The situation was worse for the people who had to take care of a human vegetable than for the vegetable itself. Both Madge and her mother were obsessed with Ned. Their lives revolved around his requirements. The idea they had about the bell was only the latest bee in their bonnets. Madge also continued to waste a couple of hours every night doing patterning exercises, which meant her using Ned's inert limbs as a kind of human rowing machine. William couldn't see the point of it. Who needed a vegetable version of Arnold Schwarzenegger? But of course you couldn't say any of that to Madge. Ned had become the god she worshipped and the crucifix she was nailed to, and to call the worship into question was like suggesting that all the pain of her martyrdom was wasted effort. Her only hope, as far as William could see, was that somehow the vegetable would wither on the vine and die. But after more than 6 years of living death, Ned seemed as vital and as sickly as the damned houseplants spilling out of their pots and planters all over the house. "Such cruel thoughts, Billy," said the voice he'd heard before at the foot of the stairs, the voice of the man who wasn't there. Knowing the voice wasn't real did not make it less interesting. Just the opposite. The strange thing was not that he was hearing voices, but that his reaction was primarily curiosity, not fear. Partly because the voice seemed friendly. Partly, maybe, because of the marijuana he'd been smoking. Pot, you were supposed to call it, if you wanted to be hip. "Fear can be experienced in different ways, but it's true. You have no reason to be afraid of me. I am your friend." "Do you have a name?" William asked aloud. "Of course. Don't you remember it?" William shook his head. "Then let me assist your memory." A hand, as much larger than his own as a grown man's would be larger than an infant's, gripped his shoulder, the thumb pressed to the nape of his neck, the fingers digging into the flesh of his pectoral muscle. He became rigid in that grip, unable even to lower his head to see the hand that had laid hold of him, to see if he could see it. Where the thumb and each fingertip pressed against his flesh, he could feel a distinct but indefinable sensation, a tingling like the tingling of Bengay. The sensation spread through his body in a twining filigree, like the interference pattern set up in a still pool, as an insect, as many insects, skate across the surface. He feared he would pass out and concentrated on looking at what was before him clearly and steadily, ignoring the pulses of brightness that seemed to want to override his field of vision. And what was there before him to look at was Ned. His head had fallen back against the pillow, and his mouth hung open slackly, but somehow his eyes seemed focused and aware of what was happening. Even his slack-jawed expression could be interpreted as awe instead of mere idiocy. What was it that Ned could see that he could not? He twisted against the grip of the hand, and the ripplings of energy that spread from the fingers suddenly drew cable taut, and along that cable, or rather, through it, like a wind channeled through a wind tunnel and amplified by that constriction, flowed the ruthless discovering energy of the god. As a tornado sweeps up the prairie topsoil to reveal the rocks that have persisted beneath the detritus of the centuries, so the god, with a single pressure of his inhuman hand, dispersed the shallow sediments beneath which William's memories had lain buried. He felt overwhelmed and lifted up all at the same instant. The figure visible before him, Ned sealed in the sepulchre of his own diseased flesh, testified with equal eloquence as to the guilt of what, so long ago, William had done, as well as to the power that had allowed him to do it. Instinctively, as a hooked trout might writhe against the barbed steel in its mouth, William twisted to be free of the hand's grip. Not now, to escape the god, but in simple eagerness to turn from the sight of Ned and his own guilt, and to regard the god and his power. The hand let him loose, though it may be only as the fisherman might pay out some line, and William turned round and saw again the god Mercury. "Even now you doubt me," the god remarked, lifting the caduceus in his right hand with a little flourish, like the conductor of an orchestra signaling for silence. "You would rather think me some delusion induced by your first whiff of a psycholeptic drug than acknowledge my power and accord the worship that is my due." "I do worship you," William declared earnestly. "Anyone seeing you like this would have to. But it's true that I don't believe you're here, in this room, physically, the same way I am. And I think the pot may have something to do with it, though I don't know how. Am I wrong?" "No, that's not too far off. You've lost that quicker apprehension you had in childhood that let me speak to you directly, as we are speaking now, but shall not again. In the future we will have to conduct these rendezvous when you are dreaming, or when, as now, your consciousness has been suitably altered and you're not in, as they say, your right mind. But I must warn you, the police department is quite right. Drugs are dangerous. And the more fine-tuned the spirit, the more poetical, if you prefer, the greater the potential for danger." "The caduceus," William said eagerly. "Can I have it back?" "It is where you left it." The god took a step backward to allow William to precede him out of the room and up the stairway to the attic. No sound of footsteps but his own followed William up the stairs, and he thought of what the god had said. "Even now you doubt me." So he must not turn around, as though doubting that Mercury were behind him. He remembered climbing these same steps on Halloween, lighting his way with the jack-o'-lantern. Mercury had called himself Lord Savin then, and the snake on his caduceus had been alive. He remembered the cold, wet coils of the snake wriggling in his hands, like a piece of liver when it comes out of its cellophane wrapping. He remembered his father bleeding in the wrecked car. "But that was not your fault," said Mercury, though his voice seemed to come from a distance now. "Indeed, you had secured his good health to the full extent of the caduceus's power, just as you did for the women who still live in this house and enjoy such good health here. But good health is no surety against accidents. Feel guilty for the bald bitch downstairs, if you must feel guilt. Feel guilty for those who lost their teeth eating the candy you cursed. But think who they were, and whether you do not, in fact, take pleasure in what became of them. Feel guilty for the vegetable, your brother. But for your father, in his death you are guiltless. Surely you know that." William crossed the attic from the top of the stairs directly to where, so long ago, he had buried the caduceus beneath a thin covering of loose insulation. And there it was still, as the god had promised and memory prompted, the brittle stick with the desiccated sparrow corpse affixed to it. He held it again, and again could feel, though diminished almost to extinction, the power of the thing. "My power," he thought, and felt for a moment as though his body were as the god's, a compact radiance that the words of his curse or his blessing could release. The god did not correct this thought. Indeed, his purpose was accomplished, and he had departed. 34. The moment Sandra hung up the phone on old Mrs. Obstschmecker, who had rambled on non-stop for nearly 15 minutes, it rang again. She could hear the Cuisinart whirring away in the kitchen, so it was no use hoping Judith would answer it. At this point she'd be up to her elbows in cake batter. Sandra picked up the cordless phone from where it nestled out of sight behind the drapes. It emitted a shrill tweet, and before she could say hello, Ben's voice boomed out through the whole room. "Damn, I thought we had that thing fixed." She sighed. "The man came in. He said it was working fine. How do I adjust it so it doesn't broadcast all through the living room?" "You've got me, sugar. And you've got a guest for dinner. I hope that's okay." "Ben, it's Billy's birthday." "I thought we were going to start calling him William." "Who is it?" she asked, quickly running through the worst possibilities in her head. "Dan Turnage. You remember him? From ATA." Sandra, though she often did defend herself against her husband's business associates by forgetting or creatively misremembering their names, needed no further reminding as to Dan Turnage. Turnage was the champion asshole of the lot. She had loathed him at first sight, and closer acquaintance had only confirmed her first intuitions. Years ago, Turnage had been a sports figure. 12 years as second baseman for the Twins, and another 2 years as coach. Now he was a vice president for the organization that funded most of Ben's research, the American Tobacco Alliance. Turnage was ATA's chief figurehead, the person who had to make all the poker-faced disclaimers and denials on TV whenever there was some awful new piece of evidence about the dangers of smoking. Turnage could look any camera in the eye and say that smoking did not present any danger to health as far as he was concerned, because he'd been smoking 2 packs a day from the age of 16 and still did 20 push-ups every morning. Then he would smile his thin-lipped smile and light a cigarette and blow smoke at the newscaster. His most infamous moment in the spotlight had been on 60 Minutes a year ago, when Morley Safer had done an utterly damning expose about ATA and the new push in the southern states to market chewing tobacco to children. On that occasion, Turnage had punctuated his remarks with streamers of brown spittle into a big brass spittoon and, missing once, on Morley Safer's shoe. "Sorry about that," he drawled. "I must be getting out of practice." Nothing anyone said ever made a dent in his cool. Ben, behind his back, called him our cigar store Indian. Turnage was considered ATA's major PR asset, and he was the single person in the world Sandra most hated having to be polite to. "No, Ben," she said. "Not him, not tonight. Explain that it's William's birthday." "I did, and he's got him a present, a baseball mitt." "He's already given William 1 baseball mitt, if you'll recall. He probably travels with a trunk full of the damned things. It's just public relations, and William doesn't give a hoot about baseball." "Well, he can pretend, can't he? It's about time the boy started learning to be a hypocrite." "Ben, have you been drinking?" "Nothing beyond what duty requires. Turnage is in a mellow mood, and I want to continue that process, sugar. It's business. It's what pays the bills. You never object to spending the money, so don't make it any harder than it is already to earn it. I don't like the bastard any more than you do, but I've just pitched a proposal for a new project, and he seems to like it. But he's not exactly a quick thinker. He has to be coached and buttered up. A nice dinner, some wine and candles, a bit of flattering attention. Surely we can manage that." "You mean I should smile when he tries to feel me up?" "He's not as bad as all that." "He also has terrible breath." "True," Ben agreed, "but we'll put him at the far end of the table. Okay?" "Do I have any choice?" "I can see him heading back to the bar. We'll be home sometime between 6 and 7. See you then." There was another electronic screech signaling that he'd hung up. Sandra dropped the phone on the floor, hoping it would break. It bounced once and lay on its side, buzzing angrily. "To answer your question," said Judith, who was standing in the archway that opened onto the dining area, "no, you don't have a choice." "Judith, you know it's not nice to eavesdrop." "I wasn't eavesdropping. I was listening to your broadcast in the kitchen. There's no way that I've been able to discover to know when the phone is going to work like a public address system and when it isn't. If there were an instruction manual—" "I think it got thrown out with the Christmas wrappings. Anyhow, I'm sorry to snap at you. It's not your fault, it's mine. I should have put my foot down." "He'd only have stomped on it." "Aren't you in a mood? I hope the cake is all right." "The cake is fine. It's just gone into the oven. And the dinner will be all right, too." Judith stared defiance at her stepmother, waiting to see if she would be challenged in her declaration that she was still to act as the cook for William's entire birthday dinner. Only then did it dawn on Sandra that she had no idea what Judith was intending to make for that dinner. She'd been delighted with her stepdaughter's offer to take on the chore. Cooking for Ben was hard work. He liked dishes in proportion as they were trouble to make, and he could always tell when Sandra tried to cut culinary corners by serving take-out and deli-type food, even when it came from Byerly's. Sandra did not exactly rebel against his demands, but she'd never learned to enjoy cooking. Julia Child and the rest of that lot were a mystery to her. And Judith was a greater mystery, for why would someone who hates to eat food have such a passion for preparing it? Judith said she did the cooking by way of trying to overcome her anorexia, and she did seem to make more of an effort to eat the dishes she cooked herself. But Sandra had seen her in the kitchen in the throes of rolling out the crusts of pies that she would never eat a bite of, since they were destined for church bake sales, and it was obvious from her absorption in such tasks that the girl genuinely enjoyed fondling dough and paring vegetables and chopping onions and beating eggs, and performing all the other boring rigmaroles that were the bane of Sandra's existence. No, she had no intention of reasserting her authority in the kitchen, certainly not on Dan Turnage's account. "Ah, the dinner," she said. "That reminds me. I hope there'll be enough now that we have a guest. As I recall, Mr. Turnage is a man with a large appetite." "There'll be more than enough," said Judith. "And, what have you planned?" "I showed you the recipe for the cake. It's a hazelnut upside-down apple cake from the Cuisinart cookbook, and the rest is a combination of all William's favorite foods from childhood." "And what are those?" "You're his mother," said Judith smugly. "I wouldn't think you'd have to ask me a question like that. Anyhow, the whole idea is to make something that will be a surprise for everyone. So can I go back to the kitchen now? It's going to take you at least an hour to go get William and bring him back, and that won't give you much leeway for being here to greet our guest." "What a gift for personnel management you have, Judith. Yes, I suppose I should be off. Any last-minute items you'd like me to pick up?" "No, I have everything I need. But there is one thing I meant to ask. I couldn't help overhearing Winky remind you that the two of you mean to begin to call William by his proper name instead of calling him Billy as you did before. Was that your idea originally, or his?" Sandra hesitated. "It was Ben's idea. And speaking of proper names, Judith, you know Ben hates to be called Winky." "And did Ben say what inspired his idea?" Sandra avoided her stepdaughter's gaze. She knew very well what Judith was driving at. Ben had read the letter that Judith had slipped under William's door in the middle of the night. It would make little difference to Judith that her father approved the contents of the letter, that he'd become almost lyrical at lunchtime on the subject of his daughter's character. To Judith, it would be a simple open-and-shut case of violation of privacy, a felony charge in the court of her own opinion. "No," Sandra said, improvising slowly. "Or if he did tell me, I've forgotten." "Had William talked to him? Did he say?" Sandra took the bait gratefully. "Yes, that was it. It was William's idea." "That's strange, because I was in the room from the moment that William came down for breakfast to the moment we set off on the school bus, and I don't remember William saying anything on the subject. We all just watched the news reports about Mount St. Helens." "Then it must be that William had said something to him earlier, and that Ben remembered it today, probably because of its being his 13th birthday. "Oh, and what is the connection with his birthday?" "You really will have to ask Ben these questions, dear. And now, as you've pointed out, I've got to get into motion if I'm going to be back in time to welcome old Dragon Breath to our happy home." Judith nodded, pursing her lips in a skeptical smile, the very image of a prosecutor dismissing an uncooperative but innocent witness and getting ready to examine the accused. 35. Judith, with a spotless chef's apron cinched tightly about her 23-inch waist, appeared in the archway that opened onto the dining area and announced that dinner was served. "Great," said Dan Turnage, grinding out his 5th cigarette. Sandra had been keeping count, in the big free-form blue-and-white glass ashtray on the marbleized Chinese-type coffee table, around which the sectional formed a kind of oxbow. Turnage had already consumed most of a package of crispy cheese doodles, and despite much finger-licking, his fingers glowed yellow-orange with cheese doodle coloring. He had also, since arriving 45 minutes ago, consumed 3 generous glasses of bourbon. And who knew how much at the Hyatt's happy hour? He was the very definition, Sandra had decided, of a drunken sailor. And what do you do with a drunken sailor? Feed him, if you can. They rose from the various sections of the sectional and followed Judith into the dining area, where, in the middle of the rosewood table, a 14-inch anchovy and pepperoni pizza had been cut with scientific accuracy into 10 equal slices. "You're there, Mr. Turnage," Judith directed, pointing to the foot of the table. "And, William, you're here beside me." Her seating arrangement placed Turnage and her father at opposite ends of the table, which had been expanded by its middle leaf. Judith and William sat side by side across from Sandra, William next to Turnage, Judith by her father. "In theory, there are 2 slices for everyone," Judith said. "But in practice there's more, since I can't stand anchovies and will have to pass on the pizza. But this is only the first course, so save room." She signaled the beginning of the meal by helping herself to a sliver of carrot from the Lazy Susan beside the pizza. As soon as he'd helped himself to a slice of pizza and picked up the trailing strings of cheese he'd let ooze down onto the tablecloth, Turnage continued his analysis of the prospects of the twins in the season ahead. It was a subject on which no one else had any contribution to make, though Ben was able from time to time to think of leading questions that would rekindle Turnage's powers of speculation. "So how do you think our boys will stack up against the Royals?" Ben asked. "Good question," Turnage answered, having taken advantage of the pause in his own flow to bolt down half the slice of pizza. Then off he went through the permutations and combinations, comparing the pitching styles of the Royals' Rich Gale and Rennie Martin, and estimating how the Twins' best batters would fare against each of them. Sandra actually began to enjoy the situation, since both the children, instead of displaying overt hostility, had adopted her own tactic of giving the man endless rope. Once Ben had satisfied himself that Turnage wasn't aware of how he was monopolizing the conversation, or at least that he was content to do so, even he seemed to take a secret pleasure in leading Turnage on. The man's powers of insensitivity were truly amazing. But at last he reached a kind of conclusion, predicting that the Royals would take the American League pennant, but would then lose the World Series, probably to Philadelphia. "Do you want to bet on that?" said William, in a tone suitable to a serious wager, neither friendly nor hostile. "Why, sure." Turnage gave a condescending smile. "The series is still a long ways off, but I'm game. Who do you favor then?" "No one. I'll just bet that Philadelphia doesn't beat Kansas City in the World Series. I'll bet everything in this envelope." From his back pocket he took the folded birthday card with Ben's gift and set it down on the stained tablecloth. "William," Sandra pretended to object, "that's your birthday present." "It's his money," Ben said, "and he's entitled to spend it as he likes. But it's scarcely a fair bet for Dan here." "Why not?" Judith asked. Mr. Turnage seemed very confident of his predictions, and he was able to give so many good reasons for making them. He convinced me. But perhaps he doesn't believe in gambling. We Catholics gamble so much we never stop to think that many other religions consider gambling a vice. Turnage chuckled in just the pained, mirthless way he'd chuckled when he'd appeared on 60 Minutes. "I don't belong to one of those religions, Judy." He turned to William. "You got a bet, son. How much is in the envelope?" William smiled. "I don't know. I haven't counted it." That was a lie, of course, but such a nicely double-edged lie that Sandra could in no way find fault with him for it. It made his wager seem all the more flamboyant, and at the same time it was a reproach to Ben for not having bothered to get a proper birthday present. Such style, and only 13 years old. She felt a genuine glow of pride. With fingers greasy with oil from the pizza, Turnage counted the money enclosed in the birthday card. $250. You want to bet that much?" "Sure."
After the bet was sealed with a handshake, Judith rose from her chair and said, "You'll have to excuse me while I get the next course ready. It'll only take 2 or 3 minutes." William pushed back his chair. "I'll help," he said decisively. Both Judith and Sandra gave him odd looks, but neither raised any objection. When the 3 adults had been left to themselves, Turnage asked if he could have an ashtray. Sandra obligingly went into the living room and returned with the big blue and white glass ashtray from the coffee table. Ben, meanwhile, had opened a bottle of Almaden. Sandra had never known Ben to serve Almaden to company. Turnage lit a cigarette. Ben filled 3 glasses and, raising his glass to Turnage, proposed a toast. "Your health." Turnage knocked back half the glass of wine and commented, "That's some sharp kid." "You shouldn't have let him egg you on into that bet," Ben said. "It was Judith who did the egging on," Sandra observed. "She's not such a featherbrain that she doesn't understand how the odds favor William. I'm sure she was leading you on quite deliberately." "I'll admit I kind of admired their teamwork," Turnage said. "But what the hell? If I win, it'll be worth it, and if I lose, I'll deduct it as a business expense. I'll just put it down as dinner. And speaking of dinner, I like the way you got 'em trained to do the cooking, the way they both hopped up to get out to the kitchen. You don't see that every day." "It's something we don't see every day either," Sandra said defensively. But Judith insisted that she make the entire dinner for William's birthday, and we try to go along with anything that encourages her to show an interest in food. "She has anorexia," Ben said, by way of explanation. He refilled his own and Sandra's glasses, then placed the bottle where Turnage would be able to reach it by a long stretch. "What's anorexia? A disease?" "Not in the usual sense," Sandra said. "It's a psychological stage she's going through. It means she has no appetite." "Oh, anorexics have an appetite, all right," said Ben, "but they become obsessed with their own willpower. It starts out with dieting, and in the most extreme cases it can end with someone starving herself to death. It's almost always women who come down with it, usually teenage girls. We've become experts on the subject, haven't we, Sugar?" "Yes, unfortunately." Turnage reached for the wine bottle. "What my folks used to do with me when I wouldn't eat my dinner was they'd make me sit with a plate of food in front of me until I'd eaten it. Ever try that?" Sandra shook her head. "When she's forced to eat, she throws up afterward. Violently. It's not induced. She doesn't push a finger down her throat. I've seen it happen. It's completely spontaneous. But it's not something we should be talking about now. She'll hear us, and there's nothing likelier to make her finicky than being reminded of her problem." Turnage stubbed out his cigarette and grinned. "Bobby Snyder, catcher with the White Sox, used to be just the same. He was usually a fair batter, but around 73, 74, he had a slump. I mean, he was batting 0, and if anyone talked to him about it, that just made him play worse. He'd start messing up behind the plate. It was a no-win situation." "It is," Ben agreed, "a no-win situation." Sandra smiled and changed the subject. "And how is—" She tried to remember. Clara? Charlotte? She couldn't be sure. "Mrs. Turnage, wasn't she able to accompany you on this trip?" Turnage scowled. "If you mean my mother, she's doing fine. If you mean Cindy, we got divorced." He reached into his shirt pocket for a cigarette, then snapped open his lighter and tried to light it. The lighter wouldn't catch. "I'm sorry to hear that," Sandra said. "It's been 2 years," said Ben, with a glance to let Sandra know that he was on to her tricks. They'd already discussed Turnage's divorce and agreed that it had been one of those events, like the impeachment vote against Nixon, that makes a person believe that in the long run there is justice in the world. "Dan is probably over the worst of the shock by now." "Oh, no, every time I have to write an alimony check, the pain is as bad as ever." Turnage laughed at his own joke with a judicious amount of false gusto. Then he glared intently at the end of his cigarette and tried once again to scratch a flame from his lighter. Sandra, though she smoked herself, hated people who smoked at the dinner table. She thought it gave a bad name to smokers in general.
Even so, she was about to do the hostess-like thing and fetch the big silver lighter from the whatnot in the foyer, when Judith, stripped of her apron and looking to Sandra's stepmotherly eye more than usually like a concentration camp victim, returned to her place at the table. "William," Judith said, sitting down and placing her fingertips on the edge of the table, as for a séance, "insists that because it's his birthday, he is going to serve the dinner. I tried to argue, but it truly is his birthday, so finally I was overruled." "So, what's for dinner?" Turnage asked hopefully. "It's a hot dish of Spam with scalloped potatoes, but it's also sort of Mexican." "Spam?" Sandra asked, vaguely alarmed, as though at the mention of a distant relative serving time in prison. "Why Spam?" "Well, I'd been planning to make tacos, because I know William likes them, but then on the bus coming home from school, I heard from my friend Betty about the essay William had written for his German class. Betty's in the same class." "German?" Turnage gave up on his unlighted cigarette and placed it in the ashtray. "What's he want to study German for? We won that war 40 years ago." He showed, with a little bark of laughter, that this was meant as a joke. 35 years ago, actually," said William, who approached the table gauntleted by the quilted oven glove and bearing the 4-quart Pyrex bowl, which gave off a powerful odor of scorched mustard. "And I really don't have any good reason for studying German, except that I like the sound of it. And you have to have taken one language to get into most good medical schools. Mom, I can't serve you anything when your napkin's on your plate." "Guests are served first, William," Sandra pointed out. "Right." William went to stand by Turnage and sliced into the steaming hot dish in the bowl with a slotted metal spoon. He scooped out a large portion of potatoes in an ochre sauce, complicated with diced bits of Spam, kernel corn, and flecks of green and red vegetable matter. Overall, the impression was not promising. After William had gone round the table serving the hot dish, Judith finished answering Sandra's question, "Why Spam?" "Anyhow, Betty told me what William wrote in his essay about the earliest things he remembered, and one of them was Spam. In his essay, William only mentioned Spam sandwiches on Wonder Bread, but that didn't seem fancy enough for a birthday dinner. We don't usually have Spam in any form. I think Father thinks it's beneath us, like eating Twinkies for dessert." "Now, Judith," Ben said blandly, "you mustn't dig for compliments. Spam can be quite tasty, properly prepared. One could even wish you'd been more generous with it. The potatoes could use some stronger contrast." "I used the entire can," Judith protested, "plus a can of Mexicali corn niblets." "The sauce is delicious," William said. "Very tangy," Sandra agreed. "Thank you," said Judith, without looking away from the single pink dye of Spam speared on the end of her fork. She seemed visibly to be bracing herself to eat it. She lifted the fork to her mouth, which opened just wide enough to admit the morsel of meat. The empty fork was returned to rest on the plate. She chewed and went on chewing as though she were dealing with a hunk of gristly steak. At last she swallowed. Sandra could have applauded. Only then did she realize that both her husband and Turnage had been watching the performance with the same fascination. "It's tasty," Judith said brightly, "if I say so myself. But maybe there's more mustard in the sauce than there should be. Next time I think I'll put in less mustard." Ben laughed, and then, his mouth being full of potatoes, began discreetly to choke. Once he'd stopped choking, he offered no explanation of what had provoked his laughter. They began, all 5 of them, to eat, slowly and stolidly, as though under duress, as though wishing for doggy bags into which they might surreptitiously scrape the food from their plates. Sandra tried to think of a neutral subject of conversation, but not baseball. They'd done baseball to death. It was Turnage who rescued them from the widening silence by turning to William and saying, "So tell us about this Apple computer. What are you going to be able to do with that I can't do on my little old pocket calculator? Think it'll do your German for you?" William gave Turnage a commiserating look of the sort that Sandra usually got for well-meaning but dumb questions. Then he proceeded to explain. Soon he'd become as big a bore on the subject as Turnage had been about the Kansas City baseball team. Ben was looking chagrined, but it would not have looked good if he tried to cut off the flow of William's enthusiasm for his birthday present from Madge Michaels, a gift that made his own envelope with $250 seem pretty paltry. So while William celebrated the new era dawning for the computer literate, they went on eating their dinner. There was something definitely peculiar about Judith's hot dish. Not just the sauce, which tasted as though half the spice shelf had been emptied into it. There were also little scraps of paper in among the soggy slices of potato. Sandra had found 2 so far. 1 might have been accidental. 2 indicated something else, but exactly what Sandra did not wish to know. The scraps of paper were barely recognizable as such, and she'd eaten them without comment, but she feared that Ben, if he were to notice the same thing, might not react as mildly. An explanation, if one were required of Judith, would surely lead to a family quarrel. At last it was Judith who brought William's monologue to a stop by asking her father if he wanted a second helping. He didn't, but Turnage said he would. The poor man must have been starving, and while the oven glove and the bowl were passed to him, Judith introduced the subject they'd all politely been avoiding. Tobacco. "Can we look forward to seeing you on TV again any time soon, Mr. Turnage?" "I hope not, unless it's for my induction into the Hall of Fame." "You didn't like being on 60 Minutes?" "No one enjoys being publicly attacked, Judith," her father observed, "or privately attacked, for that matter. So please, let's preserve our usual truce tonight." Judith smiled at Turnage and explained, "We're not allowed to discuss anything to do with tobacco at the dinner table, or at any other time, really. Father finds it too upsetting." "Upsetting? I like talking about tobacco. It's how I earn my living, after all." Turnage gave her just the sideways, mean-looking smile he'd given Morley Safer on the program. It had been such an expressive smile that they'd used it for the cameo shot at the start of the show when they previewed what each segment was going to be about. "Tell me, Mr. Turnage," Morley Safer had asked, "if you had a teenage son or daughter, would you want them to take up smoking, knowing the proven consequences?" Turnage had answered, "The only proven consequences that I know about is that smokers get treated like second-class citizens when they're on an airplane." "I was referring to the warning that is put by law on every cigarette package," Safer had said. "The warning that cigarettes are a danger to your health." "Well," Turnage had said, with that sneaky smile, "I don't believe everything I read." "You see, Father, I knew Mr. Turnage wouldn't object to having a discussion. And really, there's only one question I wanted to ask him, and that's the one he avoided answering on the program. Would you encourage your own children to smoke?" Turnage gave her an exasperated look. "I don't have any children, so I can't say." "Well then, how about me? I'm 16. You said on the program that you began smoking at that age. Do you think I should take up smoking?" "That's a choice you'll have to make for yourself." "But would you, for instance, feel right about offering me a cigarette from the pack in your shirt pocket? What are they? Marlboros, I think." "Judith, really," Sandra said. "Mr. Turnage is in the middle of eating his dinner." "Listen, kid, you can have the whole pack if you want. I always take a carton with me when I travel, so I got plenty. Here." He reached into his shirt pocket and produced the flip-top pack of Marlboros. He tossed them to her. "Catch." Judith's reflexes were fast but not accurate. She dropped the fork in her right hand and grabbed for the pack of cigarettes. The cigarettes ricocheted from her clutching fingers and landed in what remained of William's dinner. Her water glass had been knocked over, dousing the tablecloth, and her fork had chipped the gilt edge of the dinner plate. "Judith," Ben commanded, "go to your room." She stared at her father. "Why? What did I do wrong?" "Never mind. Just go to your room." Sandra looked at Turnage, hoping he would have the good grace to take the blame for the accident, which had, after all, been his doing. But he seemed quite impenitent. He had retrieved his pack of cigarettes from William's plate and was wiping the sauce off it. "This is grotesque," Judith said, pushing back her chair.
This is truly grotesque. Turnage took a cigarette from the pack, flipped the top closed, then thought better of it, flipped it open, and offered Sandra a cigarette. "You've got to be kidding," she said. "I'll have one," said William. "You will not," Sandra snapped. "He's a teenager now," Ben said. "He should be able to smoke if he wants to. You were smoking at 13. "No one knew any better when I was a kid," Sandra protested. Meanwhile, ignoring Sandra's prescription, Turnage had offered the pack of Marlboros to William. William took out a cigarette and held it up to be lighted. As earlier, Turnage's lighter would not produce a flame. Turnage kept snapping it futilely until William said, "I think it's out of gas. Let me go get some." When William had gone off to get butane for the lighter, Sandra stood up from the table. "If you two gentlemen will excuse me, I think I'll go speak to Judith." "There's still the birthday cake," Ben reminded her. "Enjoy it," she said curtly. Just before rounding the corner out of sight, she thought of a parting shot, to ask Turnage for the name of his wife's lawyer. But she bit her tongue. She'd only once before risked an argument on the subject of divorce, and this would certainly be the wrong moment, with Turnage looking on as an umpire, to open old wounds. Best let sleeping dogs lie. Going through the gallery on the way to Judith's room at the eastern end of the house, she heard footsteps on the staircase. Thinking it must be Judith, she veered right. But it was William heading to his room. "You have lighter fluid in your room, William? When did you start smoking?" "No, Mom, nothing like that. I just wanted to get away from that creep Turnage. The same as you did, right?" "If you agree that he's a creep, why did you ask him for a cigarette?" "I just wanted to see how far he'd go. I was thinking I'd have a choking fit after he lighted it, or something like that, and then I'd throw the lit cigarette in his food. It really ticked me off, the way he did that to Judith." "I feel just the same, but please, William, don't do anything to provoke a quarrel when you go back down there. Arguing with that kind of person doesn't accomplish anything." "Yes, Mother, you're right. They should be shot." She laughed. "Come here, let me kiss you good night." He came down the stairs, and they hugged, and she kissed him on the forehead and wished him a happy birthday. And even that became a joke to be shared, though this time without words. They just smiled at each other and nodded, and it was understood that a truly happy birthday was out of the question, but that people with good manners and a sense of humor would always pretend otherwise. She tried to think of something to say in parting that wouldn't sound entirely cynical, a nugget of worthwhile grown-up wisdom. But all she could think to say was that as you got older, birthdays came to matter less and less. But she wasn't sure if that was true, and decided that the kiss would have to do. 36. From the moment Turnage's pack of Marlboros had landed on William's dinner plate, and he'd looked at the man and seen the satisfaction he'd taken in Judith's misery, from that moment William knew the man would be his victim. He didn't know how he would do it, since the man was already, by virtue of having shared the hot dish that Judith had prepared, blessed with perfect health, and thought it was a theory he'd never put to the test. William was certain that any one whom the caduceus affected for the good could not later be blighted by its power. Certainly the reverse was true. Ned was the living, drooling proof. Served with this spoon, health is your boon. The words of the blessing had been as simple as that. It had seemed important that, before he used the caduceus in any other way, he should first inscribe some such all-purpose protective charm about his family circle. It was like vaccinating kids against polio and measles at the earliest possible age. So even before Sandra had come for him at the Obstschmecker house, he had found the serving spoon in a kitchen drawer and framed the little rhyme of the blessing. That Turnage should have been on hand to receive a portion of that blessing was sheer fool luck. He still couldn't quite believe that he possessed such a power. Yet the evidence was hard to refute. Ned's paralysis, Grandma O going bald, the elms he'd preserved, the kids who'd lost their teeth eating the Halloween candy, even the continuing good health of Madge and Grandma O.
Every test to which the evidence could be submitted confirmed the caduceus's power. But what kind of power was it? Where did it come from? As a kid, he had taken his dreams or visions of Mercury at face value, believing the way that only a kid can believe. And it was probably because of the strength of that faith that the caduceus had worked. But was the power in the caduceus or in him? Maybe the caduceus was like Dumbo's magic feather. Maybe he could fly without it. It would be easy enough to put that theory to the test. But even supposing the caduceus was somehow a necessary adjunct to his power, what a power it was! For the first time in history, it would be possible to study the power of psychic healing scientifically. And, necessarily, the opposite power, too. It was an awesome responsibility. It might also be a lot of fun. It would be dishonest to deny that, though it was the danger in the present situation. It was fortunate, in a way, that the power had been in abeyance these last 5 years, for no child so young, however intelligent, could be trusted to use such power wisely. And now, at age 13, he looked at Turnage's empty lighter and smiled, knowing what he would do, and certain of its poetic justice. 37. When they'd been left to themselves, Ben Winklemeyer allowed himself one small deliberate sneer at Turnage's expense. There was a limit to how much grief anyone had to put up with in the name of good manners, and that limit had surely been exceeded. "If you're truly desperate for a cigarette," he said to Turnage, "there's a lighter on the shelf on the wall just to the left of the front door. It's basically there as decoration, but it probably works." "I'm sorry if I offended the little lady, but I don't like to be put down on account of smoking. It's a sore spot with me, for obvious reasons." Oh, I think the little lady was happy to have an excuse to get away from us. Turnage hesitated, then got up from the table to find the lighter in the foyer. He returned, puffing intently, one eye half squinted against the smoke. Bogart himself could not have smoked a cigarette more solemnly. Though he knew he ought to leave well enough alone, Ben couldn't resist baiting the man some more and aimed for the sore spot. "Tell me, Dan, how do you feel about this business we're in of selling addictive drugs? From an ethical point of view. Obviously, it's something we can't discuss with outsiders. But just between you and me, don't you ever have qualms?" Turnage snorted a derisive double plume of smoke from his nostrils. "Qualms?" The inflection he gave the word summed up his ethical position. Qualms, like quiche, were something real men don't mess around with. "For instance," Ben persisted, "do you ever worry about your own smoking? Do you worry about driving, or your weight?" Ben nodded. "Certainly, but cars are a necessary evil if you want to live out here in the suburbs. I do what I can do to minimize the risk. Avoid the freeways, always use the seatbelt, that sort of thing. Billy's father got killed in a crash because he hadn't buckled up. It can happen to anyone. As to my weight—" He paused to refill his glass from the bottle of Almaden. "My obesity may well be my downfall. My GP is always telling me I need to take off 50 pounds. Probably more like 60 now. Every so often I do go on a diet and then fall off it. So how is smoking any different? Did I say it was? Though in fact it is different. Eating's a necessity. Smoking is a gratuitous abuse of the cardiovascular system for the sake of a very doubtful pleasure." Turnage took a defiant drag on his cigarette and, holding the smoke in his lungs, declared, "Seems a pretty real pleasure to me. Only because you're addicted. Non-smokers like Judith or William would have a toxic reaction from a single cigarette." "Jesus, Winklemeyer, I can't believe I'm hearing this shit. From you, of all people. Addiction, toxic reaction. You sound like some damned TV commentator. What is it with you? You smoke, your wife smokes, and you earn your living doing research for ATA. You've done more to disprove the Surgeon fucking General's report than anyone alive." "My research has never disproved that there's a link between smoking and the various illnesses to which it undoubtedly contributes. All my research has accomplished is to create a kind of smoke screen, no pun intended, for the industry. I've never imagined that anyone at ATA ever thought otherwise, not at the executive level. Turnage took this, as it was intended, as a personal insult, but he had no ready comeback. To argue the point would only confirm Ben's suggestion that he lacked an executive degree of cynicism. To concede it would have been tantamount to admitting that all the denials he had issued as an ATA spokesman were part of a nationwide conspiracy of deception. It would have been like saying straight out to Morley Safer that, sure, smoking causes heart disease, lung cancer, emphysema, and birth defects, but what the hell? It's a billion-dollar industry and nobody lives forever. That probably was his private opinion, but it was not for public consumption. Ben said it for him. It's an industry, Dan. Caveat emptor, right? And the devil take the hindmost. Turnage tried to move to the moral high ground. And that's all you can say for the research you've done, that it's a smoke screen? No, the research has sometimes been quite interesting. The work on tattoos, for instance. Fascinating results, and very suggestive for further research, though not in all likelihood with funds from ATA. Their motive in funding any project has never been altruistic. I'm not complaining, mind you. ATA has been, in many ways, an ideal sponsor. They're generous, they don't meddle in the design of experiments, and don't get fussed when they fizzle out or even when they produce bad news. Turnage scowled. Yeah. Well, don't think everyone in the Baltimore office can't think of what to do with their money except write you out another fat check. Ben realized he'd gone too far. Turnage was not on the ATA board of directors and probably never would be, but he was on confidential terms with all of them. He should not be provoking him for no better purpose than his own amusement. Oh, I realize that, he said placatingly. It's a shame that there are so many curtailments on the direct PR side of the budget. I know MIMA's research gets better funding because of the situation. Well, it can't be helped, Turnage conceded. He ground out his cigarette in the ashtray. Anyhow, I should be heading back to the hotel. Sorry if I put a damper on the birthday party. William took this as his cue to appear with the birthday cake, its 14 candles already burned down to within a half-inch of the frosting. Ben tried to estimate from this how much of his conversation with Turnage the boy must have overheard. "You're not going without a slice of birthday cake, are you, Mr. Turnage?" William asked. "Sorry, but I've got an early flight." He looked to Ben for help. And truly the man was helpless. Without his own car, in one of the outermost suburbs of the city, he was at his host's mercy. A taxi might take half an hour to get to the house, but to expect Ben to act at just this moment as his chauffeur, even Turnage must appreciate that that would be asking a bit much. Ben was kind. He took the keys to the BMW from his pocket and placed them on the table. "Here's the keys to the car. I hope you don't mind if I don't drive you back. Just leave the keys at the Hyatt reception desk, and I'll have Mrs. O'Meara pick them up in the morning." Turnage took the keys with a look of astonished gratitude. He was the sort of man, Ben supposed, who enjoyed a jealously monogamous relationship with his own car. "Thanks, I really appreciate it." William blew out the candles on the cake without any ceremony and set it down on the table. "Don't forget this." He reached into his pocket and took out the lighter. "The butane wasn't where I thought it was. It was in the kitchen. That's why it took so long. Sorry, but it's working now. See?" He snapped a light from it and handed it, flaming, to Turnage, who responded to the stimulus of the flame with wonderful automatism, flipping open his pack of Marlboros, tipping a cigarette from it, and lighting up. As he did so, a glance passed between Ben and his stepson that was as good as a writ of execution. Turnage was an asshole, their glance declared, and should be got rid of with all deliberate speed. Even so, it was another 5 minutes before Turnage, with directions as to how to get back onto I-94 and when to exit from it, had driven off, and it was possible to offer William an apology for a spoiled birthday. "Actually," William said, "it got so I was enjoying it. When Turnage threw his pack of cigarettes at Judith and it ended up in my potatoes, that was straight out of the Three Stooges." He poised the cake slicer over the birthday cake. "Small, medium, or large?" "Medium. But shouldn't we sound an all clear so Judith and Sandra can join us?" "Mom's gone to bed, I think, and I was going to bring a slice up to Judith myself a little later." William plopped down slices of cake on 2 rose-festooned dessert plates that generally ornamented the sideboard in the far corner of the nameless and useless space between the kitchen and the dining area. The house was full of such wide-open, anomalous spaces that served no better purpose than to display pricey trash of the sort that served as prizes on Wheel of Fortune: the Chinese-style umbrella stand in the foyer, the electric-powered grandfather clock in the gallery, the étagère in Sandra's bedroom with its tiers of Steuben collectibles. Sandra bought all these white elephants under the impressions they were objets d'art, but it was Ben who cherished them as the glitzy, gloating assertions of affluence they were. Art had nothing to do with it. Sandra had a natural instinct for defining the Winkelmeyer level of income and the Winkelmeyer position in society by whatever she bought, and he loved her for it. He loved her for other reasons as well, and he loved his home and his children too, though with some reservations, and he had reached that precise stage of mellow drunkenness when his love extended beyond his immediate sphere of prosperity and embraced all nature. "This is really delicious cake, isn't it?" he said, slicing into its spongy brown flesh with the side of his fork. William agreed, with his mouth full. Then, "You must be telepathic." "How so?" "You haven't tasted it yet." Ben regarded the slice of cake on his plate, the morsel on his fork. "You're right. I haven't." He ate the morsel with conspicuous deliberation. "And I'm right, too. It's really delicious." "Can I ask you a question?" "If it's about my work, no. I'm feeling mellow." "I wasn't intending to attack you. I was just curious. Are you supposed to never discuss it outside the office? Is it like working for the government, where everything's a secret?" "There's that side of it, of course. Mostly it's habit. Judith declared herself an enemy of the tobacco industry something over 5 years ago. That's a year before she got to abortion, and 2 years before she became a vegetarian." "Since when is she a vegetarian?" "She isn't anymore. The anorexia probably made it unnecessary." "You think it's just obstinacy, then? You think she just refuses to eat?" "No, not at all. Anorexia is a medical disorder. I don't doubt that at all. It's also almost certainly psychogenic. But that is not to deny that it's a real disease. I tend to believe all diseases are psychogenic. You know what I mean by psychogenic?" "It's the same as psychosomatic?" "Not exactly. Psychosomatic refers simply to the interdependence of the mind and the body. Psychogenic is more specific. A psychogenic illness has its origin in some kind of emotional or mental conflict. The mind is the trigger of a psychogenic illness, but the final result can be as physiological as a bleeding ulcer." William considered this for 2 more forkfuls of the cake. Then he asked, "So you think it's all in the mind? And cigarettes don't have anything to do with lung cancer?" "That's not what I said. Cigarettes certainly have an effect, but just as certainly it's not a one-to-one cause and effect relationship. If that were the case, nicotine would be a poison pure and simple, like strychnine. But it's not. Some people, like Turnage, can go on smoking for years with relatively little ill effect. Others—" He shrugged. "It's a lottery. Or that's what smokers like to tell themselves, anyhow." "What is it if it's not a lottery? A very slow kind of Russian roulette? That's what our gym teacher called it." "It's a good analogy, but it begs the question of why people play Russian roulette. why they climb mountains or race cars, why they risk their lives in 100 foolish and unnecessary ways and call it entertainment.
Flirting with death, William said, savoring the words as though they were a morsel of the cake. Why do they?
Every school of psychology, every religion has its own theory, and each theory probably has its own grain of truth. Freud calls it a death instinct and claims that it's a basic component of the subconscious. The trouble with that as a theory is that, almost by definition, it can't be proven. The subconscious is a part of the mind we can't be conscious of. We have glimpses in our dreams. That's probably the nearest approach. But dreams may be just the froth on the surface of the subconscious. And its depths? Who can say?
But it sounds like you have a theory.
Ben picked up his wine glass and lifted it to eye level, so that the amber hemisphere of Almaden within condensed the light into a single bright node. The boy had never sought to draw him on this way before, and while it made him feel uncustomarily paternal and full of elder wisdom, he also felt uneasy. Circumspection had become a deeply ingrained habit. Sandra had no patience with any talk that smacked of philosophizing, and Judith had her own fully formed world-view in which he figured, monolithically, as the oppressor of her virtue. She was certain she knew his every patriarchal thought without his having to say a word. He had supposed that the boy, in his own quieter and less dogmatic way, had shared Judith's estimation of him. But maybe he had been wrong. The boy was bright, and Ben appreciated that. But he was a boy, nevertheless, who still watched the Saturday morning cartoons on TV. A birthday did not possess such fairy-tale magic that a child of 12 can be transformed overnight into a young man of 13. And yet, William did seem different tonight. Perhaps it was not the magic of his birthday, but of his new name. Or perhaps, the likeliest hypothesis, the difference resided in the Almaden and all the bourbon that had preceded it. "I'm sorry," he said, putting down the wine-glass. "I've been wool-gathering, and I've lost the thread."
"That's okay. We can talk about it another time if you'd rather."
He would rather, and he appreciated being let off the hook. But he felt a sting in the kindness. A drunk does not like to be thought to be too drunk to carry on a conversation. "In a nutshell, William, what I think is that there are more things under heaven and earth, and in the subconscious too, for that matter, that are dreamt of in anyone's philosophy. Once we've mapped every neural path of the brain and charted every twist and coil of DNA, even then—"
"Even then?"
William prompted. "Even then, we won't know everything." It seemed, indeed it was, a cop-out. Ben felt absurdly like a small rodent that has been chased into its hidey-hole by a larger predator.
"You're probably right,"
William said, and then, with the indifference of a cat that does not really need to eat the mouse it has pursued, he got up from the table and said,
"I'll take a slice of cake to Judith now, before she turns in. See you in the morning."
Ben nodded. He knew he'd funked out, but why did he feel such inexplicable relief? What had he been afraid to say, to even think about? He glanced at the bottle of wine. There was nearly one glassful left. He waited till he'd heard William's knock on Judith's bedroom door, and then poured the last of the wine, with gratifying precision, into his glass, filling it till only the surface tension kept the liquid from overflowing the crystal brim. 38. As soon as she was in her own half-bathroom, Judith stood in front of the toilet and waited for her stomach to revolt against the meal she'd eaten. Invariably, after a dinner-table quarrel, her stomach would empty at the sight of the pink porcelain toilet bowl. It was as automatic as a wind-up toy, as reflexive as the bouncing of a rubber ball. But tonight it wasn't happening. Her stomach, like some dog jealously protecting its dish of Alpo, refused to surrender its contents to the toilet. It was actually processing the stuff. Judith would not, as a matter of principle, she'd made a promise to her therapist, induce vomiting artificially. And so, after dousing her face and neck with cold water at the sink, she returned to her bedroom, feeling a strange, diffused queasiness all through her body. Not the familiar queasiness that might precede the release and relief of a good puke. It felt like a bad sunburn that had soaked through her skin deep into her muscles. And stranger than this queasiness, she still felt hungry. Though she'd eaten twice what she usually did at dinner, she could have returned to the table and eaten twice as much again. Hunger, however, was something she knew how to deal with. Indeed, it is the glory of an anorexic to combat hunger, as it is the glory of a saint to resist temptation. One simply turned one's mind to other matters, and there, on her work table, was the perfect refuge. Her poor wounded diary, and lying on top of it, like a suicide weapon still clutched in the corpse's hand, were the scissors she'd used to cut out its 8 meager pages of entries. She sat down and wrote, "Dear Diary, what a foolish, self-defeating thing to do, and anger is no excuse. What I did was cut out all the diary pages from January 1st to now, and served them at dinner. It wasn't easy to get the paper into a cookable state, but after I'd soaked it a long time in milk and then put it through the Cuisinart for a few spins, it served quite well as the basis for a white sauce. It didn't taste exactly like milk anymore, but I put a lot of spice in the sauce, and I don't think anyone noticed. Maybe I should enter the recipe in the Pillsbury Bake-Off. Spam casserole in diary sauce. Why did I do such a dumb thing? Because I found out this morning that my father had read the letter I wrote and left under William's door. I was so furious at first, I almost went into Sandra's room to smash one of her silly Steuben figurines. But I controlled myself, and came here and saw you on the table, dear diary, and I thought, I'll see to it that they don't read any of this at least. And right away I knew what I would do. I would make them eat my words. So I made my diary stew, but at the last moment I couldn't bring myself to spring my big surprise and tell them what they were eating. Partly because my father had brought home that awful Mr. Turnip from the Tobacco Alliance, who was so thick he would never have understood why I'd done what I'd done. Imagine having him for a father. And partly because it was William's birthday. And he was being so nice, I couldn't spoil things more than they were spoiled already by having the turnip for dinner. William actually insisted on being the one to serve the diary stew. And at that moment I realized that what I'd done was mean and spiteful and nothing else. But did that make me behave with any more consideration? No, I deliberately provoked the turnip till he did something impossible, for which, of course, I was sent to my room. Sandra came to see me right afterward, and was as nice as could be, and apologized for Winky, saying he surely realized that the fault was the turnip's much more than it was mine, but that he had to avoid giving offense to the turnip for business reasons. As though that were any excuse. On the other hand, it's not a surprise either. Everything he does is for business reasons. I really do hate him. I know it's wrong of me, but there it is. I can't help it. And if he ever does read this diary, which I won't lock up or hide away, but leave right here where he can violate my privacy any time he likes, then he'll just have to swallow that fact. I've hated him absolutely as long as I can remember having any feelings about him at all. She stopped there, with a feeling somewhere between shock and satisfaction at the awfulness of what she'd written. It was always like that with a diary. She'd be writing a blue streak until such a thought would come wriggling out of her pen, like an inky little snake, something perfectly impossible and probably untrue. Just like her mother when she got angry. "I hate you," or "You're ugly," or just some low obscenity. It had to be hereditary, since she'd actually lived with Rhoda so little time, and most of that time while she was an infant. There was a knock on her door. Not a knock really, but a subdued kick. "Come in," she said, and William answered, "I can't. My hands are full." She opened the door, and there he was with 2 slices of the hazelnut upside-down apple cake on the hand-painted china plates from the sideboard. "I don't know if you still have any appetite left after the row at the table, but I'd have had a guilty conscience if I didn't share some of this with the person responsible. I can tell you already that it's delicious. The apples make a kind of crust." She laughed aloud, as though at a joke, and then felt obliged to explain. "It's weird, but I really am hungry. I could eat both slices. Come in, sit down. Did you get your wish?" "I think it's only very old people who don't get their wishes on their birthdays. It's really not hard to blow out 14 candles. Anyhow, he's gone." William set the plates down on her work table. "The turnip? I know. I heard them drive off." Self-consciously, she cleared away the diary and the scissors. Then she fetched the second bentwood chair from its place by the window. "Ben didn't go with him, actually. Turnage had to drive himself. That's why I couldn't bring you your slice of cake earlier. Ben and I were talking, just the two of us." "Amazing. He actually gave you 5 minutes of his time? It must be because of your birthday." She could hear the spitefulness as soon as the words were out of her mouth. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't be so sarcastic. I know Father is not a total ogre. What did you talk about?" "No, that's not a proper question. It was your conversation. Asking you about it is almost as bad as eavesdropping, or reading a person's private correspondence. Let's have that cake. I really am famished." To her surprise, the cake was delicious, and her joke that she could have eaten 2 slices was not an exaggeration. As they ate, William kept looking up at her, as though expecting her to say something, but her mind was a blank. Sometimes he smiled as though she had said something, and he were offering his silent concurrence. His lips seemed redder than lips would be unless they'd been painted with lipstick. She could not keep from thinking of the 2 false teeth in his mouth and the wires that held them in place. His flipper, he called it, and wondering how he kept food from tangling in the wires. She thought, what if he asks me what I'm thinking about at just this moment? If she were honest, she would have to say, "I'm thinking about the inside of your mouth." "Actually," he said, as though continuing from where they'd left off a moment and not a minute ago, "Ben and I talked about the same thing you tried to get Turnage to talk about, but on a more abstract level. He thinks when people get sick, it's all psychological. Not all, he didn't say that, but it begins that way. Psychogenic, that was his word, but we didn't really get into the subject, just sort of skirted around it. I think he felt a little shy." "What a convenient theory for him to have," Judith scoffed. "But he was ready to admit that smoking has a connection to the whole thing. In fact, he got kind of nasty with Turnage on the subject. I could hear them from out in the kitchen while I was lighting the candles on the cake." "You shouldn't eavesdrop," she said primly. "Listen, if the person who designed this ranch had put doors between one room and the other, it would be possible to avoid eavesdropping. Anyhow, my point is your father is not the complete hypocrite you seem to think." "What kind is he, then?" she demanded sharply. "A half a hypocrite? A third? The fact remains that he is employed by an industry that earns money by getting people to poison themselves. I don't see that his working for the mafia would be any better." "I don't know. Maybe he'd dress better if he were in the mafia." "Be serious, William." "I'm being serious. Do you actually know what the research is that he does? Have you ever read any of the studies that MIMA publishes? The one on tattoos, for instance. Have you read that?" "I've heard him talk about it often enough, and call it his favorite statistical freak, but I can't say that I remember much about it, except that it had nothing to do with smoking one way or the other." This was a lie, for she did in fact remember all too clearly the actual physical nausea she'd felt 4 years ago when the report had come out and she, then age 12, had looked at the leather-bound copy of it that had been given a place of honor in the middle of the coffee table. It had been full of pictures of dreadful tattoos, all of them tattooed on prisoners awaiting execution or serving life sentences. What the study had shown was that prisoners who'd been tattooed with the nastier kinds of designs, skulls and devils and such, were likely to develop malignant cancers or have fatal heart attacks at a younger age than prisoners who'd been tattooed with pictures of animals or women. But both groups proved to be significantly healthier than those who had not been tattooed at all. Judith simply could not see the point of such research. It seemed as immoral in its way as laboratory experiments on dogs and monkeys, except that in this case it had been human beings who were in the cages, not animals. The point, William lectured at her, is that the differences from one group to the other had to be psychological differences. Unless you believe in magic, I don't suppose the research has any practical use. I mean, it probably wouldn't keep other people from getting cancer if they were tattooed with lions and eagles. What a thought, Judith said, wrinkling her face into a mask of revulsion. But that's because the decision wouldn't have come from deep down inside them, from the subconscious, from inside the cells. They were inside their cells, all right, Judith said. You know what I mean. And I know how easy it is to make statistics lie. There could be 100 other factors that could have accounted for the same results. And in any case, what does it prove? And why is ATA so eager to have Winky digging up these statistical freaks? Okay, forget it. I didn't want to start an argument. She realized that if there had been an argument, it had all been of her making, and looked down abashed at the crumbs left on her dessert plate. Somehow, as they'd been talking, she'd eaten the entire slice of cake without being aware of it. I'm sorry. It's my fault. I do see your point. I'd have to be very dense not to. It just all seems so ugly. It's the same with the research they do on animals, forcing hamsters and rabbits to smoke until their little bodies are riddled with cancer. A lot of medical research has to be ugly, because disease is ugly. Then why not do research on health instead of disease? Sure, why not? Was he making fun of her? She could imagine her father making the same snap response, but there was no sarcasm in William's voice as there would have been in Winky's. I'm serious, he insisted, as though he'd heard her speak the question in her mind. There should be research into lots of things that medical science usually ignores. Acupuncture, for instance, or faith healing, or wounds that heal overnight. The medical establishment ignores that whole area because it doesn't fit in with their scheme of things. Judith was amazed to be hearing her stepbrother say such things. She knew that he meant to be a doctor some day, but she hadn't really credited it as a serious intention. She'd thought he wanted to be a doctor the way a younger child might say he wanted to be a deep-sea diver or a fireman or a cowboy. But you don't... she began and then broke off. He smiled, and again she became aware, to the point of distraction, of his lips and his teeth. What don't I do? She had to look away from him in order to continue. You don't believe in God, do you? Where'd you get that idea? Because I stopped going to church? I suppose that's why. Just because I don't believe in everything the nuns taught us back at Our Lady of Mercy doesn't mean I don't believe in God. You never had to go to a Catholic school, so it's a lot easier for you to be a Catholic. He paused as though waiting for her to disagree. Another time she might have, because she did resent his assumption that her faith was somehow a flimsier thing than his skepticism. But she didn't want to get sidetracked into all that. They could discuss religion some other time. In fact, she realized with a sudden leap of joy they would be able to discuss absolutely everything now. They were no longer limited to acting out the roles of older sister and kid brother. They could be equals. Let me ask you a question, he said, but you have to promise not to get angry. It's something we've never talked about, and if you don't want to talk about it now, that's okay. She smiled, for she was sure she knew what he would ask about. I promise not to be angry, or to count to 10, at least. I was wondering what you think is behind your anorexia. I knew that's what you'd ask about, and I don't mind discussing it. With you. I do with Father or Sandra, because really they're not interested in what I think. They just want to make me eat my vegetables. Do you remember having to eat vegetables when you were little? My mother, my real mother, Rhoda, who sends us the grapefruits every Christmas from Texas, was a sadist with vegetables. I would have to sit at the table facing a dish of cold peas until long after my bedtime. I hated peas, which isn't at all unusual. Dr. Helbrun says he's never known a single child who hasn't gone through some trauma over vegetables. And kids hate peas more than anything else, according to him. So do you think that's what's behind the anorexia? If it were, then we'd all grow up to be anorexic. No, Dr. Helbren's theory, and what you read in most of the books, is that anorexia is like a diet that's got out of control. You start off like everyone else, just wanting to take off a few pounds or a few inches. But where for most people dieting is always a big difficulty, for us it becomes enjoyable isn't the right word. But it feels good the way that volleyball does when you're playing really well. The feeling that you're in control of the ball, except that what I'm in control of is my body. I'm making it do what I want, not some authority figure out there telling me to eat my cold peas. You sound like you like it, William commented. It was what Dr. Helbren was always telling her, too, but somehow with William it didn't seem like scolding. At some level, I suppose all anorexics do, or they wouldn't be anorexic. I realize it's unhealthy, but it's not a conscious choice anymore. Eating, the physical act of eating, disgusts me. I can make myself sick thinking about an English muffin with butter and jam, and I used to love English muffins. Yet rationally, I know I'd be better off if I'd eat the English muffin. You didn't seem to have any trouble with the birthday cake, or with dinner. You're right about the birthday cake. Dinner I had to force myself, and usually when I do that, I'll throw up afterwards. You didn't throw up tonight, did you? He asked, in a tone of such concern that it almost was annoying, as though it would be all right for her to throw up any other time, but not on his birthday. No, I thought I would, but I didn't. It seems to me, from what you've been saying, that your anorexia is a perfect example of what Ben was talking about, a psychogenic disease. Thank you, Dr. Michaels, for your brilliant diagnosis. She waited for him to come back with a sarcasm of his own, and when he just sat there, like Dr. Helbren at his most infuriatingly non-judgmental, she went on. What you're saying is obviously true, but that doesn't mean it's just something in my head, and that if I'd adopt a healthy attitude, I'd be cured. It doesn't work that way. I never supposed it did. But if you agree that anorexia is caused psychogenically, why can't it be cured the same way? I would think that almost by definition, that's what its cure would amount to. The only problem is, there are no psychogenic spas for the cure of anorexia, not that I know of. Didn't you ask me just a moment ago if I believed in God? Well, do you? Of course I do. So, have you ever prayed to be cured? Prayer isn't like that, William, she protested. It's not like going to the Santa Claus in Dayton's toy department and giving him a list of what you want for Christmas. It's a conversation like we're having, only it's God we're talking with. If you needed something from me that I could give you, you'd ask me for it, wouldn't you? Don't you think God can handle your anorexia? Have you ever prayed to be cured? No, and I haven't prayed to be made a millionaire either. When I was talking before, in general terms, about how the one area that medical science has been afraid to investigate was the area of psychic healing, you seem to agree. But when it comes to your own case, look how you react. She felt trapped in his logic. It was only a variant form of what Dr. Helbren was always telling her, in his smug, pipe-puffing way, that to get well she had to want to get well. But Dr. Helbren had never had the bad manners to drag God into it. Even her confessor, when the subject came up, was only concerned with her anorexia insofar as it led her into sins of disobedience. Father Balch had never suggested that she should pray to be cured, because, it dawned on her, he'd never thought God had anything to do with it. He'd never believed that the anorexia was an affliction, like being crippled or blind, that God might exert his influence over. He'd thought, as everyone else did, that she was simply being self-willed and self-destructive. You make it sound like voodoo, she said. If voodoo works, why not use it? All right, I'll pray. Hail Mary, full of grace, cure me of my anorexia. There, do you think I'll be better now? Maybe. It didn't sound very fervent, though. You weren't even kneeling." She had to laugh. William took no offense at her laughter. He even seemed, by his smile, to share the joke at his own expense. But he didn't let up either. "I think," he said, "if you were to put it in more positive terms, it would probably work better. Instead of asking to be cured, why not ask right out for a healthy appetite?" "A healthy appetite?" "You make it sound like a contradiction in terms." Again, and more deftly than Dr. Helbrin had ever been able to, he had cornered her. Appetite. The word, and the idea it represented, did make her feel queasy, even repelled. She could accept the need for food as a kind of fuel that kept the machinery of the body running. But appetite was another matter. People surrender to their appetites. And she did not want to surrender to anyone or anything. "I see your point," she conceded. But she conceded no more than that. She did not kneel. She did not change the wording of her prayer, which had not been, she saw now, a real prayer at all, but a verbal formula without the force either of faith or of feeling. "You want to be alone, don't you?" "You're a mind reader, William." "Okay, but before I go, I just want to do one thing. Okay?" "What's that?" she asked guardedly. "Just close your eyes." "Why?" "Just close them." She closed her eyes, and when she did she felt his hands on her shoulders. She could feel his thumbs pressing into the muscles on either side of the bony knob at the base of her neck, while his fingers dug into the fleshy cavity just above her clavicle. At first she thought he meant to massage her, but the pressure he exerted, though firm, was unvarying. Then he removed his hands and said she could open her eyes. "What was that all about?" she asked. "I healed you." She felt the blood rushing to her face, and with it a shock wave of feeling, of all possible feelings, so powerful as to literally take away her breath. She felt the shame of ridicule and the pain of betrayal. She felt the anger of violation and, worse than that, a horrible craven gratitude at having been, for even so little time, touched. "Get out of my room," she whispered. "It will work," he said, with no trace of a smile, with not a hint that he was making fun of her. "Give it time, you'll see. You'll be better. Soon." When he'd left and she could hear his footsteps mounting the stairs to his own room, she prayed. Not on her knees, but from her heart. She prayed that it would not be so. She prayed that she would still be as she had been, free, autonomous, untouched. 39. That night he had a dream. He dreamt he was in a large dark room with a high ceiling that sloped down right and left almost to floor level. The thick beams supporting the roof were exposed like the beams of Our Lady of Mercy Church. And like those beams, these had words written on them in gold letters. But these letters were in the old German style, and he could not decipher them. They glittered erratically high overhead, as though reflecting the light of some far-off flickering candle. He was walking toward a small, low window at the other end of this room, across a thick gray carpet. At each step he took, the pile of the carpet would billow up like the very lightest snow, or like clippings of gray hair on the floor of a barber shop. It was weird, but in the dream it didn't seem so. It seemed perfectly ordinary. He didn't know where he was going, only that he didn't want to go there. Yet he had to. It was as inevitable as the bus ride to school. He felt angst. Angst is a feeling for which the English language has no equivalent. It is not the same as fear, nor is it quite the same as the English word that derives from it, anxiety. It is specifically the way you feel inside a dream when you have to do something that is nevertheless impossible. Trotzdem, nevertheless. Unmöglich, impossible. The window at the end of the room was the screen of a computer. The prompt character was winking on the screen, insisting that he issue a command. He didn't know what to type, and pressed the return key. A series of pastel squares tumbled about on the screen, as in a patternless kaleidoscope. Slowly they coalesced into a kind of face, though a face reduced to such simple masses of dark and light that it might more accurately be called a skull. The face's mouth hole gaped open to speak his name. Billy. It was not the resonant movie star voice of the god, but a voice at once more familiar and more terrible. He wanted to turn the computer off and erase the skullish face from the screen, but he could not, and, pixel by pixel, the face achieved a higher resolution to become unmistakably the face of his father, as he had seen him last, blood streaming from eye sockets and mouth, flesh lacerated by the shattered windshield, bubbles of blood fizzing at the wound in his throat as he had struggled for his last living breath. "Billy," the ghostly image pleaded, "is that you? If you can hear me, speak to me. Are you dead now, too? Is that why I feel you here beside me? It is you. But where are you? Are you alive? Speak." He could not speak, but his fingers touched the keyboard of the computer and entered the name of the standard greeting program. "Hello." "Billy, can you understand my questions? Do you know where you are? Can you tell me what year it is?" He typed, 1980. The ghost gave a rasping sigh and raised its hands to press its eyelids down over the bleeding sockets. "Then it is not too late. You can still destroy that wretched stick before it does more harm. Will you promise to do that?" He realized at just this moment in the dream that he was having a nightmare, but the realization was not an exit door by which he might escape the dream world. Rather, it was like one of those moments when you are walking in the middle of a city, busy with people and cars, and suddenly become aware of the immense size of the world about you, and know that your own little mote of consciousness is just a tiny flicker in a power grid of incalculable extent. "This is a dream," he typed, frantic for release. "Ah," Henry Michaels said. "Of course. Tell me, how is Madge? Is she well?" "Yes," he wrote, yielding to the dream's authority, and by that yielding winning for his father a kind of release from his seeming torment. For now Henry, no longer an image on a screen, seemed to stand before his son, unbloodied, whole, and dressed in his everyday clothes. He put forward his hand, as though to touch William's face, then checked the gesture and, with a grimace, took a step backward. "I have no physical existence now," he said in a tone of patient instruction. "No flesh. My senses are not as yours, though I can see you now. Now, and as you'll be, as you could become. You must destroy that thing. What is the word you call it by?" "Caduceus. The harm it has done your brother is only an atom of the evil that it can bring. I can see that evil ahead of you like a cloud of smoke. You must not let its power grow. Burn it, tonight. Take it out to the barbecue and burn it." William shook his head. His father caught hold of his wrist, his stony fingers forming a bracelet of physical, panicking horror in which William's thinking, dreaming mind had no participation. It was as though his flesh had been invaded in a single onslaught by all its biologic enemies, by every virus and bacteria that can enter and deform the vital tissues of muscle and nerve, every horrible parasite that may be hatched from the flesh of a human host. He screamed, but the scream did not win him relief from the dream or from his father's ghostly grip. "I am sorry," Henry said, "that I must do this, but you must be made to understand what you are doing. I would spare you the pain if I could, but to see what I must show you, there must be such pain. That is something I cannot alter, for I am as little in control of this process as you." "But I am in control," William insisted aloud, struggling to break loose. "And the caduceus can be a force for good as much as for ill. I can heal with it. I can cure diseases that medicine has never been able to cure before.
and I can learn what I am doing and pass on that knowledge. Believe me, I will be careful." The ring of pain about his wrist passed, in spasms, up through his arm and metastasized into 1,000 vector quantities of death, needles of malignity that pierced lungs and heart and lodged there, pulsing. It felt as though a lifetime's possibilities of pain had been summarized and then, like a long-held high note, extended into an endless howl of damnation. Yet, looking down, he found that howl had lifted him high above Willowville, which had become a circuit diagram of roofs and treetops and asphalt streets. One of the neighbors' houses was burning, and the smoke fanned out from the blaze in a plume that spread southwestward toward the city. The horizon tilted, and he was flying, guided and powered by the pressure of the hand about his wrist, in the same direction. The traffic below them zipped by along the long double curves of the expressways at impossible velocities, a clockwork speeded up by trick photography. The pains were now suffused with a sense of exultation, as though they had been the seeds of this new power, seeds sending roots into his chest and soul, and bursting from his slender back as wings, invisible but exquisitely sensitive. Henry pointed to the winding streets and low tents and buildings of the state fairgrounds ahead of them. A block-wide perimeter of leveled houses formed a ring around the fairgrounds, and this ring of demolition was demarcated by high barbed wire fences and patrolled by guards in gas masks and protective uniforms. At intervals along the outer fence were observation towers manned by more armed guards. Within the inner fence, a mob of men, women, and children wandered about listlessly or sat on benches and curbstones, reading, talking, playing cards. They all, except for a few workmen in civilian clothes, wore the drab cotton pajamas and gowns that are the uniform of hospital patients. Inside the oval of the grandstand's raceway, its 3 tall chimneys screened from the view of the fairgrounds' denizens by the tiered seats of the bleachers, a large crematorium had been erected. Parked at its entrance were flatbed trucks piled with the bodies of the plague dead that had been gathered from the quarantine precincts. The stacked corpses had been sprayed with white powder so that they seemed to form immense composite plaster sculptures. "Poison," Henry explained. "Otherwise the quarantine would be completely ineffective. Vermin would carry it throughout the city." "Did you know that in German the word for poison is gift? These horrors mean nothing to you? You care only for yourself, for your career? This is only a dream." "Yes, but a dream that will come true, unless you stop now. Destroy the caduceus." "I'm sorry, Father. I can't." "You won't." "You never understood what it is to be ambitious. That was the real difference between us. You don't know what it's like to know that you're built on the same scale as the world, that you can be part of history." Henry shook his head sorrowfully, but it was only, once again, a head on a television screen. "Remember me," he whispered, almost as an afterthought. William nodded. He felt guilty for what he'd just said, but it was true. His father had never wanted to amount to anything. "Sure, Dad." "If you want to get in touch again, you know my file name." The screen went blank, but William continued to sleep restlessly for another 3 hours, and when he did wake he'd forgotten everything about the dream except that his father had been in it, and that they'd flown together above the city, and that at the end of the dream he had told him the name of the file to access on the computer if he needed to see him again. But what that name was, he could not remember.